Yunshi smiled and shook her head.
Not yet.
We have to wait until the seawater completely evaporates before moving to the next step. Now, we can only be patient. The salt made by your sea tribe contains many impurities and needs to be filtered again. After filtering, we will get fine salt, which will taste better. Hearing Yunshi, Lano looked at her with admiration and said, "Wow, you're so amazing." "I think I found a treasure." Yunshi raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit proud. "Of course. Do you want me to teach you how to make fine salt?" Lano teased her on purpose. "Aren't you afraid I'll learn your skills?" "Why be afraid? You're mine. When we earn beast crystals, remember to share half with me." After saying that, Yunshi pretended to hold Lano's hand happily, showing they were working well together. Lano also smiled affectionately. "I'm all yours. No need to share, I'll give you everything I earn." He then took out various items from the space storage one by one. It was clear they all belonged to Yunshi. Yunshi's eyes lit up again. She didn't expect the males here to be so thoughtful. She picked a few glowing luminous pearls to decorate her room. She didn't like dark environments. "That's enough. Put the rest away carefully. I can't believe you have so many treasures. By the way, I'm really curious, Lano, how old are you?" Lano chuckled and asked back, "Are you worried I'm too old?" Yunshi quickly shook her head to deny it. She was just curious. Lano tapped her head and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not that old. Just a few years older than Minji." Yunshi was still a bit surprised. She didn't expect Lano to be such a young high priest. She looked him over from head to toe and couldn't help but say, "You really don't look like you're that impressive. That shows I am very talented." Bragging about himself, Lan Noa was not at all modest. Just then, Feng Heng and Mingyi returned with today's harvest. As usual, Feng Heng's first action upon arriving home was to come over and cuddle Yunshi. Today Mingyi and I went to the market. We traded a lot of things. Come and see if there's anything you like to eat." Hearing this, Mingyi took out everything from the space. Not only was today's catch abundant, but there were also many fresh fruits and several types of grains. "Did you two really clear out the market?" "How could that be? We only bought a little. There's so much wheat. Later, I'll make more flour and bake some small cakes for the cubs. I've neglected them these days." The three little cubs playing nearby immediately abandoned their Uncle Dehua when they heard their mother call, rushing eagerly to Yunshi, making soft sounds. Xing Chun tilted his little head. "Mama, I want to eat." Xingyi nuzzled his mother's leg. "Me too." Xing Hui obediently looked at his mother. "I want to eat." Yunshi gently stroked the fox ears of the three cubs. Yes, I'll make more for you, as a little dessert after dinner." The three cubs cheered and then ran to find Uncle Dehua again. After comforting the cubs, Yunshi looked up and met the expectant eyes of several beast husbands. Yunshi couldn't help but rub her forehead, almost forgetting that the beast husbands were also very eager. Yes, I'll make more later. Actually, I'm a little tempted to. Then I'll go grind the flour now." Feng Heng immediately grabbed the bag of wheat, looking ready for a big task. Lan Nua thought for a moment and also volunteered to help. After all, he was part of the family and should participate. Although he didn't know how to do it, he could learn. However, after just a short while, Feng Heng politely asked him to step aside. Lan Nua hadn't helped much and only caused some confusion. The main reason was that the high priest's presence was too intimidating, making Feng Heng nervous when he was nearby. This nervousness led to mistakes, and he couldn't do anything right. Lan Noa felt a bit embarrassed. He genuinely wanted to help. Since she was used to being served by her family members, she really needed to learn more life skills. "Sorry, I will study hard in the future," Lan Nua said apologetically. Seeing Lan Nua's slightly uncomfortable expression, Yunshi quickly comforted her. It's okay. Just practice more, and you'll get better. Also, our family doesn't focus much on these skills. Everyone can do what they are good at." Without Lan Nua's help, Feng Heng and Mingyi quickly ground the flour. Feng Heng looked eager. What should we do next?" "Don't worry, I have a task for you soon." Yunshi brought several eggs, separated the whites and yolks, and placed them in different wooden basins. Foam Hung was assigned to beat the egg whites because his special ability was very useful. Foam Hung didn't understand what beating meant, but he just followed Yunshi's instructions and did as told. He used his wind ability to stir the egg whites continuously in the basin. Soon, the egg whites turned into a white, creamy foam. Everyone watched this amazing change, feeling confused, and all looked at Yunshi. Yunshi shrugged helplessly. I can't explain it well. It's all thanks to the internet. Yunshi mixed the ground flour and egg yolks, added some honey, then poured in the beaten egg whites and stirred everything evenly. Once the batter was well mixed, Yunshi calmly placed the basin into the pot. It was time to steam the cake. Seconds passed, and the fragrant smell filled the air. The little ones stopped bothering Uncle Dehua and Foam Heng's father, gathering around the pot, eagerly waiting for the cake to be ready. The three little ones kept turning their heads to look at their mother, whining softly, "Mom, when will the cake be ready? I want to eat." Finally, after several glances and questions, the cake was done. Seeing the batter in the basin turn into a soft cake, the little one's mouths watered. "Mom, cake, cake." After the cake cooled, Yunshi used a bone knife to cut it into small pieces. She gave one piece to each of the three children, then shared pieces with everyone in the family, and finally took a small piece for herself to taste. Although it didn't have the rich, milky flavor of Blue Star, it was a rare and delicious treat in this world. As expected, after tasting it, a few beast handlers still seemed eager for more. But the cake was so small that all three little ones still couldn't get enough. So, Foam Hung quickly whipped up a few more eggs, then looked at Yunshi with a hopeful expression, as if saying, Shishi, make another round. Yunshi smiled helplessly. What else could she do? She kept steaming. Anyway, she wasn't feeling greedy herself. When the sun's intense heat eased a bit, Shiryu brought back the wooden basin that had been left outside to dry in the sun. After being baked by the sunlight for a while, small white particles appeared around the bottom edge of the basin. Seeing this, Yunshi immediately stepped forward, pinched some of the white particles between her fingers, and a bright smile spread across her face. Look, everyone! Salt really came out. The beast handlers leaned in to look carefully. It seemed that the white crystals were just like salt crystals. Who would have thought that getting salt crystals could be so simple? Yunshi gently dipped her finger into the white substance, tasted it on her tongue, and found it salty and a little bitter. We didn't have enough time today. Tomorrow, we'll build a salt pond to dry the salt. Then we can filter it all at once. We won't have to worry about running out of salt anymore. Lano also imitated Yunshi, tasted some, and found that it tasted just like the sea salt they made from the ocean. It seemed that in the future, there would be no need to spend so much effort extracting sea salt using energy. The memory inheritance was clearly outdated. Yunshi's method was simpler and more efficient. It seems some inherited memories can really be discarded, Lano sighed. Yunshi heard this and immediately smiled brightly. She looked at Lano with a little proud attitude and thought to herself, of course. They had accumulated 5,000 years of cultural heritage, passed down from generation to generation, constantly improving. Their inheritance was definitely better than yours. From now on, I'll make the salt. You help me trade it and all the profits go to me. Lano didn't hesitate at all. His gaze on Yunshi grew even more affectionate. It's all yours. Everything I have is yours. This island is yours too, Yunshi happily calculated in her mind. Maybe in the future, she would be the richest female in the entire beast world. Just thinking about it made her feel full of energy. She acted immediately, not wasting any time. Lan Noah, quickly take me to find a suitable place to dry salt. We can start tomorrow and earn some beast crystals. This island is familiar to me. Yunshi, what are your requirements for the salt drying site? Lan Noah asked. Yunshi thought for a moment and roughly explained the conditions needed for drying salt. It mainly needs to be flat, water-resistant, and at a certain height from the coast. Lan Noah thought carefully for a moment. Hey, surprisingly, there is indeed such a place on this small island. It's the area where Lan Noah fought Mingyi last time, right behind the small wooden house, near the sea. Immediately, Yunshi asked Lan Noah to take her to see it. She looked very eager, as if afraid that if they were a second late, they would miss out on earning some small targets. Lan Nua wouldn't hesitate. This was a good chance for him and Yunxi to be alone together. Without saying a word, he immediately teleported with Yunxi to the spot. A few beast companions stayed behind, looking at each other helplessly. These ninth-rank beings are really powerful. They always seem to be one step ahead of us. The problem is we still can't catch up. Fortunately, they are on our side. For the first time, everyone felt a strong desire to advance in rank. I'll go check it out. Maybe I can help, Feng Heng said. He immediately transformed into a phoenix and flew toward the coast behind the small wooden house. Qing Ling and Shiryu exchanged glances, but said nothing. They resigned themselves to preparing dinner for the evening. Meanwhile, Mingyu was thinking about sparring with Lan Nua tonight. He wanted to advance to the 9th rank as soon as possible. Lan Nua took Yunxi to a large rocky area. There was no beach here, and it was at a certain height above sea level, so there was no need to worry about high tide. The rocks here were really huge, and their surfaces were relatively flat. With a little polishing, they could be turned into platforms of various sizes. After examining carefully, Yunxi couldn't help but praise, "This is a great place." Tomorrow, Feng Heng can use his powers to polish the rocks. When the tide comes in, we just wait to collect the salt crystals. After speaking, she looked intently at Lan Nua and continued to praise, "Lan Nua, I didn't expect you to be so good at choosing territory. It's your territory, and it will be our home in the future." After saying this, Lan Nua turned to Yunxi, just as the young female looked up. At the moment their eyes met, Lan Nua didn't hesitate at all. He slowly bent down, cupped Yunxi's small face, and kissed her directly. Lan Nua felt very happy inside. He finally had a chance, and his mood was very joyful. So, he couldn't help but deepen the kiss. After the kiss ended, Yunxi's face turned a little red. "Why did you suddenly do that? You didn't even say anything. How about we start over?" Lan Nua raised an eyebrow and looked at Yunxi with a warm, intense gaze. He still felt a bit unsatisfied. He wanted to take the little female back to the sea bottom right away. Without her, the shell bed was not comfortable to sleep on. Yunxi was about to tiptoe and kiss Lan Nua, but she saw Feng Heng's fiery figure appear on the horizon. She immediately withdrew her action. Close call, she almost let Feng Heng see. Then she would have to comfort her little beast husband again. She was very busy now and didn't have much time to comfort anyone. Yunxi waved to Feng Heng. He immediately sped up and landed gently on the large rock beside her. "Shishi, do you need any help?" "Of course. Quickly use your special power to polish these stones. It would be perfect for drying salt here. Tell me, how do I polish them?" Yunxi carefully explained the process of preparing the salt drying area to Feng Heng. Under her guidance, her little beast husband immediately understood. He patted his chest proudly and said, "It's so simple. Leave it to me. You and Lan Nua go watch nearby. At times like this, my special power is the best." After saying that, Feng Heng used his power as Yunxi instructed. In just a moment, the top of the large stone was transformed by his wind blades into a natural salt-drying platform. Yunxi gave Feng Heng a thumbs up. "Heng, you really understand me. You did an excellent job. Now we can dry the salt." Pleased by the compliment, Feng Heng's heart filled with happiness. He immediately moved closer to Yunxi and stretched out his handsome face. "Now, give me a reward." He had seen clearly earlier, Lan Nua had kissed Yunxi. Yunxi naturally wasn't stingy. She immediately gave her little phoenix a big, sweet kiss. Recently, with more beast husbands at home, the competition for affection had increased. Everyone was starting to compete for love. A simple kiss made Feng Heng feel like he had been energized, and he immediately jumped onto another large stone. He kept waving his hands, releasing his special powers, and in just a few moments, he created a salt-drying area. This guy was not tired at all. He quickly jumped to a nearby large stone and repeated the same actions. Yunxi couldn't help but admire. Her little beast husband was truly a talented builder. Yes, all of it was hers. Seeing the various salt-drying fields being built, Yunxi looked at Lan Nua with hope and sweetly said, "Great priest, please bring up the seawater, so we can wait for the salt crystals tomorrow." Lan Nua gently rubbed Yunshi's head in a loving way, then without hesitation, turned and made a graceful leap into the sea. In an instant, a huge golden fish tail rose high in the water, shimmering with tiny lights under the sunset glow. Yunshi once again admired. Her great priest was truly beautiful. Then, the seawater responded as if given a command, forming a thick water column that rushed toward the prepared salt-drying area. Feng Heng was quick and clever. He quickly caught Yunshi in his arms and flew into the air to keep her dry from the splashing seawater. Soon, the salt-drying fields were filled with seawater. It was clear that the great priest's actions were efficient and fast. Now they just had to wait until tomorrow to harvest the salt. Lan Noa, that's enough. The seawater is sufficient, Yunshi called out loudly to the sea. Soon, Lan Nua's had appeared above the water, looking at Yunshi in the sky. Yunshi shouted again, "That's enough. Let's wait until tomorrow to see the results. Let's go home." As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Heng spun around gracefully, holding Yunshi without looking back, and flew toward the small wooden house. As for Lan Nua in the sea, watching the little female leave, he smiled helplessly. Then, with a flash of golden light, he disappeared instantly into the water. When Yunshi and Feng Heng returned to the small wooden house, Lan Nua was already comfortably sitting on the porch, smiling as he looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng put Yunshi down and said gloomily, "I want to improve my strength. I don't want to be the weakest at home. Qingling, let's practice together." Qingling refused without raising his head, saying, "No, you can't beat me." Feng Heng felt upset. He realized he was being openly disliked. Then, Feng Heng looked at Yunlan, but before he could speak, he was immediately rejected again. "I still haven't cured the poison on my body, so I can only stay with the little ones," Yunlan thought. After all, he and his older brother had many things to do. "I'm the same. Don't look for me." Yunhua was afraid Feng Heng would come after him. He was the weakest. Feng Heng felt even more gloomy. Everyone was amused by Feng Heng's expression. They wanted to cheer him up, but no one paid attention to him. After dinner, Mingyi called Blue Nua. The two found a quiet place to have a friendly spar. This time, Feng Heng and Qingling also happily went along. Since there was nothing for them at home, they thought it was better to join in the fun rather than stay bored and restless. Yunhua and Yunlan took the three little ones to chat with Yunqi, so he wouldn't be lonely. In the end, only Yunqi and Shiryu stayed behind. They looked at each other with helpless expressions. Does everyone have to be so aware of the situation? Shiryu stood behind Yunqi, wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his chin gently on her shoulder. His voice was low and full of affection as he whispered, "It's been a long time since we had this kind of alone time." Yunqi felt warm inside. She reached up and touched Shiryu's fox ears. Then, she slowly turned around and hugged him willingly, softly saying, "Tonight, I'll stay with you." "Sorry for making my big fox wait." Shiryu's eyes sparkled with tenderness. He leaned down slightly and kissed the corner of Yunqi's lips, his voice slightly seductive. "Good. I prepared hot water for a bath to help you relax. Later, I'll spend more time with you." After saying that, Shiryu picked Yunqi up with one hand and headed toward the room. Sure enough, the room was decorated warmly and comfortably, with fresh flowers on the bedside table. A steaming bath was placed in the center of the room, with bright flower petals floating on the water, giving off a fresh scent. Yunqi looked at Shiryu and met his gentle eyes. No words were needed. Just a glance was enough. Yunqi understood that she only needed to enjoy this beautiful moment with Shiryu. After all, her big fox family has always been the best at teasing people's hearts and the gentlest beast husband. The next day, Yunqi slept until late morning before waking up. Everyone had accepted her regular sleep schedule these days, and no beast would bother her. They let her sleep until she woke naturally. When Yunqi left her room, Qingling brought her some water for washing up and gently asked, "Would you like to have meat porridge or noodles later?" "Let's have the meat porridge. Then sit for a moment, I'll bring it to you." "Thank you, Ailing." After breakfast, Yunchi usually went to see Yunchi and changed his medicine skillfully. She was surprised to see how quickly Yunchi's injuries healed with Blue Nua's healing power. It seemed that her brother's leg would recover soon. Seeing the smile on his sister's face, Yunchi felt happy too and couldn't help teasing her. "You look quite good today." "Really?" Yunchi chuckled. After all, she had been eating well these days, so her complexion was naturally good. "Yes, by the way, I wanted to ask you earlier, why isn't Bai Yi here taking care of you?" Yunchi and Bai Yi were quite close, having grown up together. This question made Yunchi momentarily speechless. She didn't know why Bai Yi wasn't staying with her. She thought for a moment and then slowly said he had to leave for the Beast King city. Yunchi frowned, showing a hint of dissatisfaction, and said in a serious tone, "Is there something more important than protecting you?" "How would I know?" Maybe he had something very important to do. Yunchi's brows furrowed even more. "Is he treating you badly?" Yunchi was stunned and thought carefully. She realized her impression of Bai Yi was becoming very blurry, and she couldn't even remember what he looked like. Seeing Yunchi silent, Yunchi sighed and said, "Forget it. Since he's not with you, then forget him. My sister deserves the best." "Okay, we don't need him." This time, Yunchi answered very decisively. She had already decided not to need him anymore. "Yes, after we go to the sacred mountain with you, I will return to the Beast King city." Yunchi's tone was calm. Now that the people around his sister were fine, he had no worries and was ready to focus on his own affairs. "Big brother, the Beast King city is so dangerous. Why do you want to go back?" "She doesn't care about us at all." Yunchi feels confused. She doesn't want Yunchi and the others to take risks, at least not now. Yunchi naturally knows who Yunchi is talking about. The female who cruelly destroyed their father's beast mark, causing their father to die tragically. She even allowed the new Beast King to abandon them in the abandoned Beast City, leaving them to fend for themselves. Yunchi just wants to go back and ask her why. Yunchi smiles and comforts her. "Don't worry, Big Brother knows what he's doing. I won't act impulsively." Seeing Yunchi's determined eyes, Yunchi knows she can't change his decision. She can only nod reluctantly. Then, "Big brother, you must promise me to be careful. Don't take any risks. If there's no result, come back." "Yes, I still want to support you. Don't worry. The house smells strongly of medicine, so go out and have some fun." Yunchi pretends to be unhappy and says, "I'm not a child anymore." Hearing this, Yunchi can't help but smile as he pats Yunchi's head. No matter how old his sister is in his eyes, she's still a child and he loves her dearly. Yunchi talks with Yunchi for a while longer before getting up and stepping outside. Coincidentally, Feng Heng and Mingyi just returned from hunting, and they're being affectionate again. Yunchi asks Feng Heng to take her to see the salt field from yesterday. Mingyi also turns into a small snake wrapped around Yunchi's wrist, and they ride a winged bird together to check the salt field. They quickly arrive at the salt drying area. After a night of evaporation and half a day of intense sunlight, the water level in the sea has noticeably dropped. At the edge of the pool, faint white traces can be seen, much better than yesterday's wooden basin. Yunchi points to the white marks and excitedly says, "At this rate, we can harvest the first batch of salt crystals soon. Let's quickly make more filtering tools so we'll have plenty to do." Feng Heng looks at the white crystals and is equally excited. "Don't worry, Cece, leave it to me. I promise to complete the task. The beast crystals we earn later will also be yours." "I don't want them." "You can keep all of them." Yunchi then looks at Mingyi and asks, Do you still have snake shed skins? We'll give you more when we go back." Okay. Let's head back first. The sun is too fierce and it's too hot. We'll come again in the evening." The three children returned to the small cabin, along with Shiryu and his three little ones. Early that morning, Shiryu, as the father, took the three kids across the sea to practice their skills in the forest. After a while, the three little ones were so tired they lay flat on the ground, too exhausted to move. Their bellies rose and fell with each breath. Seeing their beloved mother arrive, the three little ones lazily lifted their eyelids and let out a weak yip yip as a greeting. "What did you all go to do?" Yunchi asked. She felt both worried and amused, but she respected her beast husband's experience when it came to raising young ones. The blue fox explained, The kids saw a small piglet beast and wanted to bring it back as food. But they accidentally annoyed the piglet's family and ended up running away in all directions. Thinking of how clumsy the kids looked, Yunshi couldn't help but laugh. This earned a series of weak protests from the three little ones, who whined softly. The three. Dad Blue Fox, stop talking, it's too embarrassing. Yunshi quickly knelt down, patted their ears, and comforted them. It's okay. It's okay. Next time, we'll find a way to get the situation back. Xingqian, the smallest, called weakly to his father, then drooped his head and looked very dejected. He said that Dad brought back those big creatures, so he didn't have a chance to take back the situation. Blue Fox translated. Yunshi smiled and comforted. Later, you can eat more to vent your anger. Hearing this, Xingye suddenly perked up, lifting his little head and whining non-stop. Yunshi looked at Blue Fox instinctively. Blue Fox smiled and translated. Xingye said he wants to eat the biggest one. He was chased terribly by that big one. Xingye. Dad Blue Fox, can we not talk about embarrassing things? Okay, I'll go tell Qingling's father. We'll make fried meatballs for you, all right? The three immediately looked up and responded with soft whines. This time, Yunshi didn't need Blue Fox to translate. She guessed they wanted more because they loved eating it. She turned and called out to Qingling, Qingling, for lunch, make fried meatballs using the biggest one. The three little ones finally started to feel a little better. Today, they were badly beaten by the beasts, and their father was just watching nearby. They decided they no longer wanted to bother their uncles to play. Instead, they wanted to learn skills and catch beasts themselves to feed their mother. Did you just go to the salt field? Lan Noa asked. Yunshi looked at Lan Noa and replied, yes, it went pretty well. Later, we will go collect more. Do you want to send your people to learn how to make fine salt? Not for now. It's better if others don't know this skill. That way, all the beast crystals exchanged for fine salt will belong to you. That's a good idea. This way, we can form a monopoly. I'll teach you myself, and in the future, I'll rely on the high priest to help sell the salt. Sounds good. How about we go to the seabed this afternoon? Why? It's not your turn yet. Although the high priest is very tempting, Yunshi won't break the rules this time. After all, her good husband and little phoenix are also very attractive. What are you thinking? I made a dress for you with shark silk. Want to try it? Lan Nua explained with a smile. Yunshi looked at Lan Nua with some suspicion and asked, did you make it yourself? That's shark silk, a precious fabric just like feather silk. Lan Nua doesn't seem very skilled at daily chores, unlike Feng Heng, who wastes a lot of materials easily. Lan Nua shyly scratched his head and said, yes, it's my first time making it. It might not be very good. It's okay as long as the intention is there. After we're done this afternoon, and if we have time, we can go to the seabed again. Yunshi finished speaking, immediately tiptoed and kissed Lan Nua's cheek, then continued, thank you, High Priest. Seeing her smiling like a flower, Lan Nua secretly sighed. He really wanted to lie on the shell bed with her. For the first time, Lan Nua felt that time was passing so slowly. There were still 2 whole days before it was his turn. At noon, the 3 little ones indeed finished the meatballs on the big table, leaving no crumbs behind. But accidentally, they ate too much and slumped in their chairs, unable to move. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at the sight. In the afternoon, the beast tamers began to busy themselves. Considering that there will be many salt crystals to filter this time, I rebuilt several larger filtering devices and also made the stone pot bigger. Although it was a lot of work, luckily there were many people, and everyone worked well together with clear roles and good cooperation. Together, everyone worked hard all afternoon, barely managing to filter half of the salt crystals. Seeing the pure, fine salt, Blue No and Yunshi couldn't help but be curious. They each dipped a finger to taste it. The salt was definitely much better than the one made by the sea folk. Blue No, Yunshi, you're so amazing. Yunshi, my sister is the best. Night quickly fell, and gentle moonlight shone on the small wooden house. Mingyi invited Blue No to spar again. Sure you did not go, staying behind to take care of the 3 little ones. Feng Heng was undecided about going or not. He chose not to go because he was too tired today and needed to rest well, especially since it would be his turn tomorrow. Meanwhile, Qingling was taking care of Yunxi, helping him wash up. Afterward, they lay together on the wooden bed. They looked into each other's eyes and saw their reflections, and a sweet feeling seemed to fill the air. Qingling stretched out his arm with a hint of possessiveness and gently held Yunxi close. "Come a little closer, I feel cold." Yunxi smiled slightly, reached out with his finger, traced along Qingling's defined abs, and playfully said, "But I think your body is hot." Qingling was honest and without hesitation said, "Yes, I am a bit hot." "Yunxi, you're cool. Help me lower my temperature, okay?" Qingling's body would be strange if it wasn't hot. After all, how could he not have feelings for his beloved little partner? Yunxi looked up at Qingling, took his handsome face in his hands, and gave him a firm kiss. "Since you're so honest, I'll satisfy you." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Qingling's mouth, and he immediately turned over, pressing Yunxi beneath him, giving him a good pampering. This made Feng Heng next door feel so stimulated that he went to take a cold shower. Poor Feng Heng could only hope for tomorrow to come early. He really missed Yunxi. To avoid further stimulation, Feng Heng found a big tree and chose a comfortable spot to spend the night. After all, he is a phoenix bird, so resting on a tree is quite normal. But somehow, he felt no sleepiness at all. It wasn't until dawn that he finally felt a little tired. Early in the morning, Mingyi came to find Feng Heng to go hunting across the sea. He saw Feng Heng leaning against a tree trunk, dozing lightly. Seeing Feng Heng like that, Mingyi guessed that he probably overheard something last night. Mingyi secretly found it funny. Feng Heng deserved to be punished. He noticed everyone was looking for excuses to stay away, but Feng Heng was foolishly saying he wanted to rest early. He was still too young. Mingyi helplessly shook his head. "Forget it. Let him rest today. He could hunt alone if needed." Not long after Mingyi left, Feng Heng slowly woke up. But today, he was unusually quiet compared to usual. Several times, when you talked to him, he stayed silent and didn't respond. Not only that, Qingling also spoke to him, but he remained silent. Even the three little ones came over to cuddle him, but he just stood there, silently. This surprised everyone. They all guessed that Feng Heng might be possessed or something. No wonder they were guessing wildly. They didn't know Feng Heng had another form. Mingyi and Yunxi, who knew the truth. One was hunting, and the other was sleeping. Only after Yunxi woke up and learned what had happened did he tentatively call out, "Feng Jin?" This time, Feng Jin didn't stay silent. He simply responded with a soft Yunxi then explained the story of Hey Feng Jin to everyone. They finally realized that the person in front of them was Feng Jin, not Feng Heng. No wonder he felt like a completely different person. Feng Jin and Feng Heng are like two extremes. Yunxi looked at Feng Jin and said with a smile, "Thanks for what you did last time, Feng Jin. By the way, did Feng Heng say thank you for me?" Feng Jin nodded slightly and responded softly with another She couldn't help but feel that Feng Jin was indeed a quiet guy. "Are you hungry? Is there any food you want to eat?" Feng Jin hesitated for a moment, then quietly said cake. Because he had heard Feng Heng mention cake many times in his dreams, he also wanted to try some. So, while Feng Heng wasn't paying attention, he took control of his body to enjoy a piece of cake. "Wait a moment, I'll make one for you later," she said. Feng Jin softly responded with a standing quietly and obediently beside Yunxi. He occasionally glanced up secretly, his eyes resting on Yunxi with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Yunxi skillfully prepared the cake ingredients. When she habitually handed the wooden bowl with egg whites to Feng Jin, she instinctively said, "Feng Heng, help me whip the egg whites with your special ability." As soon as she spoke, she suddenly realized her mistake. She was talking to Feng Jin, not Feng Heng. Feng Jin froze in place, his face quickly showing embarrassment, and he felt a sudden urge to run away. Quickly, Yunxi tried to fix her mistake, apologizing sincerely. "Feng Jin, can you use your wind ability to whip the egg whites?" Feng Jin shook his head nervously. He didn't have that ability. That was Feng Heng's power, not his. Seeing Feng Jin didn't move, Yunxi didn't press further. She turned around and picked up 2 wooden chopsticks, smiling as she said, "Then we'll use chopsticks to whip the egg whites. It might be a little harder, Whisking by hand is quite tiring. Feng Jin watched Yunshi's actions carefully, not even daring to blink. When he saw her pause to rest the second time, he silently reached out, took the chopsticks from her hand, and mimicked her earlier movements to continue whipping the egg whites. Seeing Feng Jin so focused and silent, Yunshi found it quite amusing. As Feng Hung had said, they are two completely different people. Feng Jin watched the egg whites gradually turn into a creamy texture under his movements, his eyes widening. He turned his head to Yunshi, as if silently asking, "Why is this happening?" He was clearly a curious little one. Yunshi took the bowl and smiled. "It's done. The egg whites are whipped." "Thank you, Feng Jin." Feng Jin, hearing this, backed away nervously, quietly putting some distance between himself and Yunshi. If Yunshi looked up now, she would see that his ears were pointed and red enough to drip blood. When the cake was ready, Yunshi cut a small piece and handed it to Feng Jin. Feng Hung took the cake, took a gentle bite, and found it very delicious. No wonder Feng Hung kept mentioning it in his ear, making him want to try it too. A faint, satisfied smile appeared on Feng Jin's face. She thought Feng Jin's expression was very interesting. "Is it tasty?" Feng Jin softly replied, and put the whole piece of cake into his mouth. Then he silently looked at Shi, full of longing in his eyes. He still wanted to eat more. So, Shi cut another piece for him. The three little ones also gathered around, eagerly looking at the cake and then at their mother, softly saying they wanted some too. Shi kindly cut a piece for the three little ones. After finishing the second piece of cake, Feng Jin didn't eat anymore. He quietly watched the happy expressions of the three little ones and Shi's sweet smile. Suddenly, he understood why Feng Hung didn't want him to do something. Feng Jin felt a little jealous of Feng Hung. Feng Jin didn't stay long. After finishing the cake, he silently turned and left. By the time Shi finished taking care of the little ones, Feng Jin was almost at the foot of a tree. Shi waved and called out, "Feng Jin, next time you want cake, just tell me." Feng Jin paused his steps but didn't turn back. He just softly said, and then went back to the tree to continue resting lightly. Shi shook her head with a smile. Feng Hung was right. He really was a quiet person. Today's task was still to filter out the fine salt. The beast caretakers had been busy since early morning. However, today, with Feng Hung and Mingyi absent, the work was a bit slower. Seeing this, Shi rolled up her sleeves, ready to help, but was politely asked to rest aside by the beast caretakers. The caretakers said, "Didn't you see brother-in-law supervising nearby?" Qingling quickly brought her a small table and some fresh fruit, inviting her to sit and enjoy the scenery. She couldn't help but laugh and cry. It was just that her brother came out to enjoy the sun today. Why were they so worried? Now, she wasn't allowed to do any work at all. Helpless, she turned to find the three little ones. Maybe because they were discouraged yesterday by the dolphin beast family, today they weren't just playing around as usual. Instead, they were huddled with Uncle Chi on the beach, practicing how to control their supernatural powers. From their stance, it seemed they were eager to regain some face when they went to the forest next time. Little Xinghui was lying listlessly in the shade, gazing longingly at his two brothers as they used their special powers. His eyes were full of envy. Xinghui wished he could be so confident and powerful. When he saw his beloved mother approaching, he carefully moved closer to Yunshi's feet, lifted his fluffy little head, and made soft crying sounds toward his brothers. Although I wasn't there to see it, Yunshi could guess what was happening. The three little ones had each awakened one special power, but Xinghui's was a rare and powerful ability that was currently sealed and couldn't be used. "It's okay, Xinghui. Your power is very strong. When you grow older, your father-in-law Nua will help you learn to control it." Xinghui drooped his head, feeling a bit sad. Yesterday, he was chased the most and could only run away, unable to fight back. His two brothers sometimes managed to fight back, even if it didn't seem to help much, and Xinghui felt very jealous. To distract him, Yunshi quickly picked up a stick from the ground and smiled as she carefully wrote the character Xinghui in the sand. "Do you know what these characters mean?" Xinghui looked at his mother with a confused expression and shook his head. These are your name, Xinghui. As soon as he heard this, Xinghui's attention was captured. He circled around the word Xinghui, looked at them from different angles, and occasionally lifted his head to look at his mother, making soft crying sounds. Mother, I like it. Not far away, the stars and Starfield heard their brother's voice and immediately ran over. They looked at the name Xinghui, then exchanged a few words with their brother, and then both lifted their heads with eager expressions, watching their mother. Seeing their hopeful faces, Yunqi smiled and wrote the character Xingchen in the sand. This is Xingchen. It's your big brother's name. Xingchen, like Xinghui, happily circled around his name, kept spinning, and kept making soft crying sounds. His name is so beautiful. Xingye blinked his big eyes and stared at his mother without blinking. Yunqi gently patted his head and wrote the character Xingye. This is your name, Xingye. When Xiao Xingye saw his name, his face fell, and he cried out, "Ing ing ing," wondering why his name looked so complicated. Yunqi also became interested and jumped over on one leg. Mine, how do you write my name? Yunqi was stunned. In this world, there was no writing system. She had been caught in the act by her older brother, and she was careless. How could she explain herself in a reasonable way? For a moment, Yunqi felt like a little rabbit trapped inside her heart, anxious and unsure. Seeing Yunqi's worried face, Yunqi smiled gently and said, "Don't worry so much. You are my sister." Hearing this, Yunqi looked at Yunqi in surprise. He had said this many times before. Did Yunqi know something? If so, she didn't bother to think of any excuse. After all, her older brother had never doubted her identity. So, Yunqi squatted on the beach and carefully wrote the two characters Yunqi in the sand. Yunqi, this is my brother's name. I think these characters look nice. Do you like them? Yes, they look good. From now on, write it like that. Sister, what about yours? Write it for your brother to see. Yunqi obediently wrote her name, Yunqi, in the sand. This is my name, Yunqi. Yunqi looked at his own name, then at his sister's, trying to remember them clearly. Your writing is very nice, sister. I like it. At that moment, Feng Heng yawned and jumped down from a big tree nearby, squinting his eyes as he followed the scent toward Yunqi. He muttered to himself as he walked, "Why do I still want to sleep? Why didn't Mingyi call me today?" Yunqi looked up and saw Feng Heng. Without guessing, she knew it was him. She smiled and called out, "Feng Heng, are you awake?" Feng Heng saw Yunqi. His sleepy eyes instantly lit up, and he hurried over, sitting beside her and acting cute. "Cece, I didn't mean to be lazy today. I just didn't rest well last night. I don't know what's wrong today, but I feel so tired and want to sleep." It seemed he didn't realize that Feng Jin had taken over his body, and he had already gone for a walk earlier this morning. Yunqi didn't expose him. She just smiled and teased, "Looks like you won't go outside to sleep tonight." Feng Heng shook his head and playfully nuzzled Yunqi's neck. "I'm not running away anymore. Tonight, I want to sleep holding Shishi." After saying that, Feng Heng naturally wrapped his arms around Yunqi's waist and rested his head on her shoulder, whispering, "Just a little nap, just a little." Next to them, Yunqi let out a light, clearly annoyed. This guy, not helping with work, just sticking to his sister. It's hard to watch. Feng Heng suddenly shivered and opened his eyes quickly, just in time to meet Yunqi's slightly disapproving gaze. Feng Heng looked confused. Who am I? Where am I? When did my brother-in-law get here? Feng Heng hurriedly sat up straight, awkwardly scratching his head. Good morning, big brother. Yunqi pointed at the bright red sun and said with a half-smile, "It is indeed quite early." Feng Heng forced a laugh and quickly said, "I'll go help." Shishi, you can play by yourself." Then he hurried off to help, afraid that if he was a second slow, his brother-in-law would be displeased again. Watching Feng Heng rush away, Yunqi couldn't help but smile. This confidence comes from her family. Her older brother is so capable. Yunqi also found it amusing. Who would have thought that back at the Beast King Palace, Feng Heng was fearless and bold. Now, just a cough might make him break out in sweat. But seeing how well they treat his sister, Yunqi had no complaints. As long as his sister was happy, that was enough. Today, Feng Hung was so disliked by Yunqi that he didn't stop all day, carrying things, filtering fine salt, working very hard. And at night, he went all out. He was massaging her back and legs, giving her the royal treatment, all to please Yunqi. Yunqi also enjoyed this rare, queenly treatment, being served by her little phoenix bird. She felt so comfortable. By the next day, they both stayed in bed. As soon as they stepped out of the room, Feng Hung was hit again by his brother-in-law's obvious disapproval look. Feng Hung felt like crying but couldn't. Why does my brother-in-law always show up when I'm slacking off? Today, Mingyi came back early and had already returned from hunting. At this moment, she was sitting at a long table, holding a snake shed, carefully making a new dress for Yunqi. Not only that, Shi Yu and Qing Ling were nearby, using light animal skins to make a new animal skin skirt for Yunqi. Even Blue Noah was humbly asking for advice from all sides. Yunqi was instantly touched. All the beast husbands at home were so kind and caring. She felt so happy. Mingyi waved to Yunqi, saying, "Come here, do you like the new dress?" Yunqi's eyes lit up. She quickly ran over and obediently stood there, letting Mingyi hold the new dress and compare it on her. Her husband's hands were not only long and beautiful, but also very skillful. Mingyi frowned slightly, wrapping one arm around Yunqi's waist, and said with concern, "You look thinner again. Haven't you been eating well these days?" Recently, because she woke up too late, Yunqi usually ate only at noon and in the morning. Plus, the hot weather made her appetite poor, so she ate less naturally. Isn't it because of the hot weather? I want to eat some light vegetables. I wonder if the vegetables I planted are ripe yet. Blue Noah, can your teleportation send me directly back to the tribe? Not now. I didn't set the coordinates last time. Next time I go back to the tribe, I'll set one, and then I can teleport directly. Blue Noah secretly felt regretful. Last time, he went to the tribe without rushing, using instant teleportation. Although it was slower than regular teleportation, it was more flexible and convenient. Hearing this, Yunqi's face immediately fell. Then I have to run back to the tribe? That sounds so tiring. You can live on the small island. It's more fun here than in the tribe. Blue Noah hoped Yunqi would stay on the small island so he could be with her anytime and anywhere. Yunqi shook her head. No, staying occasionally is fine. I miss my friends. I can't even gossip here. She didn't know if her friends had new gossip partners. Qinghe, Yunqi, come back soon. It's so boring here. At this moment, Mingyi had already finished modifying the dress. He gently took Yunqi's hand and said softly, "Let's go to the room to try if it fits." "Okay, thank you, Yi." Yunqi's eyes curved happily. She took the dress and pulled Mingyi back to the room. Soon, a happy voice came from inside the room. "This dress is different from the last one. You even added lace. It's so beautiful." Soon after, faintly, the soft whimper of the little female could be heard again. Everyone paused their work. Was Mingyi taking another chance? Shi Yu and Qing Ling quietly looked at the animal hide skirts in their hands, then quickly sped up their movements. Later, they planned to let Yunqi try on a new animal hide skirt. Maybe Yunqi would reward them. Seeing this, Feng Heng's eyes lit up. He quickly moved to Lan Nua's side and said, "Great priest, do you want me to teach you how to make skirts? Our feather tribe is really good at making clothes." Lan Nua raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "Why are you being so kind?" Feng Heng chuckled and scratched his head, awkwardly saying, "If you could share a bit with me, I'd like to make a new skirt for Shishi too." Without hesitation, Lan Nua handed Feng Heng a piece of shark silk. A few days ago, he had suddenly decided to make a skirt for Yunqi and put a lot of effort into it. He even asked Yunqi to try it on. But recently, Yunqi had been busy and couldn't find time to go to the seabed. He felt that the skirt wasn't good enough to give her. He had heard a little about the craftsmanship of the feather tribe. Qing Ling, overhearing their conversation, kept working with his hands without looking up. He teased, "Don't let Feng Heng make it." Last time, he used feather silk to make Yunqi clothes and wasted a lot. Yunqi was heartbroken. Feng Heng immediately became anxious. That was just a mistake last time. It's just been a while since I last made clothes, so I'm a bit out of practice. I've been practicing privately, but I haven't had time to return to the feather tribe. Otherwise, I would definitely use feather silk to make Yunxi a new outfit. At this moment, Sure you put down the animal hide and, shamelessly, asked, La Noa, can you give me some of your shark silk? I want to make a few hairbands for Yunxi. La Noa was generous and took out all the shark silk stored in his space, saying openly, use it freely. It's all for Yunxi. My craftsmanship isn't great, so it's better for you to do it. Sure you didn't refuse and carefully selected a piece, finally choosing a light purple shark silk to make a hairband for Yunxi. Qingling also shamelessly picked some shark silk from inside. It was time to prepare clothes-fitting clothes for Shishi. This shark silk felt very similar to feather silk, soft and smooth. Yunxi would definitely like it. Feng Hung didn't hold back either. His eyes immediately fixed on a piece of pink shark silk, and he eagerly hugged it into his arms. His Cece looks beautiful in pink, just like the last time with the feathered dress. This time, he wants to make a more beautiful dress using shark silk. At this moment, the wooden door slowly creaked open, and Yunxi stepped out wearing the new dress made by Minji. She appeared graceful, with the hem of her dress gently swaying as she moved. Yunxi smiled and spun around to show off her new dress. Is it pretty? At this time, Yunxi's face still had a faint blush, a mark from her husband's kiss earlier, which made her look even more shy. Several beast husbands paused what they were doing and all looked at Yunxi. She really looked very lovely. Minji leaned against the doorframe, a slight smile on his lips. His little wife, dressed in his snakeskin dress, looked truly beautiful. Cece, how about wearing the dress I made tomorrow? Feng Hung waved the shark silk in his hand, looking at Yunxi with anticipation. You haven't finished it yet. When you finish, I'll wear yours. This time, you can't waste it like last time, Yunxi replied. Thinking about how Feng Hung ruined the feathered silk last time, she still felt regretful. Clothes made from that feathered silk were really comfortable to wear. Feng Ju confidently patted his chest and promised, don't worry this time, I won't waste it. I've been practicing secretly. Okay, I'll trust you again, Yunxi said. Then she turned to Lan Nua with a hopeful look and said, by the way, Nua, you also made clothes, right? Since you have time now, bring yours so I can try it on. I haven't worn clothes made from shark silk before. Lan Nua looked at Yunxi's dress and felt that his own skills, compared to Minji's, were really not worth mentioning. The clothes he made, he was too embarrassed to show. I think I should make you a new one. Lan Nua hesitated, with a hint of self-doubt on his face. Yunxi rarely saw this expression on Lan Nua's face, and her curiosity immediately grew. She was eager to see what kind of clothes Lan Nua had made. When did the high priest become so insecure? Let's go see now. Come on, let's go, Yunxi said, pulling Lan Nua toward the seaside. Maybe I should just forget it. Lano felt a bit helpless as the young girl held his hand tightly. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't bear to let go. Don't, it's all your idea. How can I ignore that? He had to see immediately, no delay, not even for a second. Lano glanced at Yunxi, thinking she was just looking for a reason to laugh. In the end, he gathered his courage and took Yunxi to the underwater temple. As long as the young girl was happy, that was enough. Once inside, Yunxi felt like she was back home, comfortably leaning on a shell bed. She urged, hurry up and bring it over so I can try. Lano slowly approached Yunxi, placing his hands on the sides of the shell bed, trapping her inside. He leaned slightly, raising an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to try, or are you just looking to see me laugh? Of course not. I'm genuinely a little excited, Yunxi said sincerely. Seeing her slightly blushing face, Lano changed his mind. He snorted softly. Ache me piace, no. Not this time. I don't want you to try on clothes now. No way, then I'll go back. Yunxi pretended to be angry, making a move to stand up. Dream on. You're my temple now. Do you think I'll let you go? Yunxi, stay with me for a while. These past few days, sleeping alone on the shell bed feels like something's missing. I can't sleep at night. After saying that, Lano turned onto his side and pulled Yunxi into his arms. Yunshi supported herself with her arms, smiling as she looked at Lano. She teased, "Is the high priest feeling lonely and missing me?" "Very clever of you to notice," Lano said, gently tapping Yunshi's head. Yunshi blinked, showing she understood. After all, her high priest had just started to loosen up. "Tonight, I'll sleep on the shell bed with you. I think it's just right now. Come a little closer," she added. Lano was a man of action. Since Yunshi was already in the shell bed, if he let her go now, it would be strange. Anyway, it was his turn today. He wanted to enjoy his time early. There was no reason to wait until night. He immediately held Yunshi close, caring for her tenderly, until sunset, when the sky turned orange-red, coloring the sea surface. The two of them returned from the underwater world. Cloud she pretended to be calm and cheerful, greeting a few beast men. Everyone understood without asking why she was so late to return, and they kept quiet to avoid making her feel embarrassed. Everyone already knew the truth, so they chose not to mention it, avoiding any awkwardness for Cloud she. That evening, Blue Nuwa tried hard to persuade Cloud she to go to shell bed, but she refused, saying she didn't want to go to the seabed anymore. Cloud she said she just wanted to rest because she was really tired these days. Blue Nuwa saw the tired look in her eyes and stopped insisting. Since Cloud she didn't want to go to the seabed, he decided to stay in the small cabin with her. That night, Blue Nuwa didn't bother her much. Instead, he held her in his arms, and they slept peacefully together. Time passed quickly, and half a month went by quietly. Thanks to the combined treatment from Cloud she and Blue Nuwa, Yunshi's leg was almost fully healed. He could now try to walk a few steps. Everyone was happy for him. In the past, if a beastman's leg broke, it was truly broken, with no chance of healing. They would be disabled for life, looked down upon, and eventually die alone. Since his leg was broken, Yunshi never thought he could recover. At that time, he only wanted to survive and wait for his sister to return. It was this strong will that kept him going until Cloud she appeared. Now, his sister was back and brought hope to him. "Thank you, sister. If it weren't for you, my leg might have been like this forever," Yunshi said. "You're my brother. Of course I should thank you," Cloud she replied. "No need to thank me. My sister is the best," Yunshi said proudly. Cloud she lifted her chin confidently and said, "That's natural. In a few days, we'll go back to the tribe together." It had been almost 2 months since they left, and Cloud she was starting to miss the vegetables in the fields. She wondered if they had grown well. "All right, whatever you say," Yunshi replied. He was very obedient to his sister. So, everyone discussed and decided to return to the tribe in 3 days, considering Yunshi's condition. When they heard about returning to the tribe, Feng Heng's eyes lit up. He eagerly approached and asked, "Cece, do you want to come back with me to the feather tribe? My father also hid a feathered silk cloth. I will go get it to make you a skirt." Yunshi pointed to her long pink dress and said, "Didn't you just make me a skirt? My brother's leg isn't fully healed yet, and going to the feather tribe isn't convenient. Let's go back next time, okay?" "All right, next time then." Feng Heng felt a little disappointed, but Yunshi was right. It really isn't a good route, and it would take a long detour. My brother's leg just healed, so he shouldn't travel for a long time. After thinking it through, Feng Heng stopped worrying. It's okay to go back a bit later. When he does, he will bring a small phoenix bird with him, and the tribe will definitely be surprised. Feng Heng feels very excited just thinking about it. At night, Yunshi accompanied Lan Nua back to the undersea temple. After some intimacy, Lan Nua held Yunshi in his arms, with a hint of longing, and said softly, "Are we really going back? Can we stay a little longer?" Yunshi shook her head and said, "We've been out for so long. It's time to go back. Plus, it's getting hotter here and we can't go outside during the day, but I can't bear to leave you. What if I miss you when we're apart? Then come back with me. Didn't you say you would go to the tribe with me? Are you having second thoughts?" Lan Nua leaned down and gently bit Yunshi's lips, pretending to be fierce, and said, "Second thoughts? No way. We'll just have to work a little harder and go back and forth." Yunshi couldn't help teasing, "You don't have to be so tired. It's not tiring at all," Lan Nua said irritably. He could make the trip 3 or 5 times a day. Anyway, without him, the sea tribe's affairs would still run smoothly. If he left the little female, it would be like a fish leaving water. What's the difference? Later, I will take you back. Once I set the coordinates, it will be easier to travel back and forth. That's too troublesome. When I return to the tribe, I will call you with a conch shell. Manhwa snorted softly and said, "No, it will take several days on the way. I can't bear to see you work so hard. I will take you with me through teleportation first, and then let them walk back slowly." Yunshi's eyes lit up immediately. That was a good idea. Since Lan Nua didn't mind the effort, she would definitely choose the shortcut. Then you might as well go back with me first. Once the coordinates are set, you can come back to pick them up. My older brother's leg has not fully healed, and he is not suitable for long runs. Also, little Zai Zai is too young and cannot handle too much activity. Lano's lips curl into a slight smile, with a hint of mischief in his eyes. It's not impossible, but it depends on how you perform. Yunshi hears this and immediately feels happy, thinking there might be a chance. Then, tonight, I'll listen to you. You decide everything. After saying that, her small hand slides along Lano's abs, and her teasing look becomes even more obvious. You little rascal, just wait and see how I handle you. Sure enough, Lano quickly grabs Yunshi's mischievous hand and gently pecks it near his lips. Since you say so, the high priest, agree. Lano then once again traps Yunshi beneath him. They play around for a while until Yunshi gives in, and Lano lets her go. Later, Lano uses his healing powers to help Yunshi recover her strength while softly saying, "Yunshi, during the cold season, you should come and stay on the small island. The temperature here is a bit warmer than elsewhere, so it's not so cold during winter. You can also go out and have fun." Yunshi's eyes light up again, excited. That sounds good. We should fix up the houses on the island better, so we can come here every winter. You don't know, I hate the cold. Last winter, I didn't even leave the house. The first time I went out, you saved me. Lano, with a loving look, said, "That's fate." Yunshi glanced at Lano and asked, "Really? I don't believe it. I think you came for me." Lano affectionately pats Yunshi's head and honestly says, "Yes, I came for you. I've been watching you for 2 days when you didn't see. If I had known you were my little partner, I wouldn't have missed so much time. It's not too late now. We still have plenty of time. High Priest, I'm going to sleep now." Yunshi finished speaking, then found a comfortable spot in Lano's arms and closed her eyes peacefully. Lano gently holds Yunshi and kisses her on the forehead. Luckily, I went to the Beichuan tribe once, or I wouldn't have found such a good partner. The next day, Yunshi shared her plan to return with everyone. They all thought it was a good idea. Even Minji happily agreed. After all, waiting a few more days is better than rushing around. Anyone who's not foolish knows how to choose. During this time, Yunshi also took a few beast handlers to the big market to look around and exchange many rare items. Whether they could use them or not, as long as Yunshi liked something, she would buy it directly. She is now a wealthy young lady. According to Lano, even if they bought the entire market, it would be just a small matter for them, like a drop in the bucket. On the day of departure, Lano looked at the small black snake on Yunshi's wrist and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Thinking about last night, he was puzzled why Minji would trust Yunshi to go back first. Turns out he was waiting here. Oh well, having an extra small black snake doesn't matter. After saying goodbye to everyone, Yunshi was suddenly lifted up by Lano. With a thought, the two of them disappeared instantly from the small island. Along the way, Lano kept using teleportation, and with Minji's help, they alternated their travel, which made their speed several times faster than before. The next afternoon, the three of them smoothly returned to the small wooden house. As soon as they arrived outside, they saw Miss Chingha, heavily pregnant, directing a few beast handlers to help Yunshi with weeding and watering her vegetable garden. When Lano suddenly appeared with Yunshi in front of the small house, Chingha was startled. Chingha looked at the handsome male with blonde hair in front of her and quickly shifted her gaze to Yunshi. "Yunshi, you suddenly appeared? You scared me." Yunshi felt a little embarrassed. "It's okay, Chingha. It's fine, it's fine." Sure Xian was supporting me, Chingha said gratefully, glancing at the beast handler beside her. then turning her gaze back to Yunshi. Why did you come back alone? Where are the others? They are at the seaside. We will go to pick them up later, Yunshi explained with a smile. At this moment, Minji quietly slipped down from Yunshi's wrist, deliberately choosing a slightly farther spot to avoid startling Chingha. With a flash of light, Minji transformed into a human form. Seeing Minji suddenly appear, Chingha was startled again. Minji, why did you suddenly appear too, Minji? He was trying to stay far away. Yunshi looked at Chingha's visibly pregnant belly. Are you pregnant again? Yes, yes. Only about a month left before the baby is born. After He finished speaking, she pointed to Lan Nua and joked, New beast husband. Yunshi smiled and nodded, then quickly introduced, This is Lan Nua, my beast husband. Then she pointed to He and said, This is my little sister He. Lan Nua nodded slightly, greeting politely. He looked at Yunshi with a mischievous smile and said, That's okay. How come all your beast husbands are so good-looking? Ask him if he has brothers. Yunshi was amused by He and said helplessly, It seems not. He, thank you for helping me take care of the vegetable garden. I brought you a gift this time. Let me tidy up first, and I'll come to play with you tomorrow. He pointed to her small wooden house and happily said, No problem. You go ahead and do your thing. Did you notice? I built a small wooden house next to yours too. We can meet anytime. Yunshi then looked in the direction He pointed and saw a brand new small wooden house standing on the other side of the vegetable garden. Great. I'll go busy myself now and come to see you tomorrow. Okay. You go ahead. Yunshi and He said goodbye and returned to their long-missed small wooden house. As soon as she entered, she saw Mingyi and Lan Nua already starting to clean. Over 2 months, dust had gathered everywhere in the room. Unfortunately, both beast husbands were not good at tidying up. After a while, their efforts didn't seem to make much difference. After thinking for a moment, Lan Nua decisively set the spatial coordinates and headed to pick up Shiryu and the others. Living matters were a bit chaotic without them, even for him and Mingyi. When He brought fresh red fruits to visit Yunshi, she was startled by the sudden opening of the space portal. He thought to herself, maybe today isn't a good day to go out. Then she watched Shiryu, Qingling, Fengheng, and others walk out one after another from the space portal. Seeing Yunshi and the others, He's eyes lit up. Her little sister had collected quite a few beast husbands on this trip. Yunshi, sensing He's curious look, couldn't help but laugh and quickly introduced, These are my 3 older brothers, got it. You all go ahead and do your thing. I'll come to find you tomorrow. He put down the red fruits, supported by her beast husband, and returned to her small wooden house next door. Her friends have so many interesting stories. She must come early tomorrow to be the first to hear them. Living nearby is great because she can always chat with her friends whenever she wants. Qingling, Shiyu, and Fengheng went straight to work as soon as they got home, without wasting any time. Minji and Lano took out all the items from the space, and Yunlan and Yunhua helped organize everything. For a while, the small cabin was lively and busy. Even the 3 little ones came to help. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Soon, the small cabin was cleaned and organized very well. Even Yunshi's room was tidied up with a new big bed. The small cabin looked completely new and fresh again. After all the cleaning, everyone was very tired, but luckily, they didn't have to prepare food alone tonight. When Lana went to pick up Shiyu and the others, they had already prepared the food. So, everyone packed up the food and took it with them. This saved a lot of trouble. However, in the end, the food they had prepared seemed not enough, so they built a fire outside the cabin and started grilling meat. Yunshi didn't join in the fun. She yawned and went back to her room. Even though she only took 2 days to return, she still felt very tired. Not long after Yunshi got to her room, Shiyu carried a bucket of hot water into the bathroom. You must be exhausted. Take a hot bath before you sleep. Yunshi nodded, a little tired, but much better than when I left. Why didn't you go to the barbecue? Later I'll go. I want to take care of your washing first. Shiyu said that barbecue isn't as important as taking care of his little lady. Okay. You guys can do your own thing tonight. After your bath, I'll rest. When you're done, Lano can stay in the room next door. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. Just take a bath so the water doesn't get cold later. After saying that, Shiyu carefully took off Yunshi's dress and then gently lifted her into the big tub, massaging her shoulders tenderly. Yunshi completely relaxed, enjoying Shiyu's care. They chatted casually, but as Shiyu massaged her, his hand gradually became a little more restless. Shiryu slightly leaned forward, slowly getting closer to Yunshi. His warm breath gently brushed her ear as he whispered, Shishi, I've let the brothers stay in the room. Would it be okay if I sleep in your room tonight? Sure, Yunshi replied. Today, I'll share half of the big bed with you. Shiryu's eyes lit up, and he moved a little closer. He tilted his head slightly, using his fluffy fox ears to gently brush Yunshi's cheek. His voice carried a hint of charm. Can I also share half of the wooden tub with you? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yunshi's mouth. Her big fox hadn't tried to flirt with her in a long time. That depends on your skills, she said. After saying that, Yunshi slightly raised her eyes and looked directly at Shiryu behind her. When their eyes met, Shiryu's lips curved into a sly smile. He immediately understood what was happening, and his smile grew even more confident. Flirting with a little girl, that was easy to handle. The night was dark and quiet. Outside, a few people were still busy eating grilled meat. Inside, steam filled the air, blurring the figures of the two of them as they intertwined. When the others outside noticed that Shiryu hadn't appeared, they realized they might have missed something. Everyone thought, maybe there was no real need to eat the grilled meat. The next morning, Shiryu rarely woke up early. He watched the little girl sleep peacefully in his arms and felt like the luckiest fox in the world. When Yunshi woke up and saw her big fox looking at her with a gentle smile that almost seemed to overflow with warmth, she felt very loved. Shiryu kissed her on the forehead softly, his voice a little husky. Time to get up now. Yunshi didn't answer. She just snuggled into Shiryu's arms like a lazy kitten. Shiryu understood. She still wanted to stay in bed a little longer. So, he held Yunshi tighter. They stayed in bed, cuddling and lazily enjoying each other's company for a while before finally getting up. Yunshi, still sleepy, sat on the bed. She blinked lazily, looking half asleep, letting Shiryu help her change clothes. Even her hairstyle today was left to Shiryu, who was quite skilled at braiding, having learned from years of experience. Shiyu carefully wove a purple pearl headband into Yunshi's flowing hair, using her delicate fingers to weave it skillfully. Finally, she tied a butterfly knot at the end of the hair strands. After finishing, Shiyu took Yunshi's hand, and they went downstairs together. At first, Yunshi didn't notice the purple pearl headband. It wasn't until everyone downstairs stared at her with wide eyes, showing surprise, that she realized something was different. She felt a bit confused by their intense gazes and asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Foam Hung, who was always open about his thoughts, immediately said, "Cece, you look so beautiful today. The dress you're wearing matches your headband perfectly." Yunshi instinctively looked at her hair and then realized that her headband was different from usual. It was a new purple pearl headband she hadn't seen before. Yunshi was momentarily stunned, but then understood. No wonder Shiyu had been choosing dresses and braiding her hair this morning. It was clear he had planned to give her a gift. She looked up at Shiyu with surprise and gratitude. "Ayu, why didn't you tell me earlier? When did you make this?" "It's so beautiful." Shiyu gently adjusted Yunshi's headband, full of affection. "If I told you, where would be the surprise?" "That's true." "Thank you, Ayu. I really like it," Yunshi said with a bright smile, leaning close to Shiyu and giving him a big kiss. The other beast husbands were filled with envy and jealousy. Shiyu truly deserved to be called a clever fox. His cleverness and skills were impressive. Yesterday, while they weren't paying attention, he secretly took the little female away. Today, he quietly prepared a surprise for her, making her so touched that her eyes sparkled. Shiyu didn't care about the others' gazes. He was happy inside. Among the beast husbands, Manhwa was the most upset. His skills weren't as good as theirs. He still hadn't made a dress he was satisfied with to give Yunshi. These guys were using his silk to win her favor, which made Manhwa feel a bit annoyed. Thinking of this, Manhwa immediately decided to return to the Sea tribe. He didn't believe he couldn't make a good skirt. Yunshi, I'll go back to the Sea tribe first. Once I finish my work, I'll come back. Alright, you go ahead and do your thing. Manhwa, when you come back, remember to bring some big lobsters or something. I want to send them to Ching-hee and the others. Okay, I'll remember. I'm leaving now. Yes, come home early. Manhwa was happy to hear Yunshi say, come home. His heart felt as sweet as honey. Without caring about others around, he confidently held Yunshi's small face and kissed her several times before reluctantly opening the space portal and returning to the sea. After seeing Manhwa off, Yunshi turned back to the living room. At this moment, Qingling had already brought out the food. Cece, I made egg pancakes and meat porridge for you. Come and have breakfast. Coming right away, Yunshi cheerfully replied. The three little ones heard the noise and ran over, surrounding Qingling's father, blinking their big watery eyes, looking adorable and well-behaved. The three little ones cheerfully called out, Daddy Qingling, we want to eat too. Didn't I give you meat strips this morning? Feng Hung looked puzzled. He had prepared food for the three little ones earlier that morning. It hadn't been long. It didn't make sense for them to be hungry again. But the three little ones refused to give up, continuing to whimper and act cute. We want to eat more, and Qingling's cooking is tastier. Feng Hung. Qingling was so charmed by the three little ones that he immediately arranged food for them. Feng Hung shook his head helplessly beside them. The little ones are growing up, so let them eat more if they want. After breakfast, Shi Yu and Qingling took the initiative to go hunting in the forest. During their time on the small island, it was always Mingyi and Feng Hung who worked tirelessly, crossing the sea every day to hunt for food in the forest for their family. Now back at the tribe, it was time to change shifts. However, those staying at home weren't idle either. There were many items in Mingya's space that needed organizing. Yunshi tidied up the items she bought at the market, selecting some special things from the seaside to send to Qing-hee. Initially, she had casually asked Qing-hee to help check the vegetable garden. She didn't expect her friend to manage it so well. Yesterday, she saw that the garden was almost free of weeds, and the vegetables were growing happily. It was clear that Qing-hee's family had put a lot of effort into it. I really need to thank her properly. Yunshi packed the chosen gifts into a small basket. I'm going to Qinghe's house, and also to the riverbank to see if there are any fresh wild vegetables. I'm suddenly craving some. Feng Hung immediately responded. I'll go to the riverbank and check for fresh wild vegetables. I'll cook a dish for you at noon. After saying that, he headed toward the riverbank. Yunshi turned to her husband. You, and I will go to Qinghe's house. Her family has taken such good care of our vegetable garden. I want to thank her properly. Minji casually picked up the small basket. Is this enough? I have a lot more in my space. Do you want to take a little more? Yunshi waved her hand. That's enough. When Manhwa returns, we'll invite Qinghe's family over for a seafood feast. Minji softly asked. You've made your decision. Are we leaving now? Yunshi nodded, holding Minji's hand. The two of them headed toward Qinghe's small wooden house. When they arrived at Qinghe's place, Yunshi hadn't even had time to put down her basket before Qinghe pulled her and her sister upstairs to the balcony. They looked excited and eager, clearly about to share a secret. As soon as they reached the balcony, Qinghe started talking excitedly. The two sisters sat down, and Qinghe noticed Yunshi's headband. Yunshi, your headband looks really nice today. Who gave it to you? Shi Eugene gave it to me this morning. He also braided my hair. Talking about her gentle husband, Yunshi didn't hold back. She praised him freely. Her big fox is so caring, thoughtful, and skillful. Wow, look at how happy you are. I'm so jealous. Don't envy me. Your beast husband is also very good. Since he came back, I can see your complexion has improved a lot. I think so too. This time, the little one is very well behaved. It didn't cause me any trouble. Yunshi looked at Qinghe's belly. Is this the little fox from Shixian? How did you guess? Yunshi pointed downstairs at Shixian. From their spot on the balcony, he hadn't taken his eyes off Qinghe. His expression was quite nervous. Forget about him. He's just too nervous. Yunshi, tell me, where did you go this time? Without me in the tribe, I don't have much fun. I heard Rocky say that the ocean is very beautiful. Next time you go to the beach, I want to go with you and see it too. Sure. I plan to go to the beach during the cold season because it's warmer there and I can go out sometimes. Really? I want to go too. I'll find a merman partner, and we can enjoy some fun together. You don't know, it's only been half a month since you left, and those mean females are already saying you won't come back and want to take over your little cabin. Thinking about this still makes Chingha a bit angry. They're so bold. This is still Shiyu's home. Anyway, Shiyu is the leader's son, and her merman partner isn't weak either.
How dare they?
Do they think they can do whatever they want just because they're females? They must have thought I wouldn't come back. Chingha lifted her chin proudly, looking very confident. I chased them away. Thank you, Chingha. It's good to have you. Did they bully you? Do you think I'm just a decoration for my 5 older brothers and 3 merman partners? Don't worry, I'm the one bullying them. Yunshi sighed again. Her little sister is truly brave. At that moment, Chingha pointed at 2 Dehua uncles nearby, who were playing with 3 little ones, and her face was full of curiosity. Are those 3 males who came back with Shiyu yesterday really your brothers? Yunshi smiled and nodded, watching the sparkle in Chingha's eyes. She couldn't help teasing her. Which one do you like? Chingha immediately beamed with happiness. Her little sister understood her so well. She was truly touched. She decided she wanted to be sisters with Yunshi forever. I think both of them are pretty good. After saying that, Chingha felt a bit shy. Was she being a little too forward? But her little sister's brothers all looked very handsome. Maybe I should introduce you to them. If you like one, who knows? But my brothers probably won't stay long. They have other things to do. Yunshi plans to return to the Beast King city. When that happens, Yunlon and Yunhua will probably leave together. Whether they come back later, Yunshi doesn't know for now. Alright then, let's leave it for now and talk about it later. Chingha is quite easygoing. She can take things easily and let go when needed. Since she's going to be sisters with Yunshi for a long time, there will be plenty of chances in the future. 2 young sisters were happily chatting on the balcony, their clear and cheerful laughter ringing out. Mingyi did not go upstairs with Yunshi, but quietly waited outside the wooden cabin under a big tree, his eyes slightly squinted. Occasionally, he looked up and saw the charming figure on the balcony. Seeing her smiling sweetly and hearing her melodious laughter, Mingyi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. The little girl he chose was truly the best. After saying goodbye to Qinghe, Yunshi and Mingyi leisurely returned to the small wooden cabin. After sitting down for a while, Fengheng came back carrying various wild vegetables he had gathered. Before he even reached the door, his loud voice rang out, echoing through the wooden door. Shi, come look. I picked a lot of wild vegetables, all your favorites. I'll make you a wild vegetable meatball soup for lunch. It will be delicious. Yunshi smiled and stepped forward, ready to take the vegetables from Fengheng. Her gaze casually fell on Fengheng's arm. Goodness, it was covered in dirt. Where did you go? Why is there so much dirt? Fengheng scratched his ear, looking a bit silly and a little embarrassed. Just by the river. The wild vegetables looked fresh and lively, so I was busy picking them. I didn't notice my feet and I fell. Yunshi couldn't help but laugh and scolded him gently while brushing the dirt off his hands. As she did so, her movements suddenly stopped. The dirt on his hand seemed different from usual, somewhat sticky. Could it be the kind of mud used for making pottery? To confirm her guess, Yunshi pinched some of the dirt, examined it carefully, then kneaded it with her fingers. A look of surprise appeared on her face. Fengheng, where exactly did you fall? Fengheng continued brushing the dirt off himself and thought carefully. Upstream along the small river. All the nearby wild vegetables had been picked, only some old ones remained, so I flew a bit farther. There's also a bamboo forest there and I saw many white mushrooms, but I didn't dare pick them, afraid they might be poisonous. Still, they smelled quite nice. Hearing this, Yunshi was instantly drawn to the white mushrooms. Could they be chicken mushrooms? Those are a delicacy. Yunshi became excited and immediately wanted to go see for herself. Take me there. If they are chicken mushrooms, that would be great. When Yunshi thought of matsutake mushrooms, she immediately started to salivate with hunger. Okay, let's go now. It's a bit far, so I'll fly you there, Feng Hung said. After speaking, he took Yunxi's hand and headed outside. Mingyi didn't say anything, just silently followed behind Yunxi. When he helped her sit on Feng Heng's phoenix bird, he also transformed into a small snake, skillfully wrapping around Yunxi's wrist. Mingyi realized he liked Yunxi's wrist very much because he could always be close to her. No matter where Yunxi went, he could stay right by her side. Feng Hung flapped his wings, and with a phoenix cry, he soared into the sky. They flew for a while before reaching the riverbank Feng Hung mentioned. Feng Hung gently landed, and as he changed back into a human form, he held Yunxi tightly in his arms. He grinned mischievously and took a quick kiss on Yunxi's cheek. Yunxi's attention had already been drawn by the nearby bamboo forest. She couldn't wait and urged, "Feng Hung, hurry up and carry me over." As soon as they approached the bamboo forest, Yunxi smelled a unique fresh scent, and her eyes lit up instantly. "It's Matsutake, definitely Matsutake. Quickly put me down, and let's look around." Feng Hung obediently set Yunxi down. Once free, Yunxi eagerly ran into the bamboo forest. As she entered, she saw several fresh Matsutake mushrooms just sprouting at the edge of the bamboo roots. Excited, Yunxi immediately squatted down and started digging in the soil with her hands, eager to dig out the mushrooms right away. Mingyi slid down Yunxi's wrist, quickly transformed back into his human form, and gently but firmly took Yunxi to the side. "I'll do it. You just watch nearby. Don't get your hands dirty." Yunxi looked at her muddy hands and then at Mingyi's sharp fingertips, quickly giving up on trying to dig herself and deciding not to show off. "Then you and Ahung come and dig deeper. There's a long part underground." Watching the mushrooms being carefully dug out by both of them, intact and fresh, Yunxi's eyes narrowed into a happy smile. Are they about to free the Matsutake mushrooms? After just a short while exploring, the three of them found several mushroom nests, all recently sprouted and just right. The basket Yunxi brought was already full. Fortunately, Mingyi came along today. The basket wasn't enough, so we used space to make up for it. No matter how many chicken mushrooms there were, Mingyi's space could hold them all. The three of us worked hard in the bamboo forest, and Yunxi's smile never left her face. Picking chicken mushrooms was very relaxing and healing. Yunxi couldn't help but remember when she was a child, going up the mountain with her grandfather to find chicken mushrooms. Back then, most of the mushrooms were sold for money, and only the ones that didn't look good were kept for herself. Her childhood dream was to enjoy eating chicken mushrooms to the fullest, to experience true freedom with them. Unexpectedly, the dream she had as a child, which she thought would never come true, was easily fulfilled in this different world. Thanks to the orcs here not knowing about chicken mushrooms, otherwise she wouldn't have had the chance to pick them herself. The more Yunxi thought about it, the happier she felt. She had already decided that for lunch today, she would cook herself. She wanted to eat well and enjoy herself. After picking the mushrooms, Yunxi looked around the bamboo forest and found a few tender bamboo shoots to take home and cook with momo meat. Once she finished, she went to check the riverbank where Feng Hung had fallen. When they arrived, the marks Feng Hung left were still clear. Yunxi thought of how he looked covered in mud, and her lips couldn't help but curl into a smile, almost laughing out loud. But she held back her laughter. Her little phoenix loved to show off, and it was better to forget embarrassing moments like this to avoid him getting upset later. Yunxi calmed herself down, squatted down, and carefully examined the soil. After checking repeatedly, she decided to take some mud back to try. If it worked, she could improve her quality of life a little. Let's take some mud back," she said. Although she didn't know what the little female would do with the mud, Mingyi trusted Yunxi completely. Whatever she said, he would do without hesitation. Mingyi thought for a moment and directly stored a small piece of mud in his space. Yunxi couldn't help but feel that having Mingyi come along was the best decision. In the future, she could just put her big husband on her wrist, and everything would be easier. As soon as the three of them returned to the small wooden house, Qing Ling and Shiryu came back from hunting. Yunxi did not delay for a moment. She called over a few bee servants to help wash the freshly picked Matsutake mushrooms. After washing, Yunshi went straight into the kitchen to show her cooking skills. She prepared various dishes with the mushrooms: fried eggs with mushrooms, mushroom stew with gugu beasts, mushroom soup, stir-fried meat with mushrooms, and also made mushroom oil by frying the remaining mushrooms. Qingling was preparing other foods nearby. He was so tempted by the aroma of the mushrooms that he kept coming over to taste-test Yunshi's dishes. After trying, Qingling licked his lips happily, saying the mushrooms tasted even better than meat. As expected, once the mushroom dishes were served, everyone loved them immediately. The smell was so tempting it made people dizzy. For a while, mushrooms became very popular. A whole table of mushrooms was not enough for a few beast servants to fill their stomachs.
Yunshi didn't care about that.
She finally enjoyed the freedom of eating mushrooms and was so happy she even added an extra bowl of rice. Seeing this, the beast servants immediately started planning to find more mushrooms tomorrow. Since Yunshi loved eating them, they had to make sure to bring back more. After lunch, Yunshi began to study how to make clay pots. She first ordered the beast servants to use ordinary clay to make a kiln pit for firing pottery, then asked Shiyu to use his supernatural powers to add fire to the kiln and keep it burning steadily. Next, she took the clay from the riverbank, mixed it with water to make a mud ball, and started playing with it like she did when she was a child. Yunshi's small hands moved quickly, kneading and pressing the clay with skill. Soon a simple shape of a pot was roughly formed. Although the pot wasn't very pretty, it had the basic shape. Since it was just an experiment, the quality didn't need to be perfect. Yunshi placed the clay pot in the sun to dry. When the surface was almost dry, she carefully put it into the kiln and arranged firewood around it. She lit the fire and started firing the kiln. While observing, she paid close attention to the heat and made adjustments as needed. When the time was right, she stopped adding firewood and let the residual heat slowly cool the pot naturally. By sunset, the kiln was completely cooled down. Yunshi ordered Qingling to take out the clay pot. It looked a little rough, but the shape was intact, and it had all the features of a proper pot. She took a deep breath and smiled brightly. I didn't expect it to work. It finally succeeded. All the effort was worth it. Several beast husbands looked at the round clay jar with curiosity and amazement. They couldn't understand why just dirt could turn into something like this. It looks quite useful. Even Manhwa, who just returned, held the jar carefully and examined it closely several times. Is this really made of dirt? She proudly lifted her chin. Of course. It seals well, perfect for holding water or oil, and won't leak at all. I'll study it more tomorrow to make it look even better. Today was just a test. Nua immediately decided. I'll stay at home tomorrow and help you make more. This jar is okay, but I can make a prettier one. Hung also said, I'll help too. The other beast husbands looked eager to try, and even the three brothers watched their little sister with anticipation. She was overwhelmed by everyone's eager looks and smiled helplessly. All right, tomorrow we all play with mud together. We can have a contest to see who makes the best one. Heng's eyes lit up. Is there a prize? Hearing this, the beast husbands looked at their little lady with hope. She couldn't help but laugh. The beast husbands are so adorable. Let me think about it. What do you want as a prize? Xiaoxi, if I win, we can go to the flower valley again. It's probably blooming now, and it must be very beautiful. Qingling was the first to suggest his prize. Xi's mind drifted back to last year. She still remembered the scene of going to the flower valley with Qingling. Back then, Qingling was still a little shy, hiding his feelings inside. Now he's become more cheerful. Hung immediately got anxious when he heard this and started to protest.
No.
I want to go with Xiaoxi too. You've already been with her, so it's my turn now. Hung thought about last year when Qingling and Xiaoxi returned from the flower viewing. Their eyes held a subtle emotion he hadn't noticed before. Otherwise, how could Qingling have overtaken him? Now, thinking about it, Hung still feels regretful. At this moment, Shiryu spoke calmly. I heard that the flowers in that valley are very beautiful. I want to go see them too. Yunshi turned her head and gave Shiryu a sidelong glance, joining in the fun. Yunshi's eyes sparkled with an idea. Why don't we find a time to go to the valley, enjoy the flowers, have a picnic, and everyone can go? It can be a little holiday for ourselves. Everyone heard this and nodded in agreement, voting unanimously. As for the reward, Yunxi planned to let the winner decide for themselves. Whether she agreed or not could be discussed later. The next morning, Feng Heng and Mingyi set out early to collect soil from the riverbank. After gathering the soil, they also took a walk through the bamboo forest. They found many fresh matsutake mushrooms. They exchanged glances without hesitation and quickly gathered all the matsutake in the bamboo forest. The female wasp loved eating, so they had to bring back more. When they returned fully loaded, the competition for today officially began. Yunxi brought a piece of stone and drew various styles of clay pots on it with a charcoal pencil. How everyone chose was up to their personal taste. Then everyone started playing with mud, just like Yunxi did yesterday. Surprisingly, the males in this beast world were very skillful. They all played with mud, but somehow, they made better pots than Yunxi. Were they all naturally talented? Yunxi rested her chin on her hand, watching everyone's actions, then picked up a lump of clay herself. She couldn't believe her hands were so uncooperative. She was skilled with a scalpel, so she shouldn't have trouble making a simple pot. She began to struggle with the clay, kneading and shaping, but her pots were never as smooth and round as everyone else's. Yunxi started to feel a bit discouraged. Mingyi took her half-finished pot and casually pinched it a few times. The pot became smooth and round in an instant. Yunxi had to accept the reality. She simply didn't have this talent. Since she couldn't make a good pot, she decided to do something else. After thinking for a moment, Yunxi came up with an idea.
Who finished theirs?
I'll carve your names on them. Later, we'll see who made the best one. Feng Heng looked excited. See, I finished mine. Yunxi found a fishbone and carefully carved the characters, Feng Heng, in the middle of the clay model by. Feng Heng, your name looks so nice. Feng Heng naturally did not recognize writing. However, since she praised it as beautiful, those two characters became his name. Surprisingly, his name does look quite nice. After Feng Heng finished, Shiryu immediately took Yunxi to the clay piece he made. Without words, Yunxi gave an okay gesture. He carefully carved the characters Shiryu on the clay, saying, I think these two characters look good, Shiryu. From now on, my name will be these two characters. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone carefully set down their clay pieces, waiting for Yunxi to write their names. Yunxi smiled softly, stepped in front of Qingling, and carved the characters Qingling. He looked up at Qingling and asked, Do you like these two characters, Qingling? Qingling nodded without hesitation, clearly liking it. Next, Yunxi looked at Mingyi and carefully carved Mingyi. He said, Mingyi, my AE's name is also nice. Mingyi didn't speak but kept looking at the name Yunxi carved, repeatedly, with a look of affection almost overflowing from his eyes. What about mine? Lan Noa was a bit slow and was last. I'll write it right away. Yunxi carved the characters, Lan Noa, and drew a small fish beside it.
Lan Noa son sıralabla.
Great High Priest, I also carved a little fish for you. Seeing that he had a small fish compared to the other four, Lan Noa felt very happy. He must be the most special in the little female's heart. Finally, Yunxi carved the names Yunqi, Yunlan, and Yunhua for the three brothers. The reactions of second brother Yunlan and little Xingye were the same. They both thought, why do my names look so hard to write? Definitely the study dud type. After the clay pieces dried, based on previous experience, this time Shiryu and Lan Noa used their supernatural powers to control the firing process. Since both of them are good at fire, it was easier to control than using firewood. Yunxi's eyes curved into a smile as he kissed each of their cheeks one by one. This is your reward for your hard work. Thank you. Seeing the little female's sweet kisses, the two of them became even more motivated, working tirelessly with their powers to keep the fire burning steadily. Thanks to Shiryu and Lan Noa's supernatural abilities, the firing process went smoothly and the temperature was well controlled. Finally, it was time to open the kiln, and the results were obvious. This time, the finished product was much better than the last one. Perhaps because Blue Nose Flame is a unique blue, Some blue patterns also appeared on the clay pot, making it look special. Compared to the one Yunshi made yesterday, it was like night and day. Yunshi looked at the beautiful clay pots in front of her and the expectant eyes of the beast husbands. Suddenly, she was in a dilemma. How could she choose? No matter who she picked, the other four would definitely feel sad. To prevent the beast husbands from feeling disappointed, Yunshi decided to play the water-serving master and directly announced that her eldest brother Yunshi made the best one. This way, no one would envy anyone else. Yunshi thought her idea was simply perfect. As expected, just as Yunshi predicted, everyone agreed that her brother-in-law won. No one thought it was unfair. They all accepted the result happily. This shows that her brother-in-law's position is unquestionable. Yunshi smiled and looked at Yunshi. Big brother, what reward do you want? Yunshi was a bit amused about winning. He didn't think his work was the best, but since his sister said he won, he wouldn't pretend to be modest. Big brother doesn't want anything as long as sister is happy. After saying that, Yunshi looked at her brother with a touched expression. Once the clay pots were finished, everyone washed their own pots. Yunshi then instructed Feng Heng to make some suitable wooden stoppers to seal the openings. Then she could prepare many delicious foods again. After finishing all this, Yunshi went back to the second-floor terrace, lay on the rocking chair, and planned to rest for a while. The rocking chair gently swayed with the breeze. Yunshi yawned, relaxed in the pleasant atmosphere, and her eyelids grew heavier. By the time Blue No came up, Yunshi had already fallen asleep. Blue No carefully carried Yunshi back to her room and gently placed her on the bed. Then, Blue No raised her hands slightly and began to use healing powers. Golden light instantly blossomed, like warm spring sunshine, softly enveloping Yunshi. As the light flickered, Blue No's pupils brightened slightly, and a flash of surprise appeared in her eyes. Could Yunshi be pregnant? Blue No took a deep breath again, focusing her energy, and the light circled around Yunshi's abdomen. After a moment, the light disappeared, and Blue No's lips curved into a slight smile again. Cloud She is really pregnant. Lano gently held Cloud She's small hand, with a faint smile in his eyes. However, this smile quickly disappeared. Lano secretly sighed. This little one isn't his little fish. Soon, his eyes brightened again with a smile. Actually, thinking about it carefully, this might be for the best. Lano doesn't want to have his own children so soon. After all, once there is a little one, before it can change form, he should stay in the sea with it. This will help the little one grow better. This means he will have to be apart from Cloud She for a while. That makes him feel very sad. He doesn't enjoy life underwater at all right now. Lano gently stroked Cloud She's beautiful hair, his eyes soft as if they could drip water. He gently pinched the quilt, then got up quietly and left the room carefully. He still needs to tell the others downstairs. When Cloud She woke up, it was already very dark outside. She was sleepy and rubbed her eyes instinctively. Then she realized she was back in her room. No wonder she slept so comfortably. Cloud She stretched lazily and, without thinking, turned her head and saw Lano sitting on the bed, wearing a mysterious smile, staring at her intently. Cloud She was a bit confused. What happened? Why are you so happy? Lano pointed to his cheek, a mischievous look in his eyes. Want to know? Kiss me. Cloud She looked at Lano for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but think to herself, the high priest is really getting bold. But, considering his handsome face, Cloud She still beckoned him over. When he leaned in, she gently kissed his cheek. Then, feeling it was pretty good, she rewarded him with a few more kisses. Lano's lips curved slightly. He returned her kisses in turn. He cleared his throat and said slowly, Cloud She, you are pregnant. Cloud She looked at Lano in shock, instinctively touching her belly, with a hint of doubt in her voice. Really? I don't feel anything, Lano teased. Maybe because it's still an egg. A snake egg? A bird egg? Yunshi paused, a quick thought flashing through her mind, and she blurted out, How do you know it's an egg? Lano raised an eyebrow, looking serious. I'm the high priest now, so I have some ability. Do you know if it's from Minji or Fingheng? Only their children would be eggs. Lano smiled and asked back, Who do you hope it's from? Yunshi looked honest. Of course, it's Ice. He says he doesn't care, but I still want to marry him. He's my first beast husband. Lano shook his head gently, showing regret. Oh, that's a pity. He'll have to wait a little longer. Yunshi felt a moment of disappointment. Her big husband's luck was just a little off. They both worked very hard. But Feng Heng's side was good too. He kept saying he wanted to bring Xiao Fengyao back to the Yu tribe. Now his wish was coming true. So it's Feng Heng's. That's not bad. Did you tell them? I only said you have an egg, not whose it is. Should I tell them? Yunshi thought for a moment. Let's not tell them yet. I want to tell Feng Heng alone as a surprise. Okay, it's your choice. Let's go downstairs for dinner. Then carry me down. I don't want to walk myself. Lano affectionately patted Yunshi's head, then easily picked her up sideways and slowly carried her downstairs. When they reached the bottom, everyone's eyes turned to Yunshi's belly at the same time. It was clear everyone was excited. Yunshi cleared her throat and pretended to be serious. You all know now. Everyone nodded. Lano had already told them. The three brothers looked happy too. They were going to be uncles again. Seeing everyone's reactions, Yunshi didn't say more, since they already knew. What are we having for dinner tonight? I'm hungry. Qingling quickly responded with a smile. We've already prepared everything, just waiting for you to wake up. Sit down, we'll bring it over. After that, Qingling called everyone to the kitchen, and they brought out all the food warming on the stove. Soon, the table was filled with all kinds of dishes, all Yunshi loved to eat. She sat happily at the dining table, enjoying the various treats offered by her beast husband. It felt just like being a queen. Mingyi looked at She's belly. It was time to prepare for a higher-level beast crystal. The ones they had saved up over the past few months were almost used up. It was time to go to Sunset Forest. Mingyi looked at Lan Nua nearby. Let's go to Sunset Forest and see if we can find a 9th-rank fierce beast. Lan Nua nodded without hesitation. Okay, tell me when to leave. I'll go too. I've been at 7th rank for a while, so I want to challenge myself, Sure you said. Having one more person would make collecting faster. I'll go too. I haven't fought in a long time and I miss it, Yunshi said slowly. His leg had already healed, but his sister thought he wasn't fully recovered, so he pretended he wasn't completely healed. Sure enough, when She heard this, she immediately put down her chopsticks and looked seriously at Yunshi. Brother, your leg just healed. Sunset Forest is very dangerous. What if you hurt it again? Yunshi smiled slightly. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. Yunshi wanted to regain his strength quickly. He still needed to go to Beast King City. He couldn't just stay at home all the time. After thinking for a moment, Mingyi decided on the plan. Let's leave early tomorrow morning. Bring back more high-level beast crystals this time. Everyone nodded in agreement with Mingyi's plan. Seeing this, she didn't say much. With Lan Nua and Mingyi there, even if her brother's leg was still weak, they could protect him. Moreover, she realized she was overthinking. Her brother's leg was healing very well. That night, she lay in Mingyi's arms, occasionally poking his abs with her finger. Strange, why was Mingyi so calm? He hadn't shown any concern about whether the baby in her belly was his. Mingyi was tickled by her poke. He grabbed her finger with some helplessness. You're so restless. She pouted and whispered. No, I'm just curious. You don't seem to be expecting anything. She admitted her curiosity was the main reason. Mingyi gently touched Yunshi's nose and softly said, It's impossible not to look forward to it. I just feel that our bond with the little one hasn't arrived yet. I didn't ask you because I didn't want you to worry too much. When it comes to children, we should let nature take its course. Mingyi knew that when he first became partners with Yunshi, he did want a child. But after spending more time together, he became less eager about having children. His little female is so wonderful that there will definitely be children in the future. There's no need to rush. Just let things happen naturally. Yunshi wrapped her arms around Mingyi's waist, feeling a bit sad. I just think it's unfair to you. We've both worked so hard, but luck seems to be against us. Perhaps all his good luck has been used up just to meet her. Anyway, he is very satisfied now. Yunxi looked at her husband with a doubtful expression. Are you really not feeling upset? Mingyi was a bit amused. What could he be upset about? His little female is so dear to him. He has no complaints at all. No, I'm not upset. Just go to sleep. We just found out we're expecting, but it won't be so easy later on. Don't worry, it's just an egg this time. It won't be that hard. Can an egg be bigger than 3 nine-tailed foxes?
Mingyi chuckled softly.
Since it's an egg, it must belong to Feng Heng. He's surprisingly lucky despite being a bit silly. Feng Heng really got the better deal. Yunxi also smiled, looking mischievous. I haven't told him yet. When he finds out, maybe his tail will reach the sky. Thinking of Feng Heng's expression, Mingya's lips curled up slightly. That guy might really do something like that. Yunxi snuggled in Mingya's arms, closing her eyes and whispering, Yi, I also have a feeling that our little one will be very strong. Mingyi hugged Yunxi tightly and softly said, then I'll look forward to it. I hope it's like you. After saying that, he kissed Yunxi on the forehead, and the two gradually fell asleep. The next morning, before dawn, Mingyi and the others set out for the sunset forest. At this moment, Feng Heng was standing by Yunxi's bed, watching her sleep peacefully. His gaze naturally fell on Yunxi's belly. Since yesterday, when Yunxi found out she was pregnant, Feng Heng's heart felt like it was holding a little bunny, full of curiosity. Last night, he secretly asked Lan Nua if she knew who the father was. Surprisingly, Lan Nua didn't tell him and told him to ask Yunxi herself. Feng Heng couldn't sleep all night, tossing and turning, his mind full of this question. He guessed that it was very likely Mingya's child, since when Yunxi was in heat, they had all given the chance to Mingyi. But then he thought, maybe it could be someone else. People always have hopes just in case. Yunxi was awakened by Feng Heng. This guy, he didn't know what mood he was in, sometimes touching her face, sometimes pressing his ear to her belly. He just wouldn't leave her alone. Yunxi finally got so tired of being disturbed that she opened her eyes slowly, a little annoyed, and said, Are you still going to let me sleep? Feng Heng immediately looked like a child caught doing something wrong, embarrassed.
Sorry, it disturbed you.
I couldn't help it. I really want to know. Yunxi understood that he probably heard something he shouldn't have. What do you really want to know? Feng Heng looked at Yunxi's belly, hesitating before saying, Lan Nua said you know who the father of the baby is. I just couldn't help it. I want to know if it could be mine. Yunxi gave Feng Heng a side glance, secretly amused. This guy, he really can't hide anything. She had planned to tell him in a few days as a surprise. But seeing how he is now, if she didn't tell him, he probably wouldn't be able to eat or sleep. Anyway, she would tell him sooner or later. Now is fine. Yunxi's lips curled slightly, with a teasing smile. So, whose do you hope it is? Feng Heng was unsure. Do you want the truth or a lie? Yunxi pretended to be angry, huffing softly. Do you still want to lie to me? Feng Heng quickly waved his hands, looking eager to please. No, I would never lie to you. I just want to make you happy. I actually have a little hope. I hope it's my child. Look at you, you're not even grown up yourself. Cloud, she joked that she didn't dislike Feng Heng's immaturity. After all, he is responsible and brave. It's just that he's young, with a somewhat childish face, so he doesn't seem very reliable. Hearing this, Feng Heng immediately sat up straight, looking very serious. I will try my best to be a good father. Yes, I believe you'll be a good father too. Then, Cloud, she gently took Feng Heng's hand and placed it on her belly. A soft tenderness appeared in her eyes. Ah Heng, you're going to be a father. When Feng Heng's hand touched Cloud She's belly, he froze in place as if time had stopped. His mind went blank. Did he hear what he thought he heard? Is that what he thinks it is? He was so amazed. Seeing Feng Heng's stunned expression, Cloud she couldn't help but laugh. Are you stunned? Feng Heng's voice trembled slightly, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it really my little phoenix? I can't even imagine it. Cloud she nodded with a smile. If Lan Nua didn't sense wrongly, then the egg in your belly is your little phoenix. Oh my god, I am really going to be a father. After receiving Cloud she's confirmation, Feng Heng was so excited that he jumped up. No, I must go fly around. Qingling, come quickly to watch over Shishi. I need to go out for a bit. She expected Feng Heng to be very excited, but she didn't think he would be this thrilled.
She really guessed right.
This guy, Feng Heng, his tail feathers are probably about to lift into the sky. Qingling arrived quickly, looking at Feng Heng with surprise. What are you going out for now? I'm preparing breakfast for Shishi. Feng Heng looked happy and danced around. I want to fly around. I'm so happy. I can't express my feelings. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Feng Heng walked into the room with his hands and feet moving in unison, then transformed into a huge phoenix. Its fiery red feathers shimmered brightly under the sunlight. Feng Heng flapped his wings and flew around the tribe in circles, his joyful phoenix calls echoing across the sky. This lively scene attracted many tribe members to come out and watch. Everyone was guessing what was happening with Feng Heng. Seeing his excitement, most likely good news had come. Qingling quickly went to Yunqi's side, moving gently and skillfully to help the young female get up. Thinking about Feng Heng's excited and almost uncontrollable expression, Qingling guessed something and softly sighed. Feng Heng is always lucky. Yunqi was slightly surprised. After thinking carefully, Qingling's words seemed quite reasonable. Feng Heng's luck is really good. Although he can't win in competitions, he is always favored by luck. Seeing Qingling working hard without complaint, Yunqi quickly comforted him. You'll have your turn someday. Qingling smiled and leaned down to kiss Yunqi on the forehead. I'm not in a hurry. This is fine. With you by my side, I am already very happy. As for the little one, it will be my turn eventually. Cece, don't think too much. A warm feeling rose in Yunqi's heart. Qingling, you are just too good. No, it's you who are too good. Cece, I am really happy to be your partner. This was Qingling's true feelings. He had always been insecure. Compared to the other four, except for cooking skills, he seemed to be lacking in other areas. But now, he was no longer insecure. Instead, he had the courage to compete. Because he could feel that Yunqi cared about him, so what was there to be ungrateful for? And yet, the young female was worried he might feel wronged. He was not wronged at all, not in the slightest. He was the happiest beast. When Feng Heng returned outside, showing off a bit, Yunqi was already sitting at the dining table with Qingling, enjoying breakfast. Qingling teased with a smile, You're willing to come back. Feng Heng scratched his head shyly, laughing foolishly. I lost track for a moment and flew a few extra rounds. Cece, what do you want to eat today? I'll go to the forest and bring it back. Yunqi had just had her cub, and she was not yet showing any pregnancy symptoms. She wasn't picky about food. Moreover, Qingling's cooking skills were excellent. Anything is fine. I don't have any particular cravings. Qingling took over the conversation. Today, we don't need to go hunting in the forest. There's plenty of food at home. Minji and the others will be back before dark. Tonight, we'll eat beast meat to give the cub energy. That's right. Lan Nua can teleport, so we don't need to stay overnight in the sunset forest like before. Lan Nua's ability makes it convenient to go anywhere. Feng Heng nodded in agreement. Later, let's go to the vegetable garden to see and pick some fresh vegetables. What about the little ones? Are they out with Brother A? Yunqi said as she looked around. Since morning, she hadn't seen the three little ones or her two brothers anywhere. Qingling smiled and explained, second brother and third brother took them to the woods to teach them some skills, so they won't cause trouble at home. Yunqi nodded with a small smile. Her two brothers really are Dehua uncles. Although they are not as strong as the eldest brother Yunqi, they still have 6th level strength. Thinking of this, a hint of resentment appeared in Yunqi's eyes. It's all because of that evil Scorpion King, who kept poisoning her brothers, making their bodies so weak. Otherwise, with their abilities, they wouldn't be playing with the little ones every day. She must find a way to remove the poison from her brothers so they can do whatever they want freely. After breakfast, Yunqi, Qingling, and Feng Heng went to the nearby vegetable garden. This garden had many vegetables, all planted before their departure. They initially just wanted to try. Unexpectedly, under Qinghe's care, many vegetables were ready to harvest. As soon as they arrived, Feng Heng and Qingling went to clear the weeds. Yunshi carried a small basket and picked some chili peppers and sweet potato leaves, planning to make a stir-fry for lunch. While picking vegetables, she saw Qinghe walking slowly over with Xianxuan's support. Seeing this, Yunshi immediately called out, "Qinghe, you're here." Qinghe waved back quickly. "Yunshi, I was just about to come find you. What has Fengheng been doing this morning? I saw him flying around on the terrace. Did something happen?" Yunshi couldn't help but chuckle and shook her head helplessly. "He's probably too excited. By the way, Qinghe, have the flowers in the valley bloomed? Did you go see them this year? I came to find you to go to the valley. Last year we missed it, and this year we can't miss it again. Let's go see the sea of flowers together." No wonder she's her good friend, thinking the same thing. "I think so too. When I and the others return, let's find a time to go to the valley for a meal and enjoy the flowers. It's also a good chance for the little ones to get to know each other. The 3 little ones haven't played with their 2 older brothers yet." Qinghe immediately became excited. "Exactly, we must plan this. When will your beast husband come back?" Yunshi thought for a moment. "If nothing unexpected happens, he should be back tonight. Then we can go on a picnic tomorrow." Hearing this, Qinghe cheered up even more. "Great. I'll ask Luo Qi and the others to catch 2 moo beasts. We can all eat together and have a lively time. Okay, I'll ask La Nua to go to the sea and bring back some different food for everyone to try. That's settled then. I'll go tell Luo Qi to get ready early." After saying that, Qinghe hurriedly said goodbye to Yunshi. She needed to go prepare for tomorrow's gathering. This was the first time this year that she and Yunshi had a get-together. Just thinking about it made her very excited. After confirming the picnic plans with Qinghe, Yunshi returned to her small cabin with the 2 beast husbands. Qingling went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Yunshi asked Fengheng to bring some corn and honey. She wanted to make popcorn for the little ones as a snack. Fengheng quickly went to the storage to get the corn and honey. At this moment, Fengheng looked curious. Shishi, what is popcorn? It sounds interesting." Yunshi casually picked up a piece of corn and held it in front of Fengheng, pretending to scare him. "It's like this, pop." It bursts open like a flower. With exaggerated movements, Yunshi made a dramatic show, and Fengheng looked puzzled. "Can you still eat it after it pops?" Yunshi raised an eyebrow and asked back, "What do you think? Food made by Shishi must be delicious." "Shishi, you're pregnant with the little one. You shouldn't get too tired. Tell me, I'll make this popcorn." Yunshi couldn't help but laugh and shake her head, pointing to her flat belly. "It's probably not even as big as a bird egg yet. I don't feel anything, so don't worry too much." They kept talking and soon arrived in the kitchen. Qingling immediately put down the wooden spatula and said, "I'll do it." "Shishi, just teach me." "Okay, you watch from the side. I'll make one pot first, then the next one is yours." Yunshi asked Fengheng to find a large stone pot and place it over the stove. Then she poured some refined beast oil into the pot. Soon the oil temperature rose. Yunshi gently poured the honey-coated corn into the pan, then quickly picked up a wooden spatula and kept stirring. As the temperature increased, the corn gradually changed color. Yunshi guessed it was almost ready, so she quickly covered the pan with a lid. "Fengheng, come here and press down on the lid." Fengheng hurried to do as told, pressing the lid tightly with both hands, staring intently at the pan. He was curious and leaned his ear close to listen to the sounds inside. Suddenly, the pan made a series of crackling and popping noises. Fengheng was startled and instinctively took a step back. "Cece, what's going on? Did it burst open?" Yunshi was amused by Fengheng's nervous look. "Press the lid down, or the popcorn will jump everywhere." Hearing this, Fengheng pressed the lid even tighter. After a series of loud popping sounds, Yunshi told Qingling to remove the firewood. Soon, the popping sounds inside the pan started to slow down. Yunshi looked at Fengheng. "Quick, take off the lid and let me see the result." Fengheng carefully removed the lid. In an instant, a warm, sweet honey scent filled the air, and the pan was full of white, fluffy popcorn. So, when corn pops and turns white, it's called popcorn. "I'll try some first." Fengheng immediately reached out, grabbed a handful of popcorn, and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few bites, his eyes lit up. He mumbled, "Delicious." This popcorn tastes better than the corn. Cece, you should try some. Then, Feng Heng quickly grabbed a few more pieces and offered them to Yunqi. Yunqi opened her mouth, chewed a few bites, and nodded with satisfaction. It tastes pretty good. Let's make another batch to send to the little wolf cub at Qinghe's house later. Qingling also came over, took a handful, and put it in her mouth. After chewing, she praised, Cece, your cooking is really delicious. Feng Heng brought a large wooden basin and poured the freshly made popcorn into it. Then, he and Qingling started making a second batch. Honestly, Qingling truly has a special talent for cooking. The first time making popcorn, both in color and texture, was just as good as Yunqi's. Soon, there was a big plate of popcorn. While the popcorn was just made, Yunqi quickly urged Feng Heng to deliver some to Qinghe's family. Feng Heng responded with a nod, filled a small basket completely, and hurried out. Soon after, Feng Heng returned, followed by 3 little mischievous foxes, Starry, Starfield, and Star Return. The 3 little ones, like small rockets, excitedly rushed toward Yunqi. Qingling, quick and alert, took a step forward and gently held Yunqi in her arms, then looked seriously at the 3 children. Starry, Starfield, Star Return, Mother is now pregnant with a little brother. You can't rush like that in the future. If Mother falls, she could get hurt. Hearing this, the 3 little ones immediately drooped their ears and whined, Qingling, Dad, we didn't mean to. We'll be more careful next time. Seeing their pitiful expressions, Yunqi quickly comforted them. All right, I know you didn't mean it.
Come, try the popcorn.
I made it especially for you. Hearing this, the 3 little ones instantly lit up with smiles, looking at the popcorn on the table and smelling its tempting aroma, saliva almost dripping. Yunqi served each of the 3 a small bowl and placed them on the wooden table. If it's not enough, tell Mother. Feng Heng also pitifully handed over a wooden bowl, saying, Cece, I want to eat too. Yunqi looked at Feng Heng's greedy expression with a bit of helplessness. He's about to be a father, yet he acts like a child, so naive. But she couldn't really get angry, and she simply couldn't refuse. If you want to eat, just help yourself. Feng Heng grinned and said playfully, Cece's is definitely more delicious. At this moment, Yunlan and Yunhua also came over, their eyes fixed on the popcorn, and their throats moved unconsciously. My younger sister has made a new tasty snack, and it smells so good. Like Feng Heng, they also felt a bit greedy, but were too shy to admit it. Yunqi saw this and covered her mouth, secretly laughing. Why are you just standing there? Don't you want to try some, big brothers? Then I won't hold back, Yunhua said, without hesitation, grabbing some popcorn and stuffing it into his mouth. The popcorn was sweet, and the food made by the younger sister was always delicious. Yunlan also took a few bites and couldn't help but praise, little sister, your cooking skills are really good. After speaking, his gaze involuntarily lingered a little longer on Yunqi. My younger sister has really changed a lot, but big brother still doesn't allow them to ask about it. In the evening, Ming Yi and the others successfully returned from Sunset Forest through Lan Nua's space teleportation. During this trip, everyone worked together smoothly and managed to hunt a 9th-rank fierce beast, which was a good harvest. When they got home, Ming Yi took out the fresh, high-level fierce beast from the space. Seeing this, everyone immediately divided tasks and started cleaning the prey in an orderly way. After a while, the last glow of sunset disappeared quietly, and night fully fell. So, everyone took their places and decided to set up a campfire in the yard to roast the beast meat for dinner. This high-level beast meat contains a lot of energy, which is perfect for everyone to improve their strength. Yunqi came to Yunqi and asked with concern, Brother, did your leg hurt today in the forest? Yunqi smiled and replied, Don't worry, my leg has healed. Yunqi thought, my sister is really kind, she was the first to care about him. Hearing this, Yunqi finally relaxed, and it seemed that big brother's leg was truly recovered. That's good, but you still shouldn't push yourself too hard. Yes, I understand. Then, Yunqi looked at Yunqi's belly. He had planned to go to the Divine Mountain after his leg healed. But now that his sister is pregnant, the journey to the Divine Mountain is too far, and Yunqi doesn't want her to suffer or tire herself out. After thinking for a moment, Yunqi looked at Lan Noa and said, "Great priest, how about we go to the Divine Mountain first?" As soon as Yunqi spoke, Lan Noa guessed his idea. "All right, we can leave in a few days. When we arrive at the Divine Mountain, I will come to pick up Yunqi, so she won't be troubled on the way." "Is the Divine Mountain far?" Yunqi asked. Yunqi nodded. "It's a bit far. From here, at our speed, it will take at least half a month. Just wait at home, I will come to pick you up when the time comes." Their effort is better than everyone suffering together, which is why Lan Noa didn't refuse. From many conversations with Yunqi, Lan Noa guessed that this trip to the Divine Mountain was mostly related to Yunqi, and it was necessary to go. Lan Noa himself was also looking forward to it. He wondered what surprises the little female he liked would bring him. Yunqi looked at Lano with gratitude. "Lano, thank you for your hard work." Lano smiled and replied, "It's good that you understand." Thinking about the plan with Qinghe for tomorrow, Yunqi quickly said, "By the way, I've arranged to go to the valley with Qinghe to see the flowers. We'll have a picnic there." After saying that, Yunqi looked at Lano with a guilty expression. "Lano, I'll need you to bring back some seafood again. You just love to tell me what to do." Lano smiled helplessly because his special ability made things much easier. Only he could handle these tasks so conveniently. Yunqi quickly took Lano's big hand and softly said, "Great High Priest, you're the best. One day, I'll go back to the sea with you." Then she winked at Lano, with a meaningful look in her eyes. She believed Lano understood her. Sure enough, the High Priest didn't complain at all. "I'll come back early tomorrow to get fresh things." After saying that, Lano affectionately patted Yunqi's head. She was his favorite little female, and he had to take good care of her. "Yes, and bring back some coconuts too. Only the sea area has them." Feng Hung immediately volunteered when he heard that. "Why don't I go with Lano to the sea tribe tomorrow? He can handle the seafood, and I'll pick coconuts on the small island. There are plenty of fruits there." "All right, you'll go back with me tomorrow." Lano didn't refuse. Feng Heng's ability was indeed very useful. As Yunqi said, everyone in this family only needs to do what they're good at. Their little female was very kind to everyone, and they got along quite harmoniously. Everyone enjoyed the delicious food while discussing their plans. Time passed quietly, and before they knew it, it was late at night. Yunqi was already a bit sleepy, but still tried to chat with everyone. Eventually, she couldn't resist and leaned on Shiyu's shoulder, playing chess with Zhou Gong. Shiyu carefully picked up Yunqi. "You all keep talking. I'll take Yunqi back to her room first." After Yunqi left, the remaining beast friends weren't very interested. They quickly finished the remaining grilled meat and went back to their rooms. The next morning, Yunqi woke up to find Shiyu still beside her. Now she was pregnant again, and she needed someone to watch over her. Shiyu's gentle voice sounded above Yunqi's head. "You're awake? Are you hungry?" "Actually, I am a little hungry," Yunqi replied. "Then I'll change your clothes." Qingling has already prepared the food. Yunqi, still sleepy, yawned and leaned into Shiyu's arms, acting cute. "I want to sleep a little longer." Shiyu was slightly surprised. Yunqi was probably experiencing pregnancy symptoms. The Fengheng lineage is a noble family among the feathered beings, with a strong bloodline. Coupled with Yunqi's qualities, this child will surely be very powerful and will need a lot of energy. Thinking of this, Shiyu immediately took out an 8th-rank beast crystal from the space and gently placed it near Yunqi's mouth, coaxing, "Eat some energy first, then sleep." Yunqi softly responded with, and slightly opened her small mouth. The beast crystal turned into wisps of mist along the corner of Yunqi's mouth, slowly flowing into her body. After absorbing the energy from the beast crystal, Yunqi found a comfortable position in Shiyu's arms and planned to rest for a while. By the time Yunqi finished sleeping, the sun had already reached high noon. She sat peacefully on the bed, allowing Shiyu to take care of her dressing and washing. Surprisingly, after just a year in the beast world, she was gradually used to this kind of life, being cared for by her beast husband. It was indeed quite enjoyable. When Yunqi went downstairs, Qingling had already brought out the prepared food, moving swiftly to prevent her from going hungry. Qingling called out, "Cici, come eat." "How did you know I was hungry?" Yunqi asked as she hurried to the dining table. Looking closely, she saw all her favorite foods, including cake. It was clear Qingling had put a lot of thought into it. Yunshi looked at Qingling with a smile, her eyes forming crescent moons, aling, "You prepared all my favorite foods. Then eat more," Qingling said, sitting beside Yunshi and carefully taking care of her as she ate. Yunshi once again felt how truly enjoyable her life was now. During the meal, Minji and Yunshi returned from hunting in the forest. As soon as they arrived home, Minji brought out the cleaned beast meat. Shiyu and Qingling hurried forward to start cutting the meat. Meanwhile, Yunlan and Yunhua took the three little ones to the small river to gather some herbs and brought back plenty of seasonings. Everyone saw this and quickly helped to cut the meat into small pieces and marinated it in advance, so it could be grilled directly in the afternoon. Before noon, Feng Heng and Lan Nua also returned with various seafood and fresh fruits. Seeing the pile of coconuts like a small mountain, Yunshi couldn't help but twitch her mouth and joked, "Did you two pick all the coconuts from the island's coconut trees?" Feng Heng scratched his ear and said, "I was just thinking that Lan Nua has space, so I couldn't control my powers and picked a few more." Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Feng Heng lost control and did pick quite a few coconuts. Then Yunshi directed everyone to scoop out the coconut meat, planning to make coconut milk for the afternoon gathering. Everyone was used to Yunshi's strange ideas and followed her without question. The tender white coconut meat was scooped out and placed in a wooden basin, then mashed into a paste. Coconut juice was added, filtered several times, and fresh, fragrant coconut milk was made. Yunshi took a sip and immediately brightened her eyes, finding it tastier than plain coconut juice. The three little ones blinked their big eyes, looking very eager. Yunshi suspected she might have raised three little gluttonous foxes. The three little ones said, "We're not greedy, it's just that Mom's food is so delicious. We have to support her." The prepared coconut milk was poured into clay jars, and Yunshi asked Qingling to add ice cubes so they could enjoy it cold and refreshing in the afternoon. Once everything was ready, the families set out together for the valley. Yunshi hadn't been to the tribe square once during all these days. When she appeared with the beast tamers at the square, it caused quite a stir. Everyone admired her chief priest's handsome appearance, her brother's extraordinary aura, and her beast tamer's good looks and strength. Yunshi was used to everyone's envious looks. Sometimes she even thought she was lucky. Soon they arrived at the valley. Like last year, the valley was full of all kinds of colorful flowers blooming freely. A gentle breeze carried the scent of flowers, making the scene beautiful and pleasing to the eye, and everyone felt very happy. After searching around, everyone chose a shady spot with no lines of sight, then started preparing for the gathering. They set up the stove, built a fire, arranged stones for cooking, and set out tables and benches. In short, no beast was idle. Everyone worked together smoothly and efficiently. When the three little ones saw the young wolf cub from Qingha's family, they didn't need any introduction from their mother. The little fox made a few soft sounds and the little wolf howled a few times, so they quickly became friends. Soon, the little ones started chasing butterflies in the flower field, rolling on the grass, and playing happily. Yunshi and Qinghe sat comfortably on animal hide mats, occasionally watching the playful cubs or observing the serious male beasts working. It was very relaxing. Qinghe leaned close to Yunshi's ear and whispered playfully, "Yunshi, your new beast husband seems very impressive." "Yeah, he is a bit impressive." "No, my beast husband is always impressive." Yunshi was proud to talk about her husband and praised him freely. "I'm a little jealous of you," Qinghe said. "Don't be jealous. My Qinghe is so wonderful. You can have that too," Yunshi replied. At this moment, Feng Heng brought over washed fruits, smiling happily. "Sisi, eat some fruit. Qinghe, you too." After saying that, Feng Heng didn't linger and went to do other things. Not long after, Feng Heng returned with freshly baked cakes. His only goal was to feed his little female. Yunshi happily accepted. When the fish balls were ready, the little guy came running eagerly to feed her again. Yunshi couldn't help but laugh and said helplessly, "I'm not hungry right now." Feng Heng softly responded, "Oh, I'll come back later. Sisi, if you're hungry, just tell me." With that, he left reluctantly. After Feng Heng left, Chingha looked at Yunxi's belly for a moment and asked in surprise, Yunxi, you might be pregnant, right? Yunxi didn't plan to hide it and nodded openly. Is it Fengheng's? Chingha asked curiously. Yunxi looked surprised. How did you guess? Chingha covered her mouth and giggled. He's now just like Xian was at that time, worried about starving the baby inside her belly. No wonder Windheng was so excited and howling in the air early yesterday morning. Yunxi thought about Windheng's behavior yesterday and really couldn't watch anymore. Probably he was too happy. I only told him yesterday morning, and he got so excited he couldn't help himself. He nudged Mingyi in the direction of the dark night, looking curious. Does your Mingyi mind? This is already the second pregnancy. Yunxi shook her head helplessly. Maybe it's not the right time yet. My Ye's luck is so bad. I really worry for him. But your beast husband gets along well with you. If it were other families, they would have fought already. Just as she said that, the saying, talk of the devil, came true. Mingyi walked over slowly, holding a peeled lobster meat. Freshly grilled, with garlic flavor. I'll try it. Qinghe, you should taste it too. This is seafood. I specifically asked Lan Nua to go to the sea this morning to catch it. Yunxi warmly invited Qinghe, eager to try a piece herself. Seeing Yunxi enjoying it so much, Qinghe also picked up a piece and tasted it carefully. It's really delicious. Afterward, Qinghe called out to Xian, I want to eat grilled lobster meat. Coming. It's almost ready. Qinghe's 3 beast husbands were busy, mainly because Yunxi's family had so many people. Everyone was working hard. They only had 3 people, so they felt a bit embarrassed to leave someone to take care of Qinghe, especially since he only had her sisters in her eyes now, and they didn't want to disturb her. Qinghe sighed. No, I still need to get 2 more beast husbands. I don't have enough. Whenever something came up, 3 people just weren't enough. Want to go for a walk in the flower sea? Mingyi suggested. You're not working? Mingyi smiled and explained. Windheng insisted on taking my job, so I might as well come and keep you company. Yunxi looked at Windheng curiously. This guy was like a small top, handing tools one moment, adding firewood the next, running around very diligently. I kept wondering why he hadn't come over all this time. Turns out he was working. Yunxi couldn't help but laugh. Maybe he's a little nervous, Mingyi teased. Yunxi looked puzzled. Nervous? Isn't he usually fearless? Mingyi's lips curled slightly, jokingly saying, probably afraid I'll scold him. Cloud, she suddenly realized, and widened her eyes. Did you all hear us talking? Of course, they replied. Do you think you spoke too quietly for others not to hear? Everyone was listening. Cloud, don't worry. I really don't mind. No matter when Zazai comes, I will be happy. Mingyi was also confused. He truly didn't mind, but everyone was worried he might care. In Mingyi's view, whether or not there are children, it doesn't affect his position in Cloud Shi's heart. His status in the family is as solid as a mountain. At this moment, Cloud Shi didn't care that he was right in front of her. She was full of gratitude and thought her big husband was the best. She immediately moved closer to Mingyi and gave him a big, sweet kiss. Back then, the pond wasn't just her little female going to wash herself. How could her big husband like her, who was chubby and not pretty? Sure enough, heaven still loved her. Such a good husband belongs to her. Qinghe was watching the fun nearby, looking excited. She couldn't help but make 2 tsk sounds. Wow, so many people are watching. You can also perform for your beast husband. I don't mind. Mingyi was overjoyed by his little female's sudden kiss. His heart was fluttering, and he felt so happy inside. If they were at home, he would definitely spoil his little female even more. Soon, Yu and the others set up a long table filled with food. The children who had been out playing washed their hands under Yunlan and Yunhua's guidance and sat obediently, ready to enjoy the feast. Cloud Shi held hands with Qinghe and sat in the middle of the table, as the head of the family should. Mingyi and Luo Qi sat on either side of them, showing respect to the first beast husband. As for the other seats, they were naturally taken by whoever was quickest to sit down. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Cloud Shi felt very happy. There were all kinds of sizzling roasted beast meats and seafood, coconut stew with gugu beasts, seafood mixed soup, chicken mushroom scrambled eggs, various braised meats, steamed seafood, fried meatballs, and the children's favorite cakes, popcorn and fruits. In short, he watched each dish with shining eyes. Shiryu took out chilled, sweet coconut milk from her space and poured a glass for everyone. Yunshi happily raised her cup and said, "Cheers to our gathering today." Although everyone didn't fully understand what cheers meant, they followed her example and did the same. They all raised their cups together and cheered. Cheers! It was quite lively. After drinking some coconut milk, Chingha's eyes brightened even more. "Yunshi, what is this made of?" "It's so delicious. It's coconut, a fruit unique to the seaside. When we go back, I'll bring some for you." Fengheng picked a lot of them. After that, Yunshi pointed to the coconut stew with gugu beast and explained, "This is coconut stew with gugu beast. It's very tasty. You should try it." Chingha couldn't wait to taste it and immediately praised it highly. "Yunshi, the food your family Qingling makes smells so good." At this moment, Chingha looked amazed. She thought the food made by Luo Qi and others was already delicious, but compared to Qingling's, it was not even close. Of course, Qingling's cooking skills are excellent. I've praised them so much. Everyone, help yourselves and eat what you like. Yunshi warmly greeted everyone and also served Qingling a big lobster. As the main chef, Qingling really worked hard. However, when she served the lobster, something unexpected happened. Several beast husbands all stared at her chopsticks at the same time. Yunshi had to serve each of them their favorite dishes, balancing the plates. Only then did everyone relax and start eating happily. While enjoying the food, they shared funny stories. The entire flower sea was filled with laughter and joy. After the meal, everyone still wanted more. They sat together again, eating fruit and drinking coconut milk, chatting comfortably and admiring the beautiful flower sea. Unknowingly, the sunset gradually set in, and the beautiful evening glow spread across the sky. The happy gathering quietly came to an end with this beautiful scene. It was time to go home. Yunshi looked at her friends with anticipation. "Next year, when the flowers bloom again, we will come here for a picnic." Qinghe smiled and replied, "Definitely. We will do the same as today." "Yunshi, I really had a great time today." "I did too. It's time to go home now." Everyone responded and began packing up their belongings, preparing to go home. At this moment, Qingling quietly approached Yunshi from behind, holding a large bouquet of carefully picked flowers, giving Yunshi a big surprise. "Cece, this is for you." Yunshi looked pleasantly surprised as she took the flowers from Qingling. Her thoughts suddenly drifted back to the same time last year. Back then, she was also holding a big bunch of flowers, returning to the cave with Qingling. That was when they truly confirmed their feelings for each other. She never expected how quickly time would pass. Almost a year now. Yunshi gently held the flowers close to her nose, took a deep breath, and immediately smiled. "Qingling, the flowers smell wonderful. I like them very much." Seeing the sweet smile on Yunshi's face, Qingling's lightly tanned face also showed a faint smile. Then he suddenly shifted his shape, transforming into his beast form. Proud yet gentle, he bowed before Yunshi. Even without saying anything, Yunshi immediately understood his feelings. Originally planning to use space teleportation to go back, Yunshi changed her mind. She wanted to ride Qingling's beast form home. Just like last year, Qingling would carry her, she would hold the flowers, and they would go home together. The other beast husbands also silently remembered this and learned a new trick, future ways to please their little females. Back home, Yunshi placed the flowers Qingling gave her into a clay jar, adding some water, hoping they would bloom longer. When Qingling finished washing up and saw the flowers he gave Yunshi placed on the bedside table, a warm feeling filled his heart. His little female was truly so understanding. She was the best in the world. Yunshi felt sleepy and couldn't help but yawn. She patted the space beside her and whispered, "Qingling, you're here. Come over. I'll be right there." Qingling responded without delay, gently lying down beside Yunshi and wrapping his arms around her. Feeling the familiar embrace, Yunshi slowly closed her eyes. Good night, my good man. Good night. Afterward, Qingling gently kissed Yunshi on her forehead. Outside, the insects chirped constantly. The two embraced softly and gradually drifted into sleep. The next morning, as sunlight spilled onto the bed, Yunshi slowly woke up. Yunshi slightly raised her eyes and realized that the person beside her had unknowingly become Lan Nuwa. She instinctively snuggled into Lan Nua's embrace, her small hands naturally wrapping around his waist. Her voice still carried a hint of sleepiness. Great priest, good morning. Good morning, Yunshi. Lan Nua looked down at Yunshi, pleased with her dependence on him. His eyes were full of affection. I'll just close my eyes for a little while, Yunshi mumbled, seeming to act cute, and gently rubbed her hands. Lan Nua's heart melted. Sleep if you want. There's nothing urgent at home, Yunshi replied vaguely. Yes, great priest, you're the best. Lan Nua watched Yunshi's slightly pouting little mouth and shook his head with a smile. Her little mouth is always sweet, always saying things they like. Even a simple sentence or a small gesture can make their beast husband very happy. At this moment, Lan Nua was truly grateful to Lan Si. If it weren't for Lan Si's blindness, he would never have come to this tribe. Then he and Yunshi might have missed each other forever. Yunshi comfortably slept in Lan Nua's arms, then woke up again to see Lan Nua's loving eyes. Just one glance was enough for Yunshi to be caught up in the affection of the great priest. The two of them slowly went downstairs. As usual, Qingling was busy in the kitchen, while Mingyi and others went to the forest to find fresh food. After Yunshi's leg injury healed, he also went hunting in the forest with Mingyi and the others every day. Soon after, the familiar sound of Feng Heng's phoenix call came from outside. Then Feng Heng rushed into the house like a gust of wind, holding a large bunch of grapes. Cici, today we found this fruit in the forest. I think the leaves look the same as the grapes we planted before. The grapevine they brought back from the forest earlier didn't survive after being transplanted from the cave, and it withered last year. Yunshi felt quite regretful about that. Is this a grape? Does it produce many? Yes, a lot. We wanted to bring back some little pig beasts today, so we went farther. We found this deep in the forest. I picked a bunch first and hurried back to ask you, Feng Heng said, then handed the grapes to Yunshi. Yunshi picked a fruit, peeled it, and put it in her mouth. It was sweet and sour and tasted quite good. Let's go, let's go. We'll pick grapes. Dried grapes, wine. After saying that, Yunshi stood up excitedly, eager to try. Cici, you stay at home and wait. I'll go tell Minji and the others to bring everything back. After that, Feng Heng quickly ran off, transforming into a phoenix and flying into the forest. His speed was so fast that he was afraid Yunshi would want to go with him. No, I want to go too. But unfortunately, Feng Heng was already out of sight. The forest is dangerous. We shouldn't go, Lan Nua comforted her. Although she knew Yunshi couldn't sit still, now that she had a little one, she had to be a bit more careful. After all, this was the first beast husband Minji had assigned. Yunshi sighed helplessly. Since Feng Heng had already run off, she couldn't go even if she wanted to. All right, I'll find something else to do. Lan Nua. Yunshi then looked at the remaining pile of coconuts from yesterday. Her eyes lit up again and she said excitedly, Noah, let's turn these coconuts into dried snacks as treats. Why do you have so many ideas? Didn't the beast god tell you the answer? After saying that, Yunshi playfully winked. Lan Nua nodded seriously. It seems so. I'll help. You just need to give instructions. The beast god's favorite young female is definitely special. Anyway, she still thinks she's got good taste. Go to the kitchen and bring a big basin and some clay jars. Yunshi decided that since the high priest wanted to help, she had to make arrangements. At this moment, Qinghe's voice came from outside. Yunshi, are you home? Hearing this, Yunshi hurried to the yard. She saw Qinghe directing Luoqi and Lingyu, carrying 2 large bundles of sweet stalks. Qinghe pointed at the sweet stalks, smiling warmly as she linked her arm with Yunshi's. Yunshi, these are sweet stalks my beast husband found. Don't be fooled by how hard they look. Inside, they are full of sweet water. I brought them here for you to try. When Yunshi saw the sweet stalks, her eyes immediately lit up. Isn't this sugarcane? With sugarcane, she could make sugar. Last year, she had searched nearby with a few beast husbands, but didn't find any. I didn't expect Qinghe to give her such a big surprise today. Yunshi looked excited. Where did you find it? Do you have more? It was near the Baiman tribe. I was passing by there when I visited my parents, and I found it by chance when I was thirsty, Luo Qi quickly explained. Last night, Yunshi's family sent over many coconuts, and Qinghe had been thinking about giving Yunshi something special. It had to be something rare, or she would feel embarrassed to give it. After all, Yunshi's family had plenty of game meat and red fruits. They couldn't finish eating them all. So Luo Qi remembered the sweet stalks he had eaten before in the tribe. He thought they tasted good and brought one back especially for Qinghe. Hearing Luo Qi's reminder, Qinghe also remembered the sweet stalk. Today, early in the morning, she arranged for Luo Qi and Lingyu to go to that same place and gather 2 big bundles. Qinghe was a little nervous, worried that Yunshi's family might not like it. Yunshi, I've tried this sweet stalk. It has lots of sweet juice inside. Don't mind if it doesn't look perfect. Yunshi gently held her sister's hand. Qinghe, thank you. I really like this sweet stalk. I'm glad you like it. Qinghe finally showed a happy smile, happy that her sister liked the gift. Luo Qi, is there much left of the sweet stalk? I want to bring some back. There are still many. You should be able to find the right spot. When he comes back, I'll tell him where it is. Thank you both, Yunshi said again. Qinghe waved her hand. No need to thank me. I'm going back now. After saying that, Qinghe called the 2 beast handlers to go home. Take your time, come play when you're free. After seeing Qinghe off, Yunshi looked at the bundle of sweet stalks with a happy heart, as if she saw big pieces of candy flying toward her. Seeing Yunshi so excited, Lan Nua understood. It seemed the little girl had found something good again. Suddenly, Lan Nua became curious. Did you think of another idea? Yunshi pointed at the sweet stalks and smiled. In the afternoon, we'll make candy. Candy? That was a new word for her. Lan mosighed huetli. It looked like they would be making candy, wine, dried fruits, and more. This little girl really couldn't sit still for a moment. No wonder Mingyi asked him to help take care of things. After finishing her work in the kitchen, Qingling also came over to Yunshi. Cici, what are you all doing? Let me help you. Yunshi immediately smiled happily, glad that Qingling arrived just in time. We're about to make dried fruit. It's simple. Just scoop out the fruit flesh, cut it into strips, and dry it under the hot sun. Qingling, go fetch a bamboo pole, and I'll make a bamboo sieve for drying. Okay. Lan Noa, you stay at home to take care of Yunshi. I'll be back soon. After speaking, Qingling transformed into a beast form and ran toward the bamboo forest. Yunshi and Lan Nua sat in the yard, starting to process coconuts. One opened the shells, and the other scooped out the meat. They worked well together. Soon, a wooden basin was filled with soft, white coconut meat. Once they finished processing the coconuts, Qingling returned carrying the bamboo pole. Yunshi directed Qingling to cut the bamboo into evenly thick strips. Then, recalling her childhood memories, Yunshi began to slowly weave. Although her skills were not as good as the professionals in Blue Star, she managed to do a decent job as an amateur here. She quickly crafted a simple, practical bamboo sieve by flicking her fingers. Qingling and Lan Noa watched their unformed bamboo strips and secretly chuckled. Yunshi worked so fast that they could only keep up with her eyes, but their hands couldn't match her speed, and their work was still unshaped. Yunshi smiled and took over, saying, "Today's time is tight. I'll teach you proper weaving next time." Both nodded quickly. After finishing the bamboo sieve, Qingling took it to wash in the water source. Yunshi and Lan Nua hurried to clean the coconut meat, cutting it into strips. Finally, they placed the cut coconut strips into the bamboo sieve and left them to dry in the sun. After a busy day, Yunshi rubbed her slightly sore waist and secretly thought, "I've done more work before, but I've never been this tired." It seems the beast husbands take very good care of her. Come sit and rest. I'll help you recover. Lan Nua felt heartbroken seeing Yunshi so busy. She and Qingling could only help a little, as the key steps still needed Yunshi. Without hesitation, Manhwa gently sat Yunxi down and used her healing power. A golden light softly enveloped Yunxi, quickly easing her fatigue. Yunxi gently shook Lano's arm and said with a smile, "My great priest's strength is really useful. I feel like I can work again now, Lano." After a brief moment of silence, Lano gently tapped Yunxi's head and said, "Think again. Rest well." While Yunxi was resting, the others who had gone out hunting also returned. "CC, we picked the grapes back." Even before they arrived, their voices were heard first. Feng Heng was always so optimistic and cheerful. Yunxi went to the yard and saw Ming Yi and Shiryu taking out bunches of grapes from the space. The grapes were full and ripe, and before she got close, Yunxi could already smell the strong fruity aroma. "So many," Yunxi exclaimed, unable to resist picking one and tasting it. The sweet and sour flavor spread on her tongue. "This one is tastier than the bunch Feng Heng just brought back." Feng Heng immediately looked a little proud and said confidently, "Of course. We specifically picked large bunches." Yunxi smiled and gave Feng Heng a thumbs up. Yes, exactly. You have good eyes for picking big bunches." "So, what should we do now?" Feng Heng, encouraged by the compliment, felt energized as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He felt he could work tirelessly and needed to burn off some energy. Yunxi thought for a moment and decided to make sugar first. After all, with sugar, the flavor of the grape wine might be better. Get a large wooden barrel, put the grapes inside, then rinse them with mountain spring water. We'll make the sugar first, then proceed to make the grape wine. What kind of sugar? Feng Heng asked, looking confused. Everyone looked at Yunxi curiously. This was something new to them. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Yunxi didn't keep them in suspense. "Didn't I ask you to find sugarcane before?" "Yes, but we couldn't find it," Feng Heng answered first. Yunxi pointed to the 2 bundles of sweet stalks in the yard and said, "Today, Qing he brought these sweet stalks. These are sugar canes, and they can be used to make sugar." Following Yunxi's finger, everyone finally saw the 2 bundles of sweet stalks. Yunxi walked over, picked up one stalk, examined it carefully, and then asked with doubt, "Sister, this doesn't look very tasty. This is the juice inside the stalk, which contains sugar. How should we do it?" "You tell us and we'll do it," Ming Yi said. His little female partner was quite clever, and they just needed to follow her instructions. Anyway, Yunxi didn't expect them to fully understand the principles she mentioned. Yunxi looked at everyone with a sly smile. "Just wait until you come back to help." After saying that, Yunxi picked up a sweet stick and pointed to its hard outer shell. "First, peel off this layer, then cut it into small pieces and finally squeeze out the juice inside." Shiryu listened and immediately understood. "Xiaoxi, you watch from the side." "I know how to do it." "I'll teach everyone." Yunxi nodded happily. She had already assigned the task of daily chores to Shiryu, and she was glad she trusted the right person. Soon, Shiryu divided the tasks well. Qingling and Lan Noa went to the kitchen to prepare Yunxi's food, since Qingling knew her tastes best. Ming Yi and Feng Heng were in charge of squeezing the juice. They worked well together, especially after grinding the flour earlier. As for peeling the shells, that task was given to Yunxi and herself. In no time, the sound of peeling shells echoed in the yard. It had to be said, these male claws were very handy for work. Their peeling and cutting actions were quick and precise. Before long, the peeled sweet sticks filled a wooden basin. Meanwhile, Ming Yi and Feng Heng used a stone mill to crush the sweet sticks, just like grinding flour. The juice slowly seeped out, flowing down the grooves of the stone mill into a wooden bucket. Fortunately, there weren't many sweet sticks this time. With everyone's teamwork, they quickly collected all the juice. Yunlan and Yunhua, along with the 3 little ones, arrived just on time. Seeing everyone busy, they felt a bit shy and scratched their heads. After lunch, everyone didn't rest, but immediately continued their unfinished work. Shiryu filtered the juice from the wooden bucket several times, then set up a stove in the yard to start boiling the juice. Shiryu was in charge of controlling the heat, while Qingling kept stirring the juice to prevent it from sticking to the pot. As the temperature rose, the juice in the stone pot began to boil slowly, steam rising continuously, filling the yard with a sweet aroma. Passing tribespeople stopped to watch from afar, but they dared not get too close, as it seemed none of the males there could be provoked. What delicious food is Yun-shi's family making? It smells so sweet. After a while, the color of the syrup gradually darkened and became thicker. Yun-shi quickly shouted, "Almost ready. Ayu, turn off the fire." Shiu hurriedly removed the firewood, and everyone gathered around, looking at the syrup in the stone pot. Then all turned their eyes to Yun-shi. Yun-shi calmly directed the next steps. Use a spoon to scoop up the syrup, put it into a bowl, and then place it on the table. Let it sit until it naturally hardens. After saying that, Yun-shi yawned at the right moment. She had been busy all day and was actually quite tired. The pregnancy symptoms came on too quickly. Minji immediately noticed Yun-shi's tired face. If everyone wasn't busy making sugar, he wouldn't let this little lady keep working here. Go upstairs and get some sleep. Yun-shi thought about the grapes in the wooden barrel that still needed to be processed. She was about to refuse, but then she met her husband's firm gaze. Yun-shi instantly understood. Her husband was about to take charge again. It seemed her position in the family was still not secure. "All right, I'll go rest for a while. I am a bit tired." Minji nodded and looked at Lan Noa, saying simply, "Lan Noa, stay with Yun-shi." Lan Noa understood and took Yun-shi back to their room. Soon, a faint golden glow flickered inside. Minji sighed again. Lan Noa was really reliable. Back in the room, Yun-shi, comforted by Lan Noa's healing power, almost fell asleep as soon as she lay on the bed. She slept straight through until sunset. The first thing she did upon waking was to check her masterpiece. The syrup in the bowl had cooled and solidified. Yun-shi could wait to ask Minji to cut the syrup into small pieces. Each took a piece into their mouth, and the sweet flavor instantly spread across their tongues. Success! "This is sugar," Yun-shi exclaimed excitedly. Now that they had sugar, they could make more delicious food. Everyone looked enchanted, surprised at how sweet and fragrant that small piece of sugar was. Feng Hung was so excited he shouted, "Cici, this is really tasty. I'll go find Luo Qi now. Tomorrow, we'll gather some sweet stalks and make more." Yun-shi quickly stopped him. "Don't rush. There's still time now. Let's process the grapes first, or they might spoil, and that would be a shame." When everyone heard this, they immediately took action, quickly moving the wooden barrel filled with grapes into the yard. Under Yun-shi's guidance, everyone quickly divided tasks and started working. Yun-shi first picked out the damaged or unattractive grapes from the bunch, then handed the remaining grapes to everyone. They carefully plucked each good grape and gently placed it into clean water. As Yun-shi selected, she reminded everyone, "Be careful when washing, move gently, and don't break the grape skins. Otherwise, it might not turn out well. As the saying goes, many hands make light work." Soon, everyone finished washing and draining the grapes. Next, Yun-shi asked Shiu to bring out the large clay jar that had been cleaned. "Now, we start crushing the grapes to release the juice." While speaking, Yun-shi picked up a grape, squeezed it gently, and the skin broke, releasing juice and pulp into the jar. The rich aroma of fruit quickly filled the air. Seeing this, everyone found it so simple that they started copying her. Yun-shi hurriedly reminded them, "Don't throw away the grape skins. Put them in two. They contain natural yeast, which is very important." After all the grapes were crushed and put into the jars, Yun-shi added some of the sugar blocks they had just made into each jar. Finally, she sealed the jars tightly with specially chosen animal skins and covered the tops with a layer of mud. She then instructed everyone to move the jars to a cool, ventilated place to rest. The rest is up to time. When it ferments naturally, we can enjoy delicious grape wine. Feng Hung was a curious little one and couldn't keep secrets. "Cici, what is grape wine?" "It's a tasty juice. You'll find out when you try it." After saying this, Yun-shi smiled to herself, eager to see who would have the worst tolerance for alcohol. Feng Jue looked a bit disappointed, thinking he might get to taste it tonight. "How long do we have to wait? I really want to try it." Yun-shi glanced at Feng Hung with a teasing smile and said, "Don't rush. If you're too eager, you might miss out on the good wine. You all keep an eye on Feng Hung and don't let him secretly open anything. If it gets broken, it will be a big loss." Foam Hung looked worried but promised confidently. Cece, I won't do that. Trust me. Yunshi smiled helplessly. You're such a silly bird. Foam Hung chuckled foolishly. I knew it, Cece is joking. Everyone was amused by Foam Hung's silly look. Yunshi rolled her eyes at Foam Hung. Oh, I hope the little phoenix in my belly isn't as clueless as him. Thinking of this, Yunshi felt a bit worried. That night, Foam Hung tried his best to please Yunshi with all kinds of tricks, massaging shoulders, giving sweet words, making Yunshi very happy. All her worries were forgotten. Foam Hung was childish, but he was still a cheerful person and very responsible when it mattered. The next morning, Foam Hung hurriedly called Shiryu and set off quickly toward the Baiman tribe. The sugar they made yesterday was only enough for a few days, as everyone kept tasting it. Yunshi took the chance when everyone was free to make more sugar and store it. She asked Foam Hung and Shiryu to gather sweet stalks. Meanwhile, Lan Nua returned to the Sea Clan today. Since it had been 2 days, he needed to go back and check on his big Sea Clan. Plus, Yunshi was counting on trading salt to become the richest female. As his partner, he wanted to support her. The others at home, Mingyi went hunting in the forest. Yunshi also planned to go but decided to stay because there was only one Qingling at home, and he wanted to keep his sister safe. Yunlan and Yunhua still played the role of Dehua, uncle, taking the 3 little ones to practice basic skills in the nearby woods. Foam Hung and Shiryu searched together and soon found the place Luo Qi mentioned. Sure enough, there was a large patch of sweet stalks growing there. They looked at each other and understood immediately, then started working. Foam Hung's wind blades swooshed toward the sweet stalks, knocking them down easily. Shiryu followed behind, using his mind to gather all the fallen stalks into his space. Their teamwork was perfect. Before long, they had harvested most of the sweet stalks. They had almost finished their task and decided not to continue collecting, as they wanted to leave some for others. Both nodded at each other and prepared to return to their tribe. However, they didn't know that in the woods where they left, King Scorpion Mo Yuan was squinting his eyes, closely watching their retreating figures, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Finally, he found them. Since the last time he was bitten by the nightshade in the desert and lost his tail, Mo Yuan had been feeling very annoyed and wanted revenge. He was very interested in Yunshi. After asking around, he learned that Yunshi was from the Beast King city and that she was a rather ugly, fat, and mean female. When Mo Yuan heard this, he sneered. His interest in Yunshi grew even more intense. He thought the people from Beast King city must be blind. Yunshi couldn't possibly be a bad female. In his view, no young female was braver or more interesting than her. Even the little prince from the Beast King Palace, praised by everyone, was far less impressive than Yunshi in his eyes. Mo Yuan learned from a messenger of the Beast King Palace that Yunshi was likely in the Baiman tribe. So, he left the large abandoned beast city and came personally to find her. He searched everywhere in the Baiman tribe but couldn't find a female named Yunshi. Just as he was about to give up and head back, he saw a phoenix flying in the sky. It seemed even the heavens were giving him a chance. Mo Yuan was happy and immediately concealed his aura, then followed the direction of Foam Hung. He didn't believe that with his skills he couldn't find Yunshi. He carefully followed Foam Hung and soon arrived near the Beichuan tribe. He saw the phoenix circling in the sky and then slowly descending. Mo Yuan quickly memorized the spot, thinking Yunshi was probably there. He needed to think carefully because Yunshi was always accompanied by a snake beast and a mermaid. He knew he couldn't defeat either of them. After a moment of thought, Mo Yuan transformed into a small scorpion and hurried toward the place where Foam Hung had landed. Meanwhile, Foam Hung and Shiryu, due to their level differences and Mo Yuan deliberately hiding his presence, didn't notice that they were being followed. As soon as the two of them returned to the small cabin, they immediately started working on the sweet stalks. This time, Yunshi specifically instructed them to bring back the entire sweet stalks, because Yunshi planned to cut off the top part of the stalks and plant it in the ground. Maybe next year, they won't need to go so far to gather more. The task of making syrup this time was all done by Shiryu and the others. Yunshi sat nearby, watching the handsome guys work happily. It seemed everyone remembered the steps carefully from yesterday. Suddenly, 3 little kids ran quickly from the woods on short legs. One of them, Xiao Xingchen, was holding a long-eared beast in his mouth. He looked proud and confident, walking with small steps toward Yunqi. Xiao Xingchen came to Yunqi and gently placed the long-eared beast on the ground. He made a few soft sounds, ing, as if saying, "Mother, here's something for you to eat." Yunqi looked at Xingchen with surprise. "Xingchen, did you catch this?" Xingchen proudly lifted his chin, as if saying, "Mother, praise me." Seeing this, Yunqi smiled and crouched down, gently tapping Xingchen's forehead. "Xingchen is so amazing. Mother gives you a thumbs up. Good job, little one." Seeing their mother praise their older brother, Xingye and Xinghui immediately drooped their fox ears, looking sad and disappointed. Yunqi quickly touched their fox ears and comforted them. "It's okay, next time you can catch one too." Xingye whined softly. "I was just a little slower than big brother." Xinghui, on the other hand, lay flat on the ground with his head drooping. Xinghui thought to himself, "I don't want to say anything. How can 4 legs compare to my brother's special abilities? I just can't compete." At noon, Xingchen carefully pushed a dish of braised long-eared beast made by Father Qingling toward Yunqi, making soft sounds, ing, as if saying, "Mother, all for you." "Good. Thank you, Xingchen," Yunqi said with a warm smile. This was Xingchen's first catch, so as a mother, she naturally wanted to enjoy it. Her little one was so obedient, already knowing how to take care of her at such a young age. Fengheng teased Xingchen on purpose, saying, "Xingchen, Father also wants to try some." Starry Protector gently used her small paws to block the animal meat, making soft crying sounds. "Mother eats first, Mother is full. Then Father can try. Then Uncle also try." Starry still shook her head firmly. "All for Mother." Starry's brother, Xingye, also came to Yunqi's feet, looking up and crying, "Mother, I will go to the forest tomorrow to catch animals for you." Little Xing looked at his short legs and hesitated for a moment, responding softly, "Mother, Xinghui will also try hard." At this moment, looking at the adorable and caring 3 little ones, Yunqi felt very touched inside. She realized that she was now surrounded by love. It had been a long time since she remembered the unfair treatment she had suffered on Blue Star. Now she has a partner, children, and family around her, and she feels very satisfied. Seeing the scene, Xingye and Starry ran to Shiyu and said softly, "Father, tomorrow go to the forest to catch a beast for Mother." Xingye still couldn't forget about the beast. "Okay, tomorrow I will take all 3 of you to the forest." Recently, because there are many family members, Shiyu has been going out hunting with Minji almost every day. The 3 little ones are mainly cared for by their 2 older brothers, so he has less time to stay with them. It's not that Shiyu is lazy. He mainly considers Yunlan and Yunhua's feelings, worried that they might feel uncomfortable staying at home because they can't help much. After all, their bodies haven't fully recovered, and Yunqi wouldn't agree to go hunting outside. So, the 2 brothers keep fighting to take care of the 3 little ones, feeling useless if they don't. Going to the forest? I want to go too. It's the best season for gathering food now, so we should collect more. Yunqi looked at everyone eagerly, full of anticipation. "The forest is dangerous. You're not allowed to go." Minji immediately refused. Fengheng also advised from the side, "Cici, don't go. We'll bring back whatever food you want. Little sister, everyone is right. You're pregnant now. It's better to stay in the tribe." Yunqi also couldn't help but speak. Yunqi was suddenly speechless. Was this a united front? She sighed quietly. She just wanted to take a walk in the forest, see if she could find some fresh food. After all, many things only come to mind when she sees them with her own eyes. After the whole family opposed her plan to go into the forest, Yunqi had no choice but to give up. Anyway, there were many things to do at home, so she decided not to cause trouble. The next day, the 3 little ones happily went to the forest with their father. Xingye and Xinghui had a clear goal today, to personally bring back prey for their mother. They also wanted to give their first catch to her. Qingling hadn't been to the forest in a long time. Today, he exchanged a bit with Fengheng and went with Minji to stretch his muscles and relax. Meanwhile, Lano returned to the Sea Clan early in the morning. He needed to leave with Yunqi to the sacred mountain, so he had been busy handling Sea Clan affairs these days. Since he probably wouldn't have time to return for a while, he made sure to take care of all important matters in advance. As a result, Yunqi naturally stayed at home. Today, the three little ones went to the forest with their father, and Yunlan and Yunhua also relaxed for a bit. Yunqi helped Yunqi hang the dried coconut meat from yesterday in a sunny spot to dry. While arranging the coconut meat, Yunqi asked, "Sister, can we also use this method to process other leftover fruits?" Yunqi nodded and replied, "Yes, most fruits can be made into dried fruit. By drying out the water inside, they can be stored for a long time. We can also make fresh fruit into fruit preserves to extend their shelf life." Fruit preserves? Yunqi looked at Yunqi with curiosity. His sister knew a lot. When she mentioned fruit preserves, Yunqi became interested. "In the afternoon, we can make some small clay jars. I made some sugar yesterday. Big brother, these fruit preserves are very tasty. I'm sure you'll like them." Yunqi was slightly surprised, then turned to look at Yunqi with a look full of concern. "Sister, with so many skills, you must have gone through a lot of hardship." Yunqi looked at Yunqi with a puzzled expression. "Big brother, why did he always seem to see through her?" Yunqi withdrew his gaze and continued to organize the dried coconut meat, speaking slowly. "Don't overthink it. Once we go to the sacred mountain, you'll understand." Yunqi nodded helplessly. Whatever her big brother said, she believed. She had long sensed that her little secret was probably already seen through by Yunqi. Otherwise, why had her three brothers never doubted her background? Yunqi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Brother, will you come back to the Beast King City after you leave?" Yunqi paused his hand and then lowered his eyes, calmly asking, "And what about you, little sister? Have you thought about going back?" Yunqi shook her head. For her, the Beast King City only held the memories of the original owner, not her own. Moreover, she didn't long for the city. Compared to scheming and fighting, she preferred this simple, peaceful life. Yunqi was silent for a while, secretly sighing. If his sister didn't want to go back, he wouldn't force her. Once he removed the threats, he would return to her side. They didn't continue this topic. After finishing the dried coconut meat, they went together to the nearby vegetable garden to pick some fresh vegetables. As Yunqi reached the yard, she immediately saw a small black shadow moving slowly in the corner. She looked carefully and realized it was a tiny scorpion. Startled, Yunqi quickly grabbed Yunqi's arm. "Brother, there's a scorpion there. Hurry and step on it. It looks a bit scary." The little scorpion. Yes, this little scorpion was actually Mo Yuan. He originally thought he would need several days to find a good chance to get close to Yunqi. But unexpectedly, he found an opportunity the very next day. The snake beast and the mermaid were nowhere to be seen. Only Yunqi, his two brothers, and the phoenix were left. To him, these people posed no real threat. Look, even the heavens seemed to be helping him. So, he boldly came out in the open, never intending to hide. He believed that he and Yunqi were truly a perfect match. Otherwise, how could Yunqi notice him immediately when he appeared? Mo Yuan's original plan was to directly kidnap Yunqi, as was their usual practice in abandoned beast towns. But yesterday, he secretly observed for a long time and saw that the little female and her beast husbands were very happy together. He felt both jealous and envious. So now he had changed his mind. Yunqi saw that the little scorpion, when called, not only didn't run away, but also raised its tail high and stared at her intently. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling. This scorpion looked a bit like a miniature version of the city lord of the abandoned beast town. Mo Yuan watched Yunqi stare directly at him, feeling a surge of secret happiness, thinking, "Little girl, she must have recognized me." So, the little scorpion raised its tail high again and happily shook it, as a way of greeting. "Brother, quickly kill it." Yunqi didn't hesitate at all. She was sure the scorpion was definitely suspicious. Yunqi saw the scorpion and also didn't hesitate. He immediately threw out a shining blade, aiming it sharply at the scorpion. Yunqi thought, "How dare it scare my sister? It must not be allowed to go unpunished." Although Mo Yuan was now in the form of a small scorpion, he was still incredibly fast. The moment the shining blade came, he quickly burrowed into the ground. In the kitchen, Feng Heng heard the noise. He grabbed a wooden spatula and hurried out, shouting, "Shishi, what's going on?" Then Yunlan and Yunhua also ran out from the kitchen. Yunshi pointed toward where Mo Yuan had disappeared and said, "There's a scorpion that just burrowed into the ground." Yunshi frowned deeply and immediately protected Yunshi behind him, looking serious. "This scorpion is a bit strange. Everyone, be careful." After the reminder from his older brother-in-law, Feng Heng quickly put down the spatula, rushed to Yunshi's side, and gently picked her up. He flew to the second-floor balcony and said seriously, "Stay here. It's safer." Mo Yuan, hiding in the ground. Mo Yuan felt very frustrated.
He was just a small scorpion now.
Did this family need to be so cautious? He hadn't shown any hostility at all. He was sincere and had even greeted the little girl, yet they weren't friendly at all. Thinking of this, Mo Yuan decided not to hide anymore, to avoid hurting feelings if a fight broke out later. He wanted to leave a good impression. So, with a puff, the little scorpion burst out of the ground. Then, a flash of light appeared, and Mo Yuan's tall, strong figure appeared in front of everyone. Yunshi thought, sure enough, he's up to no good. Seeing this, Feng Heng didn't hesitate at all. He instantly transformed into a large winged creature. In the next second, he was already holding Yunshi and flying into the air. At the same time, Yunshi also transformed into a white tiger form. His sharp eyes locked onto Mo Yuan, and a powerful aura radiated from him, clearly ready for battle. Even the clouds in front of the house, Yunlan and Yunhua, instantly transformed into beast forms, staring directly at Mo Yuan.
Montak Yuan.
He couldn't help but think to himself, are their reactions a bit too intense? I am being sincere. Yunshi roared loudly like a tiger, warning him not to act rashly. You don't need to be so nervous. I have no hostility. Mo Yuan said calmly as he walked over to a wooden chair nearby and sat down openly. Then he looked up at Yunshi in the sky with a confident smile. Little female, I came specifically to find you. What do you want with me? Do you want to be roasted? Yunshi and Feng Heng looked at each other, unable to guess the Scorpion King's thoughts. I have nothing to say to you. Your beast husband will be back soon. If you don't want to die, you'd better leave quickly. Mo Yuan raised an eyebrow, secretly pleased. His little female's fierce look seemed to make her like him even more. Yunshi's voice carried a hint of curiosity. What exactly do you want to do? Mo Yuan looked at Yunshi, his gaze falling on his previously broken leg. He was surprised to see that in just over 2 months, the leg was completely healed. He increasingly believed his good judgment. The little female he liked was truly special. I'm here to discuss conditions with you, Mo Yuan said calmly. We have nothing to talk about. You hurt my older brother like this, and you want to destroy my beast mark. Do you think we can talk peacefully? Yunshi's eyes were full of anger and disgust. She couldn't believe someone would hurt her family like that. If Ming Yi and Lan Nua had been home, she would have ordered them to act immediately. I can't deny that. We had different stances back then, but I am willing to make amends. It wasn't my intention to torment your older brothers. It was the order from the Beast King Palace. Little female, my abandoned beast city isn't easy to survive in. If I hadn't turned a blind eye back then, do you think your 3 brothers could have waited for you to rescue them? Mo Yuan explained calmly, his first time explaining something so patiently. He had no choice. The damage was done, and he could only hope for her forgiveness. No matter whose fault it was, we are enemies. Yunshi remained unmoved. She only harbored hatred for the Scorpion King. At first, Feng Heng almost died. Since he is male, how could he be so cruel as to destroy someone's beast mark? I absolutely cannot forgive this.
Montak Yuan.
He decided to go all out and just kidnap him directly. How did you find this place? Yunshi asked in a deep voice. Mo Yuan didn't hide anything because he wanted to show his sincerity. Of course, it was the messenger from the Beast King Palace who told me. I searched around the Baiman tribe, was about to give up, then saw that phoenix bird. I followed it all the way here. Hearing this, Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. So, yesterday when he and Shiryu went to gather sweet stalks, they were already being watched by the Scorpion King, but they didn't notice at all. Yunqi thought for a moment and continued to ask, that messenger from the Beast King Palace, does he know anything else? Has he returned to the Beast King City? Yunqi was a bit worried. He didn't want the people from the Beast King Palace to find out about Yunqi's whereabouts, especially the new Beast King. Don't worry, I killed that messenger for you. The message won't reach the Beast King City. This is my sincerity, little female.
Do you want to talk to me?
I am very sincere. Mo Yuan once again showed his full sincerity. Hearing this, Yunqi felt a little relieved. Then, he returned to his human form and looked straight at Mo Yuan. What do you want to talk to my sister about? What do you think? I came all the way from the abandoned beast city. What do you think it's for? After speaking, Mo Yuan looked up at Yunqi in the sky and said sincerely, Trust me, I have no ill intentions. Yunqi thought for a moment, then gently patted Feng Heng. Go to the terrace. Feng Heng still felt a bit uneasy. Since he was the only beast husband at home, being in the air was the safest. Although he couldn't defeat Mo Yuan, he could definitely run faster than him. Yunqi nodded at Feng Heng, his expression calm. Listen to your sister. Yunqi's strength had already reached the peak of the 7th rank. If he hadn't been seriously injured earlier, he would have already broken through to the 8th rank. Recently, he had been slowly recovering, and he could advance to the next level at any time. So, when facing Mo Yuan of the 8th rank, he was confident he could still win. Cloud Shi sensed Feng Heng's worry, but she trusted her brother. She gently patted Feng Heng to comfort him, saying, Don't worry. With my brother here, and I can also summon Manhwa. Feng Heng then slowly landed on the balcony with Cloud Shi. However, he didn't retract his wings. Instead, he held Cloud Shi tightly in his arms. This way, if there was danger, he could instantly fly away with her to keep her safe. What do you want to talk to me about? Cloud Shi asked coldly. Mo Yuan slowly stood up and looked directly at Cloud Shi on the balcony. It had been a month, and she looked even more beautiful. He couldn't help but stare at her. Then, he smiled confidently and said, I'm here to join you, Cloud Shi. What did you say? She seriously doubted if she heard him right. I said I want to join you, Mo Yuan repeated. For a moment, besides Mo Yuan, everyone else focused their eyes on him. What is this Scorpion King planning? Time seemed to stop, and both sides remained silent. Just then, Ming Yi and Qing Ling, who had gone out hunting, returned. When they saw Mo Yuan in the yard, they immediately became alert. Ming Yi quickly appeared beside Cloud Shi like a flash of black lightning, holding her protectively. Cloud Shi, are you okay? Feng Heng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ming Yi was back, so things felt more reliable. Finally, Ming Yi, you're back. That Scorpion King said he wants to join us. Isn't that funny? Ming Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Join us? Why should I let him? Because I am the king of the abandoned beast city, and I have peak level 8 strength. Either we become family, or we become enemies. Mo Yuan crossed his arms, looking proud. King of the abandoned beast city. Huh? I can kill you, and become the king myself. Last time, I let you escape by luck. If you're not smart this time, don't blame us for being ruthless. This is not the abandoned beast city. Ming Yi was unbothered. He's only at level 8. He dares to fight at level 9. Why do you get to decide for the little female? Faced with Ming Yi's threat, Mo Yuan felt annoyed. This snake beast dared to decide for the little female. Was he a bit arrogant? Because I am her first beast husband, Ming Yi answered confidently, as if he had the support of his little mate.
Montak Yuan.
He originally thought that the 9th rank beast would be his first mate. But unexpectedly, the 8th rank snake beast in front of him was actually her first mate. At this moment, Mo Yuan truly envied that snake beast. Both being cold-blooded beast men, that snake beast was able to have such a good little mate and stand out among all the males. He remembered that the little mate's previous mates were quite rare. This snake beast was truly a model for their cold-blooded beast men. Mo Yuan stood up slowly and calmly. He came with sincerity, having put in a lot of effort. He didn't want to give up so easily. Yun Shi, choose me, and the entire Beast Abandonment City will become your territory. As far as I know, the Beast King's palace is looking for you. I don't know why your message is with the Baiming tribe, but since I can find you, the Beast King's palace probably can too. I can be your support. Mo Yuan tried to persuade Yun Shi with benefits. Ming Ye's gaze fell on Yun Shi. Honestly, he didn't have the right to make decisions for her. Without the things the Scorpion King did, Mo Yuan's offer was quite tempting. Look at what I'm doing. I don't like him. Yun Shi's simple words instantly extinguished Mo Yuan's passionate heart. He didn't expect that. Even with such sincerity, the little mate showed no sign of wavering. Ming Ye's lips curled slightly, and he looked at Mo Yuan again with a cold tone. Your news is useful, but my partner doesn't like you. Leave quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. Yun Shi nodded and hurriedly said, my beast husband's meaning is my meaning. You should leave. I can help your brother detoxify. That's also my sincerity. Mo Yuan still wasn't willing to give up and tried again to persuade Yun Shi. I don't want a beast husband right now. Besides, my beast husbands are very strong and can protect me. Yun Shi was completely unaffected by Mo Yuan's words. As for her brother's poison, Yun Shi said it could be solved once they reached the Divine Mountain, so there was no need to rush. Seeing that Yun Shi was truly unmoved, Mo Yuan forced a bitter smile, feeling very disappointed inside. For the first time in his life, he really wanted a little mate, but his first attempt ended in failure. It seems my sincerity is still not enough. I will come again. Mo Yuan did not continue to argue. Now that the snake beast has returned, he has no chance to take the young female away alone. Moreover, he genuinely wants to join her family. The young female does not accept him now, which he understands. After all, his first impression was not very good. If he put himself in her place, he probably wouldn't agree easily either. It looks like he needs to show even more sincerity. I will send the antidote as soon as possible. Goodbye, Yun Shi. After saying this, Mo Yuan did not linger further. He straightened his back and strode out of the yard confidently. But his back looked increasingly lonely, didn't it? Once Mo Yuan's presence disappeared completely, everyone finally relaxed a little. This Scorpion King really came with sincerity. Yun Shi turned and went to the living room, sitting at the dining table, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Yunlong looked at her little sister, hesitant to speak. After a long pause, he finally said, Little sister, we really don't need that antidote. Big Brother told us that once we go to the Divine Mountain, there will be a way to cure the poison. So you must not agree to that Scorpion King. Yes, I think the same. That Scorpion King is a bad beast and doesn't deserve my little sister. Yunhua also quickly agreed, worried that her little sister might accept the Scorpion King's request. Seeing the worried expressions of her two brothers, Yun Shi forced a smile and comforted them. Don't worry, I have my own plans. After saying that, Yun Shi looked around and noticed that Yun Shi and Ming Yi were not in the living room. She frowned and asked, Where did Big Brother and Ming Yi go? They went to check the surroundings, afraid that the Scorpion King might come again suddenly. Qing Ling explained. Qing Ling's gaze passed through the window. He saw Yun Shi and Ming Yi standing nearby, seemingly discussing something. Not long after, Ming Yi and Yun Shi returned to the living room. Ming Yi sat beside Yun Shi and said seriously, There is no sign of the Scorpion King around here. It seems he really has left. Shiyu, go to the leader and tell the tribe members not to reveal Yun Shi's whereabouts. When Lan Nuo returns, we will discuss together. We can't stay in Beichuan tribe anymore. Ing nodded and said, I will go to my father's house soon. What do the people from Beast King City want with me? That Bai Yi and I are not paired, and that little prince likes him. They could just pair them up directly. Why do they need to find me? Yun Shi looked confused and couldn't understand the little prince's way of thinking. You're already the daughter of the new Beast King, and you're still so polite. Yun Shi sighed and said slowly, There might be other reasons, maybe related to your background. I was planning to tell you when we reached the Divine Mountain. Yun Shi blurted out, Aren't I your sister? After saying that, Yunxi looked at Yunqi with a blank expression, wondering if she was some hidden big shot or something. Yunqi took a deep breath, calmed himself, then shook his head slowly and said seriously, "No, you're not my sister." When he said this, not only Yunqi was shocked, but Yunlan and Yunhua also looked at him with disbelief. Suddenly, the living room became very quiet, and everyone's eyes focused on Yunqi. "Big brother, are you joking? How could we not be siblings? We grew up together." Yunlan looked anxious and couldn't believe what Yunqi was saying. They watched Yunqi grow up. "Yes, we often carried Yunqi around when we played in Beast King City as kids." Yunhua agreed, then thought of something and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. He whispered, "Could it be that big brother isn't really our big brother?" "Yes, I am not your big brother." Yunqi didn't deny it because it was the truth. Yunhua patted his chest and said casually, "That's okay. As long as we are still Yunqi's brothers. Yunqi is not your little sister either." Yunqi's words hit like a heavy bomb, exploding again in their hearts. Yunhua and Yunlan froze in place, stunned. Their big brother was gone and their little sister was gone.
Who were they then?
"Big brother? What do you mean? Can you be clearer?" "Then Yunhua and I probably aren't related either, right?" Yunlan was really at a loss now. "Don't worry, you are all siblings. I will tell you more when we reach the Divine Mountain." After saying that, Yunqi looked at Yunxi and said, "Sister, come with me." Since the matter has been discussed to this point, Yunqi knows there is no need to hide anything from Yunxi anymore. Anyway, she will find out the answer when she goes to the sacred mountain. Whether to tell others or not is up to Yunxi herself. He has no right to make that decision for her. Yunxi follows Yunqi to a room on the second floor. As soon as they enter, Yunqi immediately uses his special power to set up a protective light shield in the room. Yunqi feels a heavy weight in her heart. It seems that what her older brother is about to say is very important. Older brother. At this moment, Yunqi feels a bit nervous inside. She doesn't know what secrets the original owner's background holds, but it must be very special. Otherwise, Yunqi wouldn't be so serious. Yunqi gently closes the door, then slowly kneels in front of Yunqi, performing a traditional, respectful bow. He speaks softly, "Yunqi, I am not your older brother. To be precise, I am your guardian beast. Bai Yi and I are both your guardian beasts." What's going on? The older brother has become a guardian beast? Yunqi's eyes widen in disbelief. Yunqi continues, "You must be very curious about why I have never doubted your identity, right?" Yunqi instinctively nods. Since Yunqi called her sister from the start, he has shown her unconditional love and care, almost out of instinct, trusting her completely. "Because I know that the owner has returned. When the owner was 10 years old, you suddenly fell into a deep sleep. Bai Yi, the father beast, and I were very worried and searched everywhere for a way. In the end, we found the high priest of the sacred mountain. He took you into the temple. I don't know what happened to you there. When the high priest came out, he only told us that your body had been taken over by others and you had gone to another world. He also told us that you would come back," Yunqi explained slowly. "So that's why you never doubted me?" Yunqi's eyes are full of complex feelings. Hearing Yunqi's words, she begins to doubt herself. Could her crossing to another world really be arranged by heaven? Did she just travel to another world for a while and now she's back home? "I can feel that you are completely different from your previous self. I believe my instincts are right. If the owner doesn't believe me, we can go to the sacred mountain. The high priest will surely confirm it," Yunqi says confidently. "If I really am your owner, then what is my identity?" Yunqi shook his head and continued, "I'm not entirely sure myself. I only know that the owner's beast form is something we've never seen before." At this, Yunqi was truly confused. Is she still a beast? Aren't female beasts usually human-shaped? When I was very young, Bai Yi and I were being chased and almost died. At that moment, we both heard a faint voice ask if we wanted to become her guardian beasts. Yunqi slowly recalled his first meeting with the owner. For him and Bai Yi, the owner's appearance was like a light in their lives, giving them hope to survive. "And then?" Yunqi asked eagerly. "At that time, We had no strength left to run. I only remember that the voice was warm. Since we were about to die, I thought it was just a dream. So, I chose to become a guardian beast. Yunqi finished speaking, looked up at Yunqi, and his eyes were full of faith. He continued, I found myself in a chaotic place, where I saw the owner. You gave me strength which allowed me to survive. When I woke up, I saw you lying beside us, small and fragile, like a newborn female cub. Coincidentally, the father beast found us and took Bai Yi, the owner, and me back to the Beast King city. Yunqi pondered. So, I became the Beast King's female cub. Yunqi continued softly. To protect you, Bai Yi and I were still young, and when the owner transformed into a human form, you were in your cub stage and very weak. We needed the father beast's strength to protect you, so we stayed in the Beast King city. Could I be mistaken? I have no memory of any of this. Yunqi still found it hard to believe. Maybe it's because of the seal. Once we go to the Divine Mountain, all the answers will be revealed. Yunqi comforted her, explaining that this was also why he wanted to take the owner to the Divine Mountain first. So neither you nor I are the father beast's cubs. Then why did he raise us and treat us so well? Thinking of the father beast, Yunqi still felt his genuine care for his 4 children, especially for her. The father beast is really kind. Bai Yi and I are both the offspring of the former Beast King. Bai Yi is my younger brother. When my father and mother died in an accident, everyone was vying for the throne. Bai Yi and I were also hunted down. My father, the king, was saved by the Beast King. Before he died, he entrusted me and Bai Yi to him and also handed over the position of Beast King. So, he brought us back to the Beast King city. To gain the support of the White Tiger clan, my father promised in front of the clan members that once Bai Yi and I grew up, we would take back the position of Beast King. But Bai Yi and I are not interested in that position because we are already the guardians of our master, and our main duty is to protect him. Maybe my father's wife was worried he would really give the Beast King position to us, so she took drastic action. Thinking of my father lying in a pool of blood, a dark look flashed in Yunqi's eyes. He would avenge my father and also eliminate these threats for his master. That's how it is. I knew she didn't like me, Yunqi said. Yunqi suddenly understood. No wonder that female never looked at her directly. They had no real relationship at all. Don't worry about those people, Yunqi said. Is it really that amazing what you said? Yunqi still found it hard to believe that her identity was so special. What else could it be? Why would the Sea and Feather tribes willingly marry my father? And I know that our high priest must know the answer. I remember when he brought you out of the temple, he was very respectful. Someone who can earn the respect of the mountain high priest must have a notable status. Besides, he had never heard of any beast needing a guardian. Although both Bai Yi and I were weak at that time, it's undeniable that over the years, with me by her side, my sisters and Bai Ye's strength grew very quickly. Otherwise, the White Tiger clan wouldn't value us so much. If my sister hadn't left, I believe Bai Yi and I would be close to reaching the 9th rank, maybe even have broken through already. After all, Bai Yi and I reached the 6th rank peak when Yunqi was 10 years old. So, if Bai Yi is my guardian beast, why did he later become my beast husband? Yunqi asked. When we returned to the Beast King Palace, we agreed that I would take care of you as your older brother and Bai Yi would guard you nearby. Later, my father wanted to choose a beast husband for you. To better protect you, Bai Yi became your beast husband, Yunqi explained. If he's my beast husband and guardian, why did he leave? Yunqi was very confused. I don't know what Bai Yi was thinking. Maybe after all these years, since you never came back, his feelings changed. Cloud Chi helplessly shook his head, unable to guess Bai Ye's thoughts. It seems I need to go to the sacred mountain as soon as possible. Whether or not he was the master Cloud Chi spoke of, this matter had to be resolved quickly. Although Yunqi didn't think she was very special, others' guesses made her uneasy. She didn't want trouble to find her one after another. She just wanted to live a peaceful life. Cloud Chi immediately made a decision. Master, I will leave for the sacred mountain tomorrow. Yunqi nodded without objection. Then she suggested, Brother, maybe you should call me sister? Yunshi wasn't used to that title. She preferred Cloud Chi to call her sister. Cloud Chi nodded in agreement. Right now, we can't reveal the master's whereabouts. Everything depends on the master's arrangements. After thinking for a moment, Yunshi still expressed her worries. What if I'm not your master? Then I'll just keep calling you sister. When that person occupied the master's body before, I still treated her well. So, I can do the same for you now. Cloud Chi had considered this possibility, but to him, whether or not she was the master didn't matter. He cared for her and wanted to protect her regardless. Moreover, he believed Yunshi was his true master now. After a brief pause, Yunshi said, "All right, let's not tell them for now. We'll talk after we reach the sacred mountain. Everything follows the master's plan. Brother, I am your sister now. Okay, I'll listen to my sister." When Cloud Chi removed the light shield, Mingyi walked in worriedly. "Yunshi, are you alright?" Yunshi shook her head, looking at the concern in his eyes, and smiled to reassure him. "Yi, don't worry. I'm fine." Mingyi tightly held Yunshi's small hand. "Don't hide things from me. No matter what happens, I will always protect you." Yunshi calmed her mind. There were things she hadn't fully understood yet, and talking about them now would only add to her worries. Her husband's brows were almost twisted into knots. She gently reached out and tenderly smoothed Mingye's furrowed brows, continuing to comfort him. "Don't frown. It doesn't look good. After we reach the sacred mountain and clarify some things, I'll tell you everything." Mingyi secretly sighed in his heart and immediately understood Yunshi's thoughts. "All right, I am your first beast husband. Don't hide things from me. It won't happen. I still rely on you to protect me. Don't worry, I am here." After speaking, Mingyi took Yunshi's hand and led her downstairs. When they reached the living room, the tense atmosphere was obvious, and even Shiryu, who had just returned, looked worried. Seeing Yunshi come down, Shiryu, Qingling, and Feng Heng immediately gathered around her. Although they hadn't asked anything, their worried expressions were clear to Yunshi. "Don't worry, it's nothing. My older brother just told me some old stories from the past. Look at how worried you all are, it's not very handsome." Yunshi tried to sound relaxed, hoping to ease the mood. Shishi, are you lying to us?" Feng Heng looked suspicious. The room was shielded by Yunshi's supernatural power, so how could it just be a small matter? They could only wait outside, feeling anxious and helpless. "Don't worry, it's fine." Yunshi reassured them again. "Shishi." Feng Heng wanted to ask more. Mingyi suddenly interrupted and said coldly, "Stop asking. Hurry up and prepare the food." Yunshi is hungry. Seeing Mingyi's serious expression, the three quickly understood. Although Yunshi was used to their company, Mingyi, her first beast husband, wouldn't tolerate their fussing. They all shut their mouths and stopped talking about it. Yunshi looked gratefully at Mingyi. Truly, he was her first beast husband and immediately helped to clear the way. Seeing the three submissive beast husbands, Yunshi changed the subject. "Aling, what food is in the pot?" "I'm hungry." Qingling snapped out of his thoughts and quickly responded, "Shishi, sit down first. We'll bring the food right away." "I'll help too." Feng Heng followed Qingling to the kitchen, one behind the other. After filling her stomach, Yunshi felt sleepy. Today had been quite an exciting day. First the Scorpion King, then the Guardian Beast, and now she was still standing. Her mind was starting to feel foggy. Yunshi yawned. "Yi, stay with me for a while." Mingyi nodded and accompanied Yunshi back to her room. Usually, the young female would have taken a nap by now. In Mingya's arms, Yunshi found a comfortable position. Perhaps due to long-term dependence, she fell asleep in just a minute, as if she was going to play chess with the Lord of the Underworld. Yunshi slept until sunset. When she woke up, her companion was Lan Nua. Yunshi rubbed her eyes and whispered softly, "Lan Nua, you're back. Yes, I know everything that happened today. I will leave early tomorrow for the sacred mountain." When Lan Nua returned, Mingyi told him everything. After some discussion, Lan Nua decided to go alone to the sacred mountain. He thought he could go faster by himself. Yunshi looked a bit worried. "Isn't brother going with you? I can go alone." "Yunshi stays at home, so I feel more at ease," Lan Nua explained. Yunshi looked a little guilty.
Lunley.
I feel like I've been bothering you all this time. You have such a noble status, but here I am, almost just running errands. Lan Nua gently tapped Yunshi's head and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Aren't we partners? The high priest already gave you the right to command me freely." "I am happy to do so. Thank you, Lan Nua." Yunshi felt very touched and snuggled into Lan Nua's arms. Lan Nua leaned in slightly. "How about you keep me company tonight?" Yunshi smiled warmly, looking at his beautiful face. She couldn't refuse him at all. "Okay, tonight I'll keep the company of my high priest." Lan Nua lowered his head and gently kissed Yunshi's lips. His mood looked very happy. "Come on, let's go downstairs for dinner. Only after eating well will we have the strength tonight." Yunshi shot him a slightly annoyed look. This guy's thoughts were written all over his face. Last night, he didn't succeed. At night, everyone understood why Yunshi's room was separated by a faint space barrier. Although they were envious, no one dared to disturb her. Inside the room, after some intimacy, Yunshi lazily lay in Lan Nua's arms and mumbled softly, "Tonight was a bit much." "I've been very restrained," Lan Nua said helplessly. How could he explain? The little female was so soft and fragrant. Even with strong self-control, when tasting something wonderful, he would quickly lose it. "I'm still carrying a little one," Yunshi muttered. Lan Nua's large hand gently rested on Yunshi's belly, tenderly stroking. "The little one is healthy. Don't worry, you rely on your healing power to do whatever you want. Don't you like that?" Yunshi snorted softly, blushing, and didn't answer. Seeing this, Lan Nua understood clearly. His little female clearly liked him. "Don't worry, I know my limits. Sleep now." After saying that, Lan Nua's palm glowed with golden light, and Yunshi was wrapped in warmth again. She lay in Lan Nua's arms and quickly fell asleep. Honestly, the high priest's healing power is very good at helping with sleep. The next morning, just before dawn, Lan Nua set out alone for the sacred mountain. At the same time, Yu and Feng Heng also prepared to go to the sunset forest to try their luck. After all, their strengths, one at the peak of the 7th rank, the other at the peak of the 6th, had reached a point where they needed to go further. Both of them knew they couldn't slack off just because they had Lan Nua and Mingyi at home. Protecting Yunshi was their shared responsibility. Mingyi also strongly supported this idea. When they left, Mingyi gave them many high-level beast crystals, clearly implying that if they didn't succeed in advancing, they shouldn't come back. To help, Qingling specially shared some advice. Always believe you can succeed. Usually, in life-and-death situations, people will unleash their full power. He had succeeded in advancing last time because he was determined to protect Yunshi. Yunshi also set out with Yu and the others, but he was just going to challenge the Sunset Forest and level up along the way. At this moment, only Mingyi and Qingling were at home. Yunlan and Yunhua were in the yard, practicing with the 3 little ones. Today, they didn't go far. Both of them knew deep down that they couldn't be much help now, but at least they couldn't be a burden to their little sister. In the afternoon, Mo Yuan came again. At that time, Yunshi and the others were inside, and Mo Yuan had deliberately hidden his aura so no one noticed him. He didn't disturb them, just crouched in the corner, watching the smiling little female inside the house. He silently made up his mind. He must join this family. In the end, it was the 3 little ones playing in the yard when they found a beast skin bag hanging from a tree branch. They realized that the Scorpion King had come quietly. The beast skin bag contained a mysterious liquid in a bamboo tube. Mingyi leaned in to smell it and said, "It should be an antidote for scorpion poison. He just sent it over like that? He's so kind. Could it be a trick?" Yunshi was also very surprised. After all, King Scorpion usually liked to negotiate terms with her. His low profile this time made her curious about his true purpose. Mo Yuan said confidently, "This is my sincere effort. I just want to please the little female. Am I not easy to deal with?" I checked. Usually the antidote is on the person who poisoned them. This one has a scent, so it's definitely the antidote, Mingyi confirmed.
Great.
Big brother, you don't have to suffer from scorpion poison anymore. Yunshi was very happy. Although her two brothers never showed it in front of her, she could tell that the scorpion poison made them very weak. Blue Nua's healing power could only slightly ease their pain. Most of the time, her brothers had to endure the torment of the poison silently. Yunlan looked worried. Little sister, we can wait a bit longer. I don't want King Scorpion to use this to threaten you in the future. Little sister, I don't want that either. We're much better now than in the abandoned bee city, Yunhua added in agreement. Yunlan and Yunhua both refused. Since they weren't going to die soon, they could endure it. The poison he gave my brothers, it's right to take out the antidote. Otherwise, we won't let him go next time. So, big brother, don't think too much. Your sister isn't so easy to control. Yunlan and Yunhua shook their heads. King Scorpion was the ruler of the abandoned beast city and always played by his own rules. His benefits weren't so easy to get. Yunshi knew that her brothers didn't want to add pressure on her. But as the little sister, she couldn't bear to see her brothers suffer anymore. Big brothers don't refuse. Besides, once your bodies recover, you can be my strong support again. Isn't that good? Yunshi continued to persuade. Yunlan and Yunhua looked at each other. Where does their little sister need support now? The males in the family, big and small, all pampered her. All right, we'll be your support, Yunlan agreed. He no longer hesitated, thinking her words made sense. Yunhua looked at the dark liquid in the bamboo tube, showing a troubled expression. He grimaced and said, "But little sister, this looks a bit hard to swallow. Pinch your nose, close your eyes, and drink it all at once. Later, I'll reward you with some candy," Yunshi said with a smile. Cloud, she couldn't help but secretly laugh. Honestly, this dark stuff looked a bit frightening to her. It really seemed hard to swallow. Yunlan and Yunhua exchanged glances, both seeing the same struggle in each other's eyes. This dark liquid was truly disgusting. Mo Yuan said, "Are you guys polite? I went through a lot to collect this for myself. My chest still hurts from it." In the end, the two of them followed Cloud Shi's advice, pinched their noses, closed their eyes, and quickly drank it all. Then, they gulped down several sips of water, each holding a piece of candy in their mouths before swallowing the black liquid. Maybe the antidote was working, as Yunlan and Yunhua showed different reactions in their bodies. They greeted Cloud Shi, and then went back to their rooms to rest and wait for the detox to take effect. It seemed that the Scorpion King was truly sincere. That evening, when the two brothers came out for dinner, their complexion was much better than during the day. By the next afternoon, the poison on Yunhua and Yunlan was almost completely gone. In the afternoon, Yunhua specially showed off in front of the three little ones, proud and confident. Seeing the confident smile on their faces, Cloud Shi felt genuinely happy for them. On the third day, the two brothers took turns going out hunting with Qingling. Since the Scorpion King had visited, to prevent the people of Beast King City from discovering Cloud Shi, Mingyi stayed close by her side during the absence of Lan Nua and Yunqi. The hunting missions were naturally assigned to Qingling, Yunlan, and Yunhua. That night, Yunqi returned alone from the Sunset Forest. As soon as he arrived home, everyone noticed a change in his aura. As Yunqi explained, he went to the Sunset Forest just to challenge himself and level up. Meanwhile, Shiryu and Feng Heng were still working hard in the forest.
Time passed day by day.
During this period, Lan Nua came back once and saw the high priest looking exhausted, which made Cloud Shi feel very worried. That night, Cloud Shi ordered Lan Nua to rest well and regain his strength before heading out again. However, that guy, after a good rest in bed that night, was back to full energy and set out again early the next morning. According to Lan Nua, he was just returning to recharge his energy, and Yun Shi was his source of strength. On the sixth day, Shiryu and Feng Heng finally returned from the Sunset Forest. Both of them had successfully advanced to the next level. However, it was Feng Heng who went out and Feng Ju who came back. And he returned alone, leaving Shiryu far behind. When everyone saw the huge black phoenix slowly descending from the sky, they were all stunned. This was the first time they saw Feng Ju in beast form. Not to mention, it looked a bit more impressive than Feng Heng's fire phoenix. But it's better not to say too much, or Feng Heng might get angry. At the moment Feng Ju landed, he quickly changed back into human form. Besides a colder expression, he looked almost the same as Feng Heng. Feng Ju, are you alright? Yunxi stepped forward and asked. Feng Ju shook his head, his gaze falling on Yunxi's belly, and he slowly said, I'm fine. You haven't come out in a long time. Yunxi wanted to ask about Feng Heng, but was afraid Feng Ju would overthink, even though they were actually the same person. He's weak, Feng Ju answered simply. Because Feng Heng was weak, and at a critical moment, he had to come out to help. However, after helping this time, he didn't immediately return his body to Feng Heng.
So, he came back.
What about Shiryu? Were you not together? He's slow. Feng Ju still spoke briefly. Although Feng Ju was quiet, he always got straight to the point. Yunxi still felt a bit uneasy. Are you all okay? Yeah, we're fine, Feng Ju replied briefly again. Everyone couldn't help but silently think, this guy really doesn't talk much. When Shiryu returned, Yunxi finally learned that the two had encountered a fierce beast at the early 8th level. During the fight, Shiryu suddenly had a breakthrough opportunity and had to advance immediately. To prevent the beast from affecting Shiryu, Feng Heng, who was only at level 6, decisively decided to draw the beast away alone. But with the difference in strength, at a critical moment, Feng Heng called Feng Ju to help. After all, in his Black Phoenix form, his combat power was indeed stronger than in his Fire Phoenix form. Feng Ju didn't complain and fought the beast with full concentration. Unexpectedly, he accidentally succeeded in advancing to the next level. When the upgrade was finished, the two of them worked together to defeat the 8th rank Fierce Beast and obtain their first 8th rank Beast Crystal. As for this, Feng Heng felt very upset inside. He became very withdrawn. So, he didn't compete with Feng Jin for the right to control his body for now. When they were about to return home, Feng Heng wanted to take back control, but Feng Jin pretended not to hear him and ignored him. Poor little Feng Bird, now he was even more frustrated, but he couldn't do anything about Feng Jin. When Feng Jin suddenly appeared, everyone greeted him warmly. However, Feng Jin hardly spoke to others and chose to stay silent. Only Yunxi talked to him, and he would respond reluctantly. Since returning to the small cabin, he became Yunxi's little shadow. Wherever Yunxi went, he followed. Seeing this, everyone felt helpless. They couldn't do anything because Yunxi was very indulgent toward him. Yunxi noticed that Feng Jin kept looking at her belly several times. She guessed that Feng Heng was probably showing off to him again. It was clear that Feng Jin was very curious about the little baby. Do you want to touch the baby? Feng Jin's eyes lit up and he eagerly nodded. To make Feng Jin more comfortable, Yunxi took him to the second-floor terrace. They sat on a rocking chair. Yunxi waved her hand and said, Feng Jin, come and touch the baby. Yunxi was not shy at all. She confidently took Feng Jin's hand and gently placed it on her belly. After all, Feng Heng and Feng Jin were basically the same person, both considered the baby's father, so Yunxi didn't feel embarrassed. Feng Jin's ears instantly turned red. He carefully and gently stroked Yunxi's belly, feeling the bloodline aura that belonged to their family. Is it what Feng Heng told you? This guy just can't keep things to himself, Yunxi said with a smile when mentioning Feng Heng. This guy was a bit childish, but he was actually very responsible. Feng Jin hesitated for a moment, seeming to struggle with how to express himself. After a while, he slowly said 3 words, he is good. That's true. But Feng Jin, I also think you're very good. Want a piece of candy? It's very sweet. Feng Jin paused his hand on her belly, then a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed he understood why he kept wanting to come out. Wind Yen slowly spoke. Candy. Yunxi smiled as she took a piece of candy from her small bag and quickly put it into Wind Yan's mouth. This was brought back by Feng Heng, and it's also your achievement. Wind Yan gently held the candy in his mouth, savoring the sweet taste, his face full of satisfaction. After a while, he looked at Yunxi. Yunxi, it's very sweet. Yunxi was a bit surprised. This time, Wind Yan actually said a few more words and even called her by name. It seems he's made some progress. Next time you want to eat, just tell Feng Heng, and he will let you. Okay? I will remember. Yunxi, I'm going back now. This time, the smile on Windian's face was noticeably bigger than before. Yes, when the wine is ready to drink, I will ask Feng Heng to tell you. Okay, I will come. After saying that, Windian leaned back in his rocking chair and slowly closed his eyes. It looked like he had fallen asleep. But soon, Feng Heng woke up. As expected, it was still Feng Heng's familiar and pitiful tone. Cici, Windian finally let me come out. I almost thought I wouldn't see you again. Yunxi helplessly rubbed her forehead and glanced at Feng Heng. Aren't you both the same person? Why do you keep calling yourself different? Feng Heng pouted sadly and mumbled. It's different. He's stronger than me. I've been struggling in the forest for so many days, whether I ate well or slept well. Gu and I kept looking for chances to improve, but we never succeeded. Windian, as soon as he came out, successfully advanced. Feng Heng, feeling wronged, needing comfort. She could understand. It was like Feng Heng had done 99% of the effort, but at the critical moment, someone else took the opportunity. Alright, don't feel wronged. You are both the same person. No matter who advances, both of you benefit. You've all worked hard these days, my little phoenix. She wasn't just speaking casually. Usually, an 8th-level beastman could only hunt on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, let alone Feng Heng, who was only at level 6. Surviving and returning from the Sunset Forest was already difficult, let alone successfully advancing. Her little phoenix was very reliable. Feng Heng composed himself. I'm not that impressive. I'm the weakest at home. I want to become very strong. I also want to protect Cici. I don't want to encounter danger and have to just run away with you. Clouxy was a bit confused. Can't you and Feng Jin share your powers? Clearly, both are in the same body and the powers flowing through it are the same. Yet, the powers are separate. If powers could be shared, wouldn't Feng Heng have 2 different attack abilities? That is very rare in the beast world. Most males with dual abilities usually have an attack power plus a support power. When they reach the 9th level, they either awaken a new ability or their abilities undergo a big change. For example, Lano's space ability not only stores things but can also teleport and block. Meanwhile, Minji and Xiu's space abilities can only store things at the moment. Feng Heng looked a bit discouraged and lowered his head. I don't know why either. I think it's strange. When I return to the U tribe, I will ask the High Priest. He is very experienced and might have a way to solve this. Don't worry too much. Take your time. Thinking about it, Feng Heng realized that made sense. He might be weak at home, but in others' eyes, he was still strong. With this thought, Feng Heng immediately stopped feeling upset. I understand now. Cici, I miss you so much these days. Is the little one behaving well? As he spoke, Feng Heng squatted down and gently pressed his ear to Yunqi's belly, whispering, Little one, I am your father. He's still just an egg now, and won't hatch for 2 more months. Yunqi couldn't help but laugh and cry. Her little phoenix bird was quite emotional and handled it well. From Feng Heng, Yunqi learned that the phoenix bird clan's pregnancy lasts about 3 months. When the female lays the egg, the male incubates it. It usually takes 3 to 6 months for the egg to hatch. The earlier a phoenix hatches, the stronger its talent. Lano had checked before, and Yunqi's pregnancy was with a single chick. Yunqi had only been pregnant for a month now. Besides feeling very sleepy, she had no other pregnancy symptoms. Compared to carrying 3 little ones, this pregnancy felt much easier. Feng Heng looked up with a serious expression on his face. Cici, after the little one is born, I want to take it back to the U tribe to hatch. Why? Because our phoenix lineage might awaken the divine phoenix bloodline. If I hatch it on our sacred mountain in the U tribe, the chances of the little one being chosen will be higher. I know this request is a bit selfish, but I really want our little one to try. If it succeeds, it will be very powerful in the future. At this moment, Feng Heng's expression looked a little serious. What if it doesn't succeed? Yunqi immediately asked. That's okay. He is still our little phoenix bird, the most noble bloodline of our feather clan. I wasn't chosen back then. After saying this, Feng Heng scratched his head awkwardly. When he was still inside his eggshell, the high priest had high hopes for him, but in the end, he wasn't lucky enough. Not being chosen is normal, since the chances are very small. But over the years, no new phoenix birds have been born in the Feather Clan. As the smallest phoenix, Foam Hung often heard the word pity because his talent is even better than his older brothers. When he was 13, Foam Hung suddenly awakened a special ability again. He didn't know why, but suddenly Foam Ju appeared, and his awakened power became his own. However, others didn't know about this. They thought Foam Hung just failed to awaken properly. The Feather Clan didn't know about Foam Ju's existence. Although Foam Hung often seems a bit slow, he knows in his heart that his Shishi is special. That's why he wanted to bring the eggs back to the Feather Clan. He believed their little phoenix bird's talent must be better than his own, and the chances of being chosen would be higher. Yunshi thought for a moment. She didn't care much about how strong her cub was. As long as he was her cub, he was her treasure, and she loved him all. But this world is a place where the strong survive. When her cub grows up, he will have to find his own place to explore. As a mother, she definitely hopes they all have the ability to protect themselves. Once the cub is about to be born, we will go back to the Feather Clan and stay for a while. Foam Hung was so surprised he widened his eyes. Shishi, you're so wonderful. I am the happiest little phoenix. After saying this, Foam Hung was so touched that he immediately hugged Yunshi, starting to act cute. Let go. Yunshi pretended to be angry. Foam Hung tightly hugged Yunshi, using all his charm and pleading. No, I really miss you these days. Yunshi sighed. You're about to become a father, yet you're acting like a child. I will protect Shishi and our little phoenix in the future. I will try my best. Shishi, just hold me for a little while. It seems that a simple hug is not enough to ease the longing. Foam Hung moves closer, trying to please and comfort her in various ways. Yunshi feels helpless and can only let Foam Hung get his way, since her little beast husband is so clingy. In the following days, King Scorpion Mo Yuan did not appear again, nor did the people from Beast King City. Life returned to its original calm. They worked from sunrise to sunset and rested at night. One day, Ming Yi and Shiryu returned from the Sunset Forest. Yunshi noticed that Ming Ye's expression seemed a bit strange. His eyes looked hazy, and his gaze was a little distracted, showing signs of pain and restraint. Yunshi quickly went to him. Yi, what's wrong? Ming Yi wanted to answer, but suddenly let out a muffled groan. His body trembled uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his mind, and with a gentle look, he said, Yunshi, I was out for 2 days. Stay at home and wait for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Ye's body started to change uncontrollably. His legs below the waist quickly turned into a thick snake tail. At this moment, the smooth scales on the snake tail shimmered with a faint glow. The edges of the scales began to lift slightly, as if trying to detach from his body. Blood seemed to seep out from the gaps between the scales. Ming Yi endured the intense pain of shedding his skin, his face serious as he looked at Shiryu and Yunshi. He said sternly, I'll leave the house to you. Take good care of Yunshi. After saying that, Ming Yi didn't delay any longer. He quickly swung his snake tail and slid toward the pond behind the mountain. Unexpectedly, this trip to Sunset Forest caused him to enter the shedding phase early, and it came very quickly, without giving him any time to prepare. Yunshi hurried to the yard, anxious. Shiryu quickly reached out and held her back. Don't go. Ming Yi probably just entered the shedding phase suddenly. He'll be back in a couple of days. Will it be dangerous? Yunshi rarely saw Ming Yi look so weak. In her eyes, her big husband had always been full of confidence and strength. Shiryu embraced Yunshi tightly and said with certainty, Don't worry. Ming Yi is so strong, he won't be in danger. Shiryu guessed that Ming Yi left so hurriedly because he didn't want Yunshi to see him during the painful shedding process. After all, no male wants to show his vulnerable side in front of his beloved female. Males always want to leave a strong and reliable image in the eyes of their females. Although Yunshi was worried, she knew that shedding skin was a normal process for snake-like creatures. Yunshi looked towards the direction Minji had gone, her hands unconsciously clasped in front of her chest, silently praying for Minji's safe passage through this shedding period. During the 2 days Minji was away, Yunqi, Yunlan, and Yunhua took turns hunting at home. Although Yunqi was Yunqi's guardian beast, others didn't know about this relationship, so the task of close protection was left to Xiyu, who was the strongest among the three. On the first day of Minji's absence, everything seemed normal. On the second day, Fengheng and Xiyu accompanied Yunqi to the riverbank vegetable field to pick fresh vegetables. Just as Yunqi reached the riverbank, she happened to meet Luing, who was leading a group of males toward her. Yunqi stared at Luing for a moment, recalling that Lu Ying's mate was probably not among these males. She secretly thought, well, Luing is quite popular, and her mates seemed to come one after another. However, the next second, Yunqi saw Luing suddenly raise both hands, pointing directly at her and shouting loudly, "That's Yunqi." Several males beside Luing immediately looked at each other with suspicion, their eyes full of doubt as they examined Yunqi from head to toe. This didn't seem to match the information they had received. "Are you Yunqi, from the Beast King City?" the leading male asked, his tone somewhat scrutinizing. Yunqi remained alert inside, quietly observing this group of strangers. Since he mentioned the Beast King City, it was likely sent by the Beast King Palace. But judging by their suspicious expressions, they didn't seem to believe that the person in front of them was Yunqi from the Beast King City. Since that was the case, she decided to deny it. Yunqi subtly signaled Xiyu behind her with a quick glance, indicating he should wait and see what happens. Xiyu nodded slightly. This group of males all had 7th-tier strength, and the leader was even 8th tier. Their strength was not to be underestimated. It was better to listen to Yunqi first. Yunqi kept a calm and confident expression, answering clearly and decisively. The leading male immediately turned his head and sternly scolded, "How dare you deceive us?" Flowing Fire was clearly caught off guard by Yunqi's outright denial. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she hurriedly explained, "She really is Yunqi. Why would I lie to you?" The group of males then all turned their gaze to Yunqi. Yunqi helplessly waved her hand, speaking sincerely, "I am really not Yunqi." Flowing Fire's face turned red with anxiety. She pointed at Yunqi's hand, trembling slightly, and loudly questioned, "How can you say you're not Yunqi?" Yunqi blinked with big, innocent eyes and suddenly looked pitiful. Softly, she said, "I want to ask you the same." Flowing Fire's face turned pale with anger. She pointed at her own nose with trembling fingers and opened and closed her mouth, clearly confused by Yunqi's actions. At this moment, Qing He and Luo Qi arrived at the riverbank. Flowing Fire, seeing a chance to escape, hurriedly shouted to Qing He, "Qing He, tell them quickly, is she Yunqi?" Qing He first looked confused, then, noticing her sister's pitiful gaze, immediately understood. "Flowing Fire, what are you talking about? How could she be Yunqi? Didn't Yunqi leave the tribe long ago?" While speaking, Qing He subtly winked at Yunqi, signaling her not to worry. Her sister understood. Now, not only was Flowing Fire completely confused, but the group of males was also utterly stunned. The leading male looked at Yunqi and then at Qing He, finally fixing his gaze on Flowing Fire, and said fiercely, "You said she didn't deceive us? I could tell just by looking at that female, she's not Yunqi. Yunqi is chubby and ugly. How could she be that beautiful young female?" The other males started whispering among themselves. "Exactly. The elders said Yunqi was quite chubby. I heard she was an aggressive female. How could this young female be an aggressive one? She speaks so nicely. She even smiled at me just now. Her smile is so pretty, completely different from that aggressive female." Yunqi couldn't help but secretly smile. It's been over a year since she left, and she didn't expect the Beast King City to still have stories about her. She is not a bad female. She is a beautiful female. I don't know why Luing said that. Does she dislike me? Yunqi planned to act delicate and weak, like a little white flower. Qing He understood the situation well and echoed with her friends. "It's because you're more beautiful than her. She's jealous." Although she didn't understand everything, the leader had already gone door to door to spread the word, so they couldn't reveal Yunqi's true identity. Luing clearly had bad intentions. The leader, though mostly convinced, remained cautious. He looked at Shiryu and Feng Heng and said in a deep voice, "I am a messenger from the Beast King Palace, sent by the queen to find her female cub, Yunshi. We mean no harm. Then you might be wasting your time." "She left right after this winter season," Yunshi said calmly. Lu Ying anxiously shouted, "Don't believe her. That's Yunshi. If you don't believe me, look at her beast partner. He's the only nine-tailed fox in our tribe, and that phoenix bird. No one else in the tribe has won." Yunshi sighed helplessly, spread her hands, and looked at Shiryu and Feng Heng with an innocent expression. "Feng Jiu, why don't you show them your beast form? It might make it easier for them to believe us." Shiryu understood immediately. He transformed into his beast form, a simple white fox with only a lonely tail behind him. Feng Heng also quietly agreed with Feng Jiu, exchanging identities with him. Feng Jiu instantly turned into a black phoenix, but this black phoenix looked less majestic than usual, more low-key. Yunshi spread her arms and said innocently, "See? I wasn't lying to you." Now, everyone from the Beast King city had no reason to doubt her. Although they hadn't seen Yunshi's beast partner in the city before, the higher-ups had clearly said that Yunshi's beast partner was easy to recognize. The nine-tailed fox and the phoenix bird could be identified by anyone with eyes. The group whispered among themselves again. "We were supposed to go to the Bei Mang tribe, but this female said Yunshi was with them. Turns out she's just jealous of others. Exactly, I knew there was no way that was a coincidence. However, this female is very beautiful. I wonder if she still needs a mate." The leader's face darkened, and he glared fiercely at Lu Ying. "You dared to deceive us. If it weren't for the fact that you're a female, I wouldn't forgive you. You've wasted so much of our time." Lu Ying's face turned red as she shouted, "I didn't lie to you. She is Yunshi. She's telling the truth." Qing He, who was pregnant, stepped over to Yunshi. "Don't believe her. She's a bad female. She always envies others who are more beautiful than her." Yunshi didn't want to argue further. She planned to go back and discuss a plan with her brothers. She wasn't sure if they had returned yet. She gently patted Qing He's hand. "Qing He, let's go back." Qing He smiled and linked her arm with Yunshi's. "Okay. Today, Luo Qi made a new dish. Let's try it at my house." "Stop. You can't leave just like that. Believe me, she really is Yunshi. I swear to the beast god." Seeing this, Lu Ying hurried forward, grabbing the arm of the male leader. She looked anxious and desperate to stop Yunshi from leaving. The male leader, who was initially confident in his judgment, hesitated when he saw Lu Ying's determined expression. He looked uncertain. He shouted sharply, "Stop. You can't leave until we figure this out." Then he turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Go find some tribe members. Let's see who is lying." 2 males immediately responded and left quickly. Lu Ying, feeling proud, raised her chin and looked at Yunshi with a challenging expression. "When the tribe members arrive, I want to see how you deny it then." Yunshi's eyes instantly turned cold, and she looked directly at Lu Ying. Lu Ying was so frightened she instinctively took a step back. Yunshi's gaze was so intimidating that it made Lu Ying shiver. Shiryu and Feng Heng exchanged a glance, feeling worried inside. The group of males in front of them included the leader, who was at level 8. Shiryu was fine, but the problem was the others. Some were at level 7, and others at the peak of level 6. Shiryu and Feng Heng couldn't handle all of them alone. Moreover, Yunshi was pregnant and needed someone close to her for protection. They couldn't act rashly. Currently, Ming Yi was shedding his skin, which was a critical period. Unless absolutely necessary, they couldn't summon him. At home, Qingling and the 3 little ones also need protection. Now, the only thing she can do is hope that Yunshi and the others return soon. In this tense atmosphere, time passes slowly. Fortunately, heaven is on Yunshi's side. Yunshi and his group returned from hunting and happened to meet 2 males who had just gone to the tribe to look for someone by the small river. Although these people didn't know Yunshi, Yunshi and his companions recognized them, as they were well-known figures in Beast King City. Yunshi's gaze met the leader of the Beast Men. In the next moment, he shot forward like a flash of lightning, quickly reaching Yunshi. Now, there was no more confusion. "You dare to lie to me that you're not Yunshi. I must take you back to Beast King City and hand you over to the Beast King. The leader was furious and embarrassed, his face turning pale with anger. He didn't expect Yunxi to play him so easily. Yunxi quickly gave Qinghe a run-away quickly look. Then, without hesitation, she coldly said, "Don't kill them all. Leave some alive." She and Yunxi understood immediately. They transformed into beast forms. Their eyes became sharp like eagles, and they radiated a fierce aura, ready to attack. Although Fengjin stayed silent, he reacted quickly. He first took Yunxi and flew steadily into the sky. Meanwhile, Yunlan and Yunhua also quickly changed into their beast forms. The four of them surrounded the group from Beast King City, trapping them tightly. Qinghe was also carried away by Luoqi, flying toward a safe zone. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay and help. He was the only one there. He had to protect Qinghe first. Moreover, since his strength was low, not causing trouble was the best way to help. As Qinghe left, he hurriedly warned, "Yunxi, be careful. I'll go back and call Qingling to help." Yunxi looked at Qinghe with gratitude. She was truly her good sister and understood her so well. "Tell Qingling to bring my conch." Today, she left in such a rush that she forgot her beast hide bag. Otherwise, she would have summoned her high priest earlier when her brother returned. Yunxi gently touched Fengjin's feathers and whispered, "Protect Qinghe for me. Don't let them chase after him." Wenjin nodded and immediately flew to the path where Qinghe was. He suddenly opened his sharp beak and spat out black flames, instantly cutting off the path. A hot gust of wind hit their faces. "Well done," Yunxi praised and gently stroked Wenjin's feathers, then looked at Shi Yu and the others. "You Xiong, be careful. Don't let them escape," Shi Yu coldly ordered. "Wenjin, take Yunxi back." Wenjin immediately changed direction and flew away with Yunxi, leaving the battlefield. The next scene was too bloody for Yunxi to see. She was so beautiful. How could she watch such violent scenes? Now that there were no worries, Shi Yu and Yunxi exchanged a glance and launched their attack, without hesitation. They knew they must not let these people return alive to the Beast King City, nor let them reveal Yunxi's whereabouts. Behind Shi Yu, 9 tails swung wildly like silver steel whips, making a whooshing sound. He flashed quickly through the enemy ranks, claws gleaming with cold light, blood splattering everywhere he struck. Yunxi shot into the enemy formation like a bolt of lightning, moving so fast that it was shocking. The group was instantly knocked over and scattered. Yunlan and Yunhua quickly flanked from both sides. They were the weakest and could only support in battle, creating more chances for Yunxi and Shi Yu. The male leader didn't expect Yunxi to react so decisively and quickly, without hesitation at all. Although Yunxi and Shi Yu were both at the 8th level, they had several 7th-level fighters with them. Who was stronger or weaker could only be known after the fight. Wenjin and Yunxi reached the small cabin before Qinghe did. Before landing, Yunxi called out to Qingling in the yard, "Qingling, help me get the beast hide bag." "What's going on?" "I just heard the roar of a tiger," Qingling replied while quickly jumping from the yard to the second-floor balcony. "The people from the Beast King Palace are here." As soon as she finished speaking, Qingling took out the beast hide bag from the room, then leapt down from the balcony. Wenjin slowly descended, and Yunxi took the beast hide bag, took out a conch shell from inside, and blew into it. The sound of the conch echoed softly. In the blink of an eye, Lan Nua's figure appeared above the yard. Lano looked worried. "Yunxi, what happened?" Yunxi pointed toward the riverbank. "Hurry and help. The Beast King Palace people are here, and my brothers are fighting by the river." Without hesitation, Lano disappeared instantly into the sky above the yard. At this moment, Qinghe also arrived with a few beast servants. "Yunxi, why did you get ahead of me?" "Luoqi, go quickly and check. Give a hand," Qinghe said anxiously. Her sister's situation was her concern too. Luoqi didn't hesitate. He immediately transformed into his beast form and prepared to rush toward the river. "No need, Qinghe. Let Luoqi come back. I just called my Lano. With him here, there's no need to worry." Yunxi quickly stopped him. Her sister's concern already touched her deeply. Plus, with Lano here, everything would be fine. Qinghe hurriedly called Luoqi back. Then, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Yunqi. What level is your Lano? He's so reliable, always ready when called. He's just a little stronger than I. That's no problem. That Luing is too much. The leader specifically told each family to be careful, and she still came to trouble you. If I weren't pregnant and limited in movement, I'd definitely go and slap her. Qinghe crossed her arms, her face full of anger. She was right. Luing was a bad female. You're about to give birth. Don't get too angry. It's not worth risking your health. Yunqi was genuinely worried about Qinghe. Her sister's belly was already big, yet she still wanted to fight. She saw the faces of the 3 beast servants tighten with worry, afraid that this little one might really go and fight another female. Qinghe looked at her 3rd beast servant Lingyu and quickly ordered, no. Lingyu, fly over and see how the fight is going. Lingyu immediately transformed into his beast form, spread his wings, and flew toward the river. Sure Xian, what are you standing there for? Hurry, and help Qinghe sit down. Be careful, the little fox might jump out later, Yunqi urged. Her sister was so good. She wanted to be her lifelong sister. Before long, Lingyu returned quickly. Qinghe Yunqi, don't worry. Xiyu and the others are tying up those people. They'll be back soon. A teleportation portal suddenly appeared in the yard. Immediately after, the people from Beast King City were thrown into the yard, tightly. None of them expected that, in what was supposed to be an evenly matched fight, a mermaid would suddenly appear. The key point was that this mermaid was incredibly powerful. They had no chance to fight back. Even the flying beast men trying to escape were suppressed by her level of pressure, making them unable to move. At this moment, they were all securely bound. Although the ropes made of beast tendons were not very strong, the blue flames wrapped around the tendons were very lively. If they struggled, the flames would jump onto them, making the experience worse than being scratched by a claw. Yunqi quickly looked over the group and noticed that Xiyu and Yunqi had some small, scattered wounds, while Yunlan and Yunhua's injuries were more serious. Yunqi looked at Lan Nua. Without words, Lan Nua understood immediately and raised her hand to cast healing magic. A gentle golden light covered the 4 of them. Luckily, their injuries were mostly superficial cuts, and under the healing light, they healed visibly faster. Where is Mingyi? Lan Nua asked. A Yi is shedding his skin now. It's a critical period, so we don't dare to disturb him, someone replied. Yes, we shouldn't bother him. Yunqi, with me here, don't be afraid. Having you here makes me feel very safe. Qinghe, you all go back first. I'll come find you when I have free time. Since Lan Nua and the others left some clues, they probably wanted to get information about Beast King City from them. Yunqi didn't want her friends to be scared by any bad scenes that might happen later. All right, we'll go back first. Qinghe nodded wisely and signaled a few beast men to help him leave. After Qinghe and his group walked away, Yunqi's expression turned cold. Her gaze swept sharply over the bound group, and she asked in a cold voice, "Who sent you here?" The leader carefully looked at Yunqi. He thought she was so smart. Weren't they told she was stupid, fat, ugly, and mean? Was the rumor wrong? The leader kept his calm and said, "Who else?" "The queen wanted to bring you back. We're just here to take you." Yunqi snorted coldly, feeling full of disdain. That female. How could she be so kind? She can abandon her own child in the abandoned animal city without caring. So how could she care for a child with no blood relation like this one? Yunqi looked coldly at the leader and asked sharply, "Who told you about Yunqi's whereabouts? What exactly do you want to do by finding Yunqi?" However, the leader clenched his teeth and remained silent. The others also refused to speak. "If you don't talk, I will kill you," Yunqi said coldly. The leader still kept his teeth clenched, afraid that if he spoke, the Beast King would kill him. The others shook their heads in fear. They didn't know anything. Lano, burn them with fire. Death is the easiest for them. Being unable to escape and unable to die is the most painful, Yunqi calmly ordered, as if it was just an ordinary matter. At this moment, Yunqi felt that being a bad female might not be so bad. Lano gently moved his fingers, and the blue flames seemed to have a mind of their own, flickering onto the people. Soon, they let out screams like pigs being slaughtered. Lano's flames were different from ordinary fire. Once, Blue Ling Ning was willing to be roasted by Shiryu's fire rather than touch Lano's flames, showing how terrifying they were. Sure enough, as the flames burned little by little, the pain on their faces became more obvious, and their features twisted from the intense pain. Before long, the beast men couldn't bear the torment and shouted, "Stop the fire! Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you." Lano moved his fingers again, and the flames on their bodies returned to the original state, obedient and well-behaved. "Speak, who sent you here?" Yunshi asked calmly. The others answered in unison, "The Beast King and the Queen. What is their purpose in finding me?" They all looked at the leader, hesitating, as they didn't know the purpose either. One of them quickly spoke, "I don't know the purpose, but Lung Shuang does." The Beast King only saw him. "We are all following his orders." The others quickly agreed, "Yes, only Lung Shuang knows." It turned out the leader's name was Lung Shuang. "Lano, burn him hard. Be careful with the fire. Don't cook him all at once. We need to torment him slowly. With 8th level strength, he definitely had a tough mouth. Don't worry, even if it's cooked, that's okay. I will show mercy and treat him, then continue roasting." The blue flames kept flickering, and a faint smell of burning filled the air. Yet, the person called Lung Shuang was very stubborn. At this moment, Feng Jin, who had been quietly watching, looked over. Without saying a word, he threw a ball of black flames at him. In an instant, Lung Shuang jumped up in surprise and panicked, shouting, "What kind of fire is this? Quickly put it out." Lung Shuang felt as if his soul was burning. The blue flames scorched his skin. With his 8th level strength and his own gold power, he could barely resist and didn't feel too much pain. But this black fire was different. It burned in a different way, and he was powerless to fight back. "Feng Jin, your fire is reliable. Roast him slowly." "I don't believe he can keep his mouth shut." Yunshi happily patted Feng Jin on the shoulder. Feng Jin nodded silently, controlling the black flames and gradually increasing the fire. In less than a minute, Lung Shuang was sweating heavily and crying out in pain, "Stop burning. I'll tell you everything. Speak. If you try to deceive me, I won't let my beast husband stop. I don't care what the Beast King's purpose is. My beast husband is strong. I'm not afraid of your beast palace." Yunshi found it troublesome but wasn't afraid of trouble. Her beast husbands could all fight. When Feng Jin heard the words, "beast husband," his ears involuntarily turned slightly red. Lung Shuang no longer dared to be stubborn. This little female was ruthless when she fought, no hesitation. "The Beast King heard you're very noble. He wants me to bring you back to the Beast Palace." Who told him that? Yunshi frowned, suddenly furious. He betrayed Yunshi? I don't know for sure. I only know the Beast King has a power that can steal others' memories. I saw him take Bai Ye's memory myself. Maybe that's why, Lung Shuang hurriedly explained. "Where is Bai Yi now?" Yunshi asked. "He's with the young lord. He's been controlled by scorpion poison." Yunshi. This really is everywhere. Scorpion kings are involved, truly omnipresent. Mo Yuan. Now the misunderstanding is huge. Even if I jump into the Yellow River, I can't wash it away. Does anyone have a good idea? Can this family still be part of it? Yunshi also frowned deeply. Had he not realized before that Bai Yi was not very smart? Why did he run off to the Beast King city instead of protecting his master? Not helping is one thing, but causing trouble for the master is another. When he sees Bai Yi as the older brother, he must teach him a good lesson. He wants Bai Yi to understand what his true responsibility is. Yunshi thought for a moment and then asked, "Besides you, did the Beast King send anyone else?" "Not for now, but I can't guarantee the Beast King won't send more if he sees we haven't returned. The young prince sent people to look for us earlier, but they haven't come back, so the Beast King sent us." "Those people? We killed them." Yunshi spoke calmly, but to Lung Shuang and the others, it was like a thunderclap. This little female dares to attack. Sure enough, the rumors are true. She is a vicious female. Being constantly disturbed is really not a solution. At first, They thought it was the young prince, who wanted to kill her for love. But now, it seems it's not that simple. Most likely, the Beast King learned from Bai Yi that her identity is not simple and wants to use her for some purpose. Yunxi also felt troubled. She herself hadn't figured everything out, but others were already interested. What level is the Beast King in the Beast King city? Lung Shuang shivered at the thought of the terrifying strength of the Beast King and said tremblingly, 9th level. Impossible. How could he be 9th level? Yunqi immediately refuted. They had also met the new Beast King. Last year, he was clearly only at the peak of 7th level. If it weren't for his beast seal being destroyed and being betrayed by his subordinates, the new Beast King wouldn't have defeated his father. Yun Lan and Yun Hua also looked shocked. How could a beast go from 7th to 9th level in just a year? If it were that easy, then 9th level would be everywhere. It is said that on this beast world continent, there are very few 9th level beasts. Feng Jin waved the black flames at Lung Shuang's fingertips with an ominous threat. Tell the truth quickly, or I'll keep roasting you. Seeing the black flames, Lung Shuang instinctively shrank her neck. I'm not lying. The Beast King really is 9th level, and his power is very strange. We simply cannot oppose him. Yun Qi's originally slightly furrowed brow tightened even more. He couldn't help but wonder to himself what had happened in Beast King City during the year they were away. Yun Qi looked at Lan Nua with a serious expression and spoke in a low voice. Things are probably more complicated than they seem. Lan Nua nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and then said slowly, they're only 9th rank strength. You don't need to worry too much. Yun Qi rubbed his forehead and asked, the main thing now is that we don't know what the Beast King's goal is. Lan Nua looked directly at Yun Qi. He had secrets, and his little female identity might not be simple. But thinking about it, the beast god choosing a little female naturally meant she was special. Lan Nua calmed his mind and began giving orders in an organized way. Qingling, you and sure you go prepare food. Yun Xi is pregnant, so she can't go hungry. Feng Jin, you watch over these people. If they try anything sneaky, you can act. Kill them if needed, or just scare them. Do whatever you feel is best. Sure you, Qingling, and Feng Jin all nodded and quickly followed Lan Nua's instructions. Lan Nua gently held Yun Xi's hand and softly said, Yun Xi, don't worry. With us here, that Beast King is no threat. You should go back to rest. We, the Beast caretakers, will handle this. Yun Xi nodded slightly and, along with Lan Nua and Yun Qi, returned to the living room. As soon as they sat down, Yun Qi looked at Lan Nua and asked, Lan Nua, how much longer until we reach the Divine Mountain? About 3 days, then we'll arrive. Yun Qi thought for a moment, then turned to Yun Xi. Right now, we're not sure how much information the Beast King has. I think we should leave as soon as possible. Sister, what do you think? Let's wait for Yi to come back, then we can leave together. The journey isn't far, and we can enjoy the scenery. Once we reach the Divine Mountain, we'll decide what to do next. Yun Xi didn't hesitate. Since they were leaving anyway, leaving a few days earlier was fine. Lan Nua nodded in agreement. I think Yun Xi's idea is good. Let's wait for Mingyi to return, then everyone can prepare and set out for the Divine Mountain. What about those people in Beast King City? Yun Qi's expression grew serious. We can't let them return to Beast King City. We can't let the Beast King's people find out about Yun Xi. A fierce look flashed in Lan Nua's eyes. Then we'll deal with them. Yun Xi thought carefully and suggested, maybe we should leave them half dead and then send them back to deliver a message to the Beast King. As a result, when the Beast King learns the news, we will have already left. This is Ayu's tribe, and the people here are quite kind, especially the Qinghe family. I don't want the Beast King's people to come and bother them again. As long as they are not in the tribe, the Beast King won't send anyone here. Since returning from the sacred mountain, do you plan not to come back? Lano's eyes darkened. He knew Yunxi liked this place very much. Yunxi shook her head slowly and said, that's my plan. After dealing with the sacred mountain, I plan to go with Fengheng to the Feather Tribe. When the little phoenix is born, it will probably be around the cold season. At that time, we will go to the small island to spend the winter. As for next year, we can decide then. I think that's a good idea, Lano agreed. For now, we take one step at a time. As long as our family is together, anywhere can be home. Yunchi also nodded in agreement. Sister, you just decide. Just as the three of them were discussing, the clear sky suddenly turned dark and heavy clouds gathered. In an instant, thunder roared and lightning flashed, with strong winds blowing. Everyone was startled and quickly came outside. What's going on? Why is there lightning in this season? Shiyu asked, holding a wooden spatula, coming out to check. Lano stared at the dark clouds for a few seconds, then said confidently, "It's a disaster cloud." Everyone had never heard of a disaster cloud before and looked at Lano, waiting for an explanation. Lano didn't hide anything. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If I'm not mistaken, Minji is about to ascend. This disaster cloud is headed for him. Everyone was stunned. Minji was supposed to shed his skin, so how did he suddenly ascend? But then, a wave of joy filled everyone's hearts. If Minji successfully ascended, that meant there would be 2 ninth-rank beings in the family. The sense of security was overwhelming. Yunmon pointed toward the direction of the disaster cloud and shouted, "Look, the disaster cloud is indeed heading to the back mountain. Minji is there." Yunchi looked worried and quickly grabbed Lano's arm, anxiously asking, "Lano, going from 8th to 9th rank is very dangerous, isn't it?" Lano didn't hide the truth and answered honestly, "Yes, especially since Minji is still shedding his skin. This is a double challenge for him. But I believe Minji will be fine. He is from the Black Jade Tongue King snake lineage." As time passed, the disaster clouds grew thicker and denser, dark and heavy, as if the sky was about to collapse. Everyone in the Beichuan tribe was drawn outside, looking up at the disaster clouds with wide eyes filled with shock. This was the first time they saw someone attempt to reach the 9th level. Such a scene was rare, even in a lifetime of beast encounters. Yunchi, Shiryu, stay at home to take care of Yunchi. I'm going to Mingyi to check on him, said Lan Nua. His expression was calm, but since they were family, he would help if there was an emergency. After speaking, Lan Nua's figure flickered, turning into a streak of golden light, instantly appearing above the back mountain. At this moment, the tribe members of Beichuan finally noticed the golden figure. They realized that Yunxi's newly acquired beast husband was a powerful 9th-level expert. They had only just found out. Yunxi had never boasted about her new beast husband's strength. Especially Cold Frost and the others, they were now full of regret. They had been told Yunxi's beast husband was only at the 7th level. But when they arrived, they learned that his strength ranged from at least the 7th to the 9th level. And Yunxi and the others, they had been told they were barely alive in the Beast Abandonment City. Why were they all so powerful? Where had this information gone wrong? Time slipped by in tension and worry. The sky darkened, lightning flashed and thunder roared fiercely, and the wind howled across the land. Yunxi's heart was entirely focused on Mingyi. Worry had taken away her appetite. She hurriedly ate something, then went to the yard, staring straight at the back mountain with concern. Meanwhile, Mingya's body was still in the critical stage of shedding its skin. Old scales were falling off piece by piece, gradually turning into snake shed. The new scales growing and were faintly shining with a strange glow. Suddenly, the energy within him surged wildly, almost impossible to control. Mingyi never expected that he would advance during such a critical moment. Was this a test for him? He snorted coldly in his heart. No matter how tough the test, he would face it without fear. His vertical pupils sharpened. He straightened his body suddenly, and his aura rose sharply. His eyes showed a fierce determination, as if silently declaring war on this sudden challenge. Next, the remaining old scales began to fall off steadily, with tiny blood splashes flying everywhere. Despite the intense pain, Mingya's eyebrows did not furrow at all. This shows how strong his willpower is. Originally, he was supposed to complete his shedding tonight, but he forced himself to do it early. Now, after finishing the shedding, Mingyi focused his mind on guiding his body's rapidly increasing energy, preparing for the upcoming thunderclouds. Mingyi suddenly realized that his current position was too close to the small cabin, which might scare Yun Shi with too much noise. Without hesitation, Mingyi swung his snake tail and quickly left the cave, swimming toward the forest. Lano immediately used a teleportation spell to catch up with Mingyi, looking serious. He said, "There can be up to 9 thunder tribulations and each one gets stronger as they go. But if you hold on until the end, your power will be much greater." Mingyi nodded and continued sliding forward, while the thunderclouds followed him and gathered above his head. Almost as soon as Mingyi reached the edge of the forest, the first bolt of lightning struck like a silver dragon, rushing straight toward him from above. Mingyi didn't hesitate at all. He gathered his strength and bravely faced the lightning. When their powers collided, a strong energy shockwave knocked down all the trees around. Fortunately, he safely passed the first lightning tribulation. Don't be greedy. You must choose the right moment based on your own situation. Lano patiently guided him. If it were someone else, he wouldn't have so much free time. Mingya's eyes shone sharply as he stared at the thunderclouds. He secretly vowed to rely on his own strength to persevere. Only then could his awakened special power become stronger. With that strength, he could better protect Yun Shi. Lano saw the determination in Mingya's eyes and said nothing more, silently guarding him. Then, the second and third lightning bolts struck one after another, each more fierce than the last. The scales Mingyi had just grown showed cracks under the impact of the lightning, and blood seeped from the gaps. But Mingyi clenched his teeth and, with his strong will, stood up again. As the lightning continued to strike, Mingya's body was covered in wounds, and his breath became chaotic. But he kept holding on. After the 8th thunder tribulation, Mingyi felt a new power awakening inside him. This power was repairing his damaged body. Mingyi immediately realized this was a great chance to break through. So, when the 9th thunder tribulation struck, Mingyi no longer resisted. Instead, he used his lightning ability to guide the tribulation slowly into his body, blending it with his new strength. For a moment, Mingya's body shone brightly, with purple and blue light intertwined, giving off a strong aura. As the light gradually faded, the sky returned to calm, and the storm clouds slowly dispersed. At this time, Mingya's injuries were fully healed. He had successfully advanced to the 9th level, awakened his special abilities again, and his space power had also transformed. Mingyi slowly returned to his human form and stood quietly in the air. He looked down at his hands, feeling the new strength inside him, and a confident smile appeared on his face. He now had more power to protect Yun Shi. Lano saw this and immediately teleported to Mingya's side, smiling and nodding, saying, "Congratulations, Mingyi." After saying this, Mingyi suddenly felt something was wrong. He quickly asked, "Wait, why are you back so suddenly? Did something happen at home? Let's talk about it when we get back," Lano replied without denying anything. Mingyi didn't ask further. They nodded to each other and then flew toward the small wooden house. By now, the sky was getting darker. Yun Shi was anxiously pacing in the yard, glancing repeatedly toward the gate. Where were Mingyi and Lano? Why hadn't they come back? Finally, when Mingya's figure appeared in the yard, Yun Shi's tense face finally relaxed. "Ah Yi, you're back," Yun Shi said with a hint of tears in her voice. Mingyi instantly teleported to her side, catching her as she rushed toward him, and softly said, "Yun Shi, I'm back." Yun Shi smiled through her tears, full of pride. "My Ah Yi is so amazing." Seeing the storm clouds clear, everyone knew Mingyi had succeeded in his breakthrough. Sure Yu and the others also gathered around, smiling and congratulating Mingyi. Although they weren't close enough to see everything, they could feel the terrifying power of the lightning tribulation from afar. I didn't expect that, even in such difficult circumstances, Mingyi could persist until the final thunder tribulation. This kind of perseverance is truly impressive. Even Feng Jin, who is usually quiet, stepped forward and softly said, "Congratulations." This was the first time Feng Jin had spoken to anyone other than Yun Shi. Mingyi nodded and said, "Thank you, Feng Jin." Feng Jin responded with a gentle, and and then continued to watch the group of bound people. Mingyi finally noticed the bound group and frowned slightly. Are they from Beast King City? Lano nodded and said, Yes, let's talk inside. We're just waiting for you to come back and discuss. Mingyi looked at the group, his eyes turning cold instantly. He would deal with them later. The Cold Frost group trembled a little under Mingyi's cold stare. How could this family have a 9th-rank expert? They thought this task would be easy, but it turned out to be a tough challenge. Back in the living room, Yunqi explained everything to Mingyi. Mingyi didn't hesitate and quickly agreed to leave this place. For him, it didn't matter where they went, as long as Yunqi was with him. As for the people who were, that night they were beaten up by Shiryu and others. The scene was ruthless. After teaching them a harsh lesson, Mingyi even made them taste snake venom. Cold Frost and the others were tortured so badly that they lost their temper and immediately decided to betray. After discussing, Mingyi and Lano thought this might be a good plan. Whether they truly trusted them or not, having a spy in Beast King City was beneficial. As for whether they would betray again, Mingyi said his snake venom was more powerful than the Scorpion King's, ensuring they would behave. Cold Frost and the others nodded eagerly, promising to complete the tasks as required. They just hoped that, for their loyalty, they could be detoxified later and wanted to live well. Mingyi's snake venom was extremely painful. Just thinking about it made them shiver. Yunqi didn't oppose this plan either. Moreover, she ordered Qingling to prepare some delicious food for them as a reward for joining. After a few people hurriedly ate, they immediately burst into tears and repeatedly promised they would complete their tasks well, only hoping to taste delicious food again in the future. Of course, Yunqi and the others didn't pay much attention to their confession of loyalty, as they had already planned to release these people. Unexpectedly, in the future, these individuals would actually help them. But all of this is a story for later. The next morning, seeing that Leng Shuang and the others hadn't run away last night, Yunqi asked Qingling to prepare some good food to treat them. After tasting the delicious food again, Leng Shuang and the others immediately said they didn't want to go back to the Beast King City. However, when they saw Mingyi's cold gaze, they all ran away faster than anyone else. Last night, everyone had agreed that they would return to the Beast King City to gather information. If they behaved well in the future, not only could the snake poison be cured, but they might also get to enjoy such delicious food more often. After Leng Shuang and the others left, Yunqi's family began to get busy. They started tidying up all the items at home, putting everything useful into their space. There was no choice. There were too many beasts with space abilities at home, especially Lan Nua and Mingyi, whose spaces had changed significantly after reaching the 9th level, allowing them to hold many more items. When Qinghe learned that Yunqi's family was planning to leave the tribe, her eyes immediately turned red and tears welled up. Yunqi, are you really leaving the tribe? Yunqi held her younger sister's hand tightly, her eyes full of reluctance. Qing, he was her first friend in this world. Yes, Qinghe. I still have many things to do. If I get the chance, I'll come back to see you. I've left my vegetable fields in your care. Yunqi, what if I miss you? Qinghe's voice was a little choked with tears. She didn't want to part with Yunqi. Yunqi thought for a moment and tentatively said, Then wait for me at the seaside after you have your cubs. I will return to the seaside before winter, the one where the tribe trades salt. When I come back, we'll still be the best sisters. Qinghe smiled through her tears. Okay, it's a deal. When I have my little fox, I'll set out to the seaside to wait for you. We'll still live together then. No problem. Be careful when you give birth, with that big belly. Lan Nua, come help Qinghe check and repair her body. Lan Nua responded and came over. He was straightforward, raising his hand to cast a warm, golden light that enveloped Qinghe completely. Qinghe felt her body grow warm, and the fatigue from pregnancy disappeared without a trace. She was so touched that her eyes welled up with tears. Yunqi, you are so kind to me. We are sisters, of course I will treat you well. Lano withdrew the light and advised, Your baby is very healthy. It should be born in the next couple of days. Keep an eye out. Luo Qi and Shixian nodded repeatedly, grateful to Yunqi's family. After saying goodbye to Qinghe, Yunshi returned to the yard. Looking at the empty little wooden house, Yunshi felt a wave of emotion. She didn't expect to leave so soon. This place was her first home in this world. If possible, she wanted to come back and visit again. Lano opened a space portal in the yard. Sure, you also carried the 3 little ones on his back. Yunshi looked back at the small wooden house. Even though she was reluctant, it was time to leave. Mingyi held Yunshi's small hand tightly and comforted her. Whenever you want to come back, just ask Lano to teleport you. As long as the little house is here, our home will always be here. Yunshi nodded and took a deep breath. Yes, let's go. It's time to leave. As the space portal slowly closed, Yunshi's family disappeared from the small yard. Yunshi officially began her journey to the sacred mountain. Not long after, the space portal reopened. Everyone saw a dense forest ahead. Lano pointed to the snowy mountain towering into the clouds. That is your land beast's sacred mountain. Your high priest lives at the top. I remember going to the sacred mountain when I was a child. The top was covered in snow, Yunshi recalled. When they were young, they had climbed from the foot to the top with their sister, which took most of the day. Don't think the sacred mountain is close just because it looks near. I checked yesterday. It will take at least 2 days to get there from here. But this forest isn't dangerous, Lano said. Lano had been traveling quickly lately. It was easier in the sea. He could just swim wherever he wanted. Mingyi made a quick decision and arranged immediately. Since there is no danger, I will take Yunshi ahead. When we reach a resting place, Yunshi will use the conch to summon Lan Nua, and Lan Nua will bring the others over. We aim to reach the Divine Mountain by tomorrow. Mingyi has now advanced to the 9th level of strength. With his current ability, he can teleport with Yunshi just like Lan Nua did before, making travel much easier for Yunshi. Everyone almost agreed without hesitation. As long as Yunshi was comfortable, anything was fine. Moreover, everyone trusted Mingyi's strength completely, so they felt at ease letting him lead Yunshi first. At that moment, Mingyi picked up Yunshi, focused his mind, and teleported toward the Divine Mountain. Meanwhile, Lan Nua and the others were relaxed and not in a hurry to travel. Instead, they happily hunted in the forest. Sure, you also took this chance to lead the cubs on an adventure in the woods. Qingling and Yunlan chose a place with a water source, set up a stove and pot, planning to have hot food ready when they met Yunshi later. With each teleport, Mingyi and Yunshi kept moving toward the Divine Mountain. As Lan Nua said, the mountain looked close enough to touch from afar, but in reality, it was still very far away. During a rest, Yunshi used the conch to call Lan Nua. When Lan Nua arrived, Yunshi would go back to bring the others. They kept teleporting back and forth. By the afternoon of the next day, everyone finally reached the foot of the Divine Mountain. Standing at the mountain's base and looking up at the misty peak, everyone felt a surge of faith in their hearts. Shishi, I will take you flying up, Feng Heng volunteered. Yunshi nodded in agreement. Feng Heng was definitely the best choice. Okay, then take me and Yi up first. After that, I will summon Lan Nua. We should reach the top before dark. Mingyi looked at the winding mountain path without hesitation. He quickly transformed into a small snake and skillfully wrapped around Yunshi's wrist. Although reaching the Divine Mountain required respect and awe, Mingyi didn't want Yunshi to suffer on such a long, endless path. It was okay to be lazy this time. Next time, he would walk up from the foot of the mountain with more sincerity. Seeing this, Feng Heng immediately transformed into a phoenix and flew up without hesitation. Lano saw this and immediately carried Yunshi onto Feng Heng's back without hesitation, warning, "Be careful. This sacred mountain is not like ordinary peaks, and Shuryen is much older than me, so you must be cautious. If you notice anything unusual at the top, come back immediately." Yunshi nodded in response. Got it. You guys go ahead and climb a bit first. We should show some sincerity. We'll come to pick you up later. Since they were already at the sacred mountain and had free time, they decided to show some sincerity. Feng Heng nodded to everyone and then let out a phoenix cry. Spreading his wings, he flew toward the mountain top. Yunshi sat steadily on Feng Heng's back, happily enjoying the scenery along the way. The trees in the mountains were lush and green. So beautiful. As they climbed higher, the air grew thinner and the temperature dropped, but Yunshi was still excited. The higher they went, the fewer plants they saw, until they finally saw the white snow. Unexpectedly, even in the hot season, they could see snow, truly worthy of being called a sacred mountain. At the top, a temple was faintly visible through the mist. Fungheng sped up toward the temple, and everything seemed normal. He slowly descended outside the temple. As soon as the three of them landed, the divine messengers outside the main hall, who were cleaning, all turned their eyes toward Yunshi and the others, filled with curiosity and surprise. It wasn't even the Beast God Festival yet. Why would anyone come to the sacred mountain, especially a bird tribe beast person? Could they have taken a wrong turn? Even if they hadn't, why take a shortcut to the mountain? Shouldn't they have climbed step by step from the foot of the mountain to show sincerity? How can you fly up here? That's a great disrespect to the high priest, the lead divine messenger scolded sternly. Fungheng scratched his head awkwardly, smiling foolishly, and explained, I'm from the bird tribe. The bird tribe should also climb from the foot of the mountain. Oh, then I will definitely walk up next time. This time, I'll make an exception because my wife is pregnant. I don't want her to be too tired. The divine messenger then looked at Yunshi, and his expression softened a little. Pregnant females deserved special treatment. Minji also slid down Yunshi's wrist, transforming into a human form. He gently wrapped his arms around Yunshi's waist and politely said, We are here to see the high priest. At that moment, a figure appeared in the temple square like a shooting star. Behind him, 9 white tails waved casually, radiating a mysterious and noble aura. This person was the high priest of the sacred mountain, Shi. The gods' messengers all bowed to the high priest. The leader stepped forward respectfully and said, High priest, these 3 came flying up from the foot of the mountain. Shi remained silent, his expression cold. In an instant, he teleported to Yunshi's side. His gaze fell on Yunshi, and after a moment, he spoke calmly, You finally arrived. Yunshi was slightly surprised and asked, You knew I would come? Shi nodded gently, scanning the crowd, and asked, Why didn't your guardian beast come with you? Hearing this, Yunshi's heart moved. It seemed Yunshi's words were true. They're still down at the mountain. I will go get them now. After speaking, Yunshi took out a conch shell and blew softly. Soon, Blue Nua's figure appeared above the temple. Shi raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Sea Clan High Priest. Blue Nua nodded slightly. I've only heard of the High Priest before. Today, I finally saw you. I'll catch up with you later. I need to go get my people first. After that, Blue Nua waved his hands, opening a space portal. In a moment, everyone's figures appeared outside the temple. Shi gaze swept through the crowd. When he saw Shiryu for the first time, his heart was full of doubt. Why did he have his own bloodline aura? At this moment, Yunshi stepped forward respectfully and said, High Priest, I am Yunshi. We came to the sacred mountain years ago. Now my sister is back, and I brought her to see you. Shi withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly at Yunshi. I know. I predicted you would come. It's getting late today. Tomorrow, I will take your sister to see someone. Yunshi hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, High Priest. Follow me. After speaking, Shi couldn't help but glance at Shiryu again. After hesitating for a moment, he finally asked, Who is your mother? Shiryu was silent for a moment and replied, I don't know who my mother is. He only knew he was not the leader's child. As for who his parents were, Shiryu had no idea. He also never asked the leader. After all, he has grown up and is now at an age of complete independence. Lano immediately became interested, his gaze shifting between Shi and Shiryu. Finally, he couldn't help but speak. Shi, are you curious? When I first discovered Xinghui awakening his powers, I also suspected Shiryu's identity. I even asked him if he was related to you. Shi suddenly looked at Shiryu. Your name is Shiryu? Shiryu nodded calmly and admitted it openly. Shi asked again, Is your mother from the Red Fox clan? As soon as he said this, Shi answered himself first. Why ask so many questions? Your body clearly carries my bloodline's aura, and your name is the same as mine. There's nothing to doubt. All these years, I didn't know I had a child. When he said this, everyone except Shiryu looked shocked, instantly turning into curious onlookers, their eyes fixed on Shiryu and the high priest. Could Shiryu really be the high priest's child? This was a huge surprise. Even Lano nodded with a tsk, saying, no wonder Xinghui can awaken special abilities. It turns out you share the same bloodline. What special ability? Shi Yan heard this and looked back at the three little ones, finally settling his gaze on Xinghui. Are you Xinghui? The little Xinghui responded with a soft wah wah wah. Yes, I am little Xinghui. Lano looked at him with envy, a hint of sourness in his tone. If I'm not mistaken, your successor has appeared. Because Xinghui's powers were sealed by Lano, Shi Yan didn't notice immediately, which was understandable. At this moment, Shi Yan's eyes were only on little Xinghui. Even Shiryu was forgotten as he looked at little Xinghui with shining eyes. Shi Yan suddenly picked up little Xinghui, pressing his forehead gently against his. Then everyone only saw the corners of Shi Yan's mouth stretch into an uncontrollable smile. He really is my successor. Little Xinghui, from now on, you will stay on the Divine Mountain with your grandfather. I will teach you all my skills. Shi Yan was so excited that he directly ignored Shiryu and accepted little Xinghui first. Little Xinghui tilted his head, looking at Shi Yan with confusion. For some reason, he also liked the aura on this person. Suddenly, Shi Yan seemed to remember something. He looked at Yunxi and Shiryu with shock and disbelief, saying, so, Xiaoxing is your and Shiryu's child. Yes, and there are also Xingchen and Xingyi. They are all siblings. Yunxi smiled and nodded. She always felt that the high priest treated her with great respect. Could it be that she is actually some hidden powerful figure? Hearing this, Shi Yan froze in place. This unexpected happiness was the most joyful thing he had experienced in many years. Not only did a child he had never met come to find him, but the temple's heir also appeared. Moreover, he suddenly had 3 adorable younger siblings. Most importantly, his child was actually Yunxi's partner. No wonder Lan Noa was so jealous of him. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious of himself. Shi Yan looked at Shiryu, tears welling up in his eyes, trembling slightly as he said, all these years, I never knew you existed. I searched for your mother back then, but I couldn't even sense the beast mark. I also tried using special powers to find you, but I failed. Shiryu remained calm and said slowly, I have never met my biological mother. Shi Yan was slightly stunned, then patted Shiryu's shoulder. Later, your father will come and talk to you more. You've had a tough journey. Come with me to the temple. You can stay here for now. At this moment, Shi Yan naturally called himself father, and Shiryu, without a doubt, was his child. Seeing this, everyone else didn't ask further. They followed Shi Yan into the temple. The interior was solemn and majestic, completely different in style from Lan Nua's gorgeous, dreamlike underwater temple. Lan Nua couldn't help but tease, your temple isn't as beautiful as my underwater temple. Shi Yan looked at Lan Nua with a bit of annoyance. Although the 3 high priests had never met in person, they communicated through special connections during each Beast God festival. So, they were somewhat familiar with each other. You're a high priest of the Sea Clan. What are you doing here to join the fun? Lan Nua proudly took Yunxi's small hand and gently kissed it, saying, Yunxi is my partner. Clearly showing off as expected, Shi Yan's steps suddenly paused, and he secretly thought to himself that Lan Nua was really willing to spend a lot. This young high priest did have some tricks up his sleeve. Shi Yan led Yunxi and the others into a large hall of the temple. Looking at the beautiful carvings on the wall, Yunxi was full of surprise and said, I didn't expect the carvings here to be so detailed and beautiful. Shi Yan didn't hide anything and said, this was a gift from the beast god. Lano muttered softly, does the beast god really care about these things? Lano looked at the patterns carefully. His underwater temple was built by their sea tribe, and he had never seen the beast god help with it.
I don't know about that.
Maybe you should ask the beast god, Shi Yan suggested. But it's not the beast god festival. How can I talk to the beast god? Lano said with a frown. Lano looked at Shi Yan annoyed. The beast god only communicates during the festival, and even then, it's just luck if you get to talk to him. It's not something you can do whenever you want. Besides, the beast god probably doesn't have time to care about how nice your temple looks. Yen looked at Lano with a meaningful expression, thinking maybe he would see the beast god tomorrow. After all, the beast god had been hoping for Yunxi's arrival. After dinner, Shiryu took the three little ones to Yan's home. Yan looked at the face that resembled his own and felt guilty. He said, "Sorry, Ayu. You've suffered a lot over the years. It's my fault as the father. It's not that I suffered. The leader's family treated me well. But why aren't you with my mother? Where did she go?" Shiryu asked with confusion. Shiryu's eyes were full of questions. Since he could remember, the leader and his wife had been his real parents in his mind. If he hadn't overheard something by chance, he wouldn't have known that his real parents were someone else. Yen sighed softly and explained slowly, "Years ago, I saved your mother at the foot of the Divine Mountain and brought her back to the temple. Over time, we fell in love and became partners. But as the high priest, I had many responsibilities, so I couldn't spend much time with your mother. Gradually, she and I grew apart. Later, while I was away, your mother left without telling me. When I returned, I looked everywhere, but couldn't find her. Even using the beast mark, I couldn't sense her presence." Yen recalled the past with pain and helplessness in his eyes. Shiryu listened quietly to Yan's story, feeling a bit of pity for the mother he had never met. "After all these years, have you heard anything about her?" Yen shook his head slowly, his voice low. "During those years, I traveled to many places, but couldn't sense the beast mark. I faintly feel that your mother might no longer be alive. She appeared in my dreams and said goodbye to me. She still seems to blame me, saying goodbye without telling me about your existence." His voice became hoarse at this point, clearly unable to continue. Over the years, he refused to face reality, hiding on the sacred mountain. He hadn't left the temple in a long time. Maybe the leader knows something. When I return to the tribe, I will look into your mother's whereabouts. Shiryu felt a bit sad, not expecting such an ending. "Once we're done with Yunxi's matter, let Lan Nua take us to your tribe. I want to see it." "Okay, I'll ask Lan Nua for help then," Shiryu nodded. Yen earnestly advised, "Ayu, you must treat your wife well in the future. Don't be like your father, who stayed in the temple and couldn't protect your mother." "I will," Shiryu replied without hesitation. After saying this, he bid farewell to Yen and returned with the three little ones. For him, he didn't have grand ambitions. He just wanted to protect his home with Yunxi, take care of their children, and grow old with her. The next morning, sunlight shone through the clouds onto the temple. Yunxi and her group, led by Yen, arrived at the center of the temple, where a tall statue of the beast god stood prominently. The statue radiated a mysterious glow, lifelike as if it would wake from its slumber at any moment. Yen approached Yunxi and respectfully said, "Back then, when you were asleep, it wasn't me who sealed your power, but someone else. I will take you to see him now. He has been waiting for your return." Hearing this, Yunxi looked up at the huge beast god statue, and a gentle voice suddenly echoed in her mind, "Child, you have finally returned." Yunxi was deeply shocked. Could the owner of this voice be the beast god himself? When Yen arrived in front of the statue, he bowed solemnly, then quickly formed a hand seal and muttered words. As he moved, the air around him began to tremble slightly, and the light on the statue grew brighter. Suddenly, a gentle glow shot out from inside the statue, slowly forming an illusory figure. It's the appearance of the beast god. Everyone present almost instinctively knelt down at once. Yunxi was about to kneel too, but that gentle light gently supported her. She looked up in surprise, unsure of what it meant. Even though she couldn't see the beast god's face clearly, Yunxi could feel that the beast god seemed to be kind to her. "Don't be afraid, follow me." The voice echoed softly in Yunxi's mind. Soon, the light enveloped Yunxi completely. Before anyone could react, her figure disappeared in front of the statue. Immediately after, The illusion of the beast god also vanished. Mingyi was instantly panicked, looking anxious. "Where is Yunxi?" "She went to see the beast god," Shi Yan hurried to explain. "What does the beast god want to do with Yunxi?" Mingyi frowned. He wondered about Yunxi's true identity and why the beast god would meet her personally. Seeing everyone's panic, Lan Nua quickly spoke to comfort them. "Mingyi, don't worry. The beast god has no bad intentions. I just sensed it." As the high priest, Lan Nua had a subtle connection with the beast god. He could feel that the beast god was kind to Yunxi. "Don't worry, sister won't be in danger." Yunxi also spoke to reassure everyone, giving them some peace of mind. Everyone finally relaxed a little. Right now, there was nothing to do but wait quietly. Meanwhile, Yunxi only felt a flash of light in front of her. When she regained her senses, she found herself in a strange world. Curious, Yunxi looked around at everything until a gentle voice sounded again. "Child, come here quickly." Following the voice, Yunxi walked forward in confusion. Soon, the scene suddenly cleared, revealing a lush green meadow stretching into the distance. At that moment, the illusion of the beast god was sitting leisurely on the grass, radiating a soft glow around him. Yunxi approached respectfully and softly asked, "Beast god, why did you bring me here?" The shadow slightly lifted its head and looked directly at Yunxi. "Child, I had to seal your power back then. Now that you have returned, it is time to reclaim what is yours." Yunxi was momentarily stunned. She looked up at the shadow, hesitated for a long time, and finally asked her doubts aloud. "Lord Beast God, can you tell me who I really am? I always thought I was just a lonely soul from another world, occupying this body to start anew. But now it seems that's not the case." The shadow's voice was gentle like spring breeze. "Child, you are simply yourself. This is your body. It was just taken over by a beast during your absence. Now everything is back on the right path." Yunxi stared at the shadow in shock, and after a long while, she realized that this world is truly her home. She had only traveled to another world for a while. "Why would such unbelievable things happen to me?" The shadow raised a hand slightly, softly brushing her hair, and spoke gently. "When you take back your true power, you will understand the reason." "My power?" Yunxi murmured, feeling confused inside. The shadow nodded. "So, child, do you want to reclaim your power? Can I still choose?" "Of course. Your life is yours to decide. Let me think about it." At this moment, a gentle breeze blew, lifting the strands of Yunxi's hair. She sat quietly beside the shadow, resting her chin on one hand, gazing at the floating clouds in the sky, lost in thought. Yunxi knew her beast husband was one of the best in this world. With their protection, even without power, she could live peacefully. Her beast husband was her reliance. At the same time, Yunxi also understood that the beast gods giving her the choice might mean that reclaiming her power could disrupt her current life. So, the beast god left the decision to her. After all, her life should be her own to control. Yunxi didn't know what her power was. But then she thought, if this power could help the people she cares about, why would she refuse? It was her power, after all, just returning to its rightful owner. With this power, she could choose her own path and walk the road she wanted. After making up her mind, Yunxi looked up at the shadow figure with firm eyes and said clearly, "Lord Beast God, I want to regain my power." "Child, I knew you wouldn't back down." The shadow's voice carried a hint of a smile, and light shimmered around it. "Go ahead, child, move forward bravely. The wind in this world will guide you. The clouds will provide shade, and the people you care about and the things you cherish will become your strength." The shadow paused, then spoke more seriously. "Yunxi, on behalf of the people of this world, I thank you for coming." As soon as the words finished, the flowing light around the shadow turned into a gentle breeze, softly swirling around Yunxi. She couldn't help but stand up. Guided by the breeze, she took step after step forward, as if something was calling her. Soon, Yunxi saw at the end of the grass a huge tree glowing with 7 colors of light. Its leaves rustled as if welcoming her. Her steps quickened as she approached the tree. When she stood beneath it, a clear voice rang in her ear. "Welcome home, my master." Yunxi's hands instinctively stroked the giant tree. At that moment, a seven-colored glow appeared around her body. The giant tree quickly shrank, transforming into a small sapling, and with a whoosh, it flew directly into her forehead. Yunxi felt her vision go dark, and her body slowly collapsed. At the same time, her body began to change. Eventually, she turned into a small, delicate creature, gently caught in the shadow's arms. Outside the temple, everyone's initial calm had disappeared, replaced with anxious expressions. Even Manhwa was no longer as composed as before. Yunxi had been gone for a long time. What could have taken so long? Did Lord Beast God have so much free time? Just then, a rainbow light descended from above the statue of the Beast God, enveloping Yunxi. At the same time, a crescent-shaped protective mark slowly appeared on his forehead. Yunxi knelt on one knee, gently pressing his fingertip on the protective mark, his voice trembling with excitement. "Master, you are really back." These two words sounded like a loud thunderclap in everyone's ears. Everyone froze in place, their minds went blank, and they stopped thinking altogether. What exactly is her true identity? Cloud Chi actually called her Master? Cloud Lan and Cloud Hua were even more stunned, just like statues. They grew up together, so why did they know nothing about these things? Before everyone could recover from their shock, the divine statue of the Beast God shone with a bright light. Then, a shadow appeared above the statue. In its arms, a small, white creature was curled up and sleeping peacefully. The creature's fur had hints of pink, and its adorable appearance melted everyone's hearts. The shadow gently released its hold. The small beast, wrapped in seven-colored divine light, slowly flew toward Cloud Chi. She is recovering her strength. As her guardian beast, please take good care of her. Cloud Chi watched the figure flying toward him. He recognized it. This was the form of the master's beast, just like the first time they met. Cloud Chi stood up, stretched out his hands, ready to welcome Cloud Chi. But Mingyi suddenly appeared and caught the small beast in his arms halfway. Mingyi looked at the curled-up little creature in his arms. His fingers trembled slightly. Is this Cloud Chi? How did her lively, fragrant, soft little female form turn into a beast? As soon as Mingyi landed, Blue Nua and the others rushed over. They looked at the sleeping little female with concern in their eyes. They all looked up at the shadow, filled with doubt. This is her true form. When she wakes up, she will naturally recover. You don't need to worry. Since you are her beast husbands, please take good care of her. After speaking, the shadow gradually became transparent and finally disappeared into the light. The entire temple returned to its usual calm. It seems the beast god has left. Looking at Cloud Chi, who was still asleep, everyone could only focus their attention on Cloud Chi. Mingyi directly asked straightforwardly, "What exactly is going on?" Cloud Chi's gaze fell on Cloud Chi, and the door of his memory slowly opened. When I first met the master, she was in this form. At that time, Bai Yi and I became her guardian beasts. The master stayed with us as a female cub. She grew up like an ordinary female cub until she suddenly fell into sleep when she was 10 years old. Later, we found the high priest and learned that the master had already left this world. Lord Beast God told me this. I only took your master to the statue of the Beast God, just like today. She met the Beast God, but I don't know what they talked about. Everything I told you was the will of the Beast God, Shuryan added from the side. Yunqi continued slowly. Yes, after returning to the Beast King Palace, I took care of the master, hoping she would wake up. When she finally woke, I was very happy, but I also noticed she seemed different. Just as the high priest said, her body had been taken over by someone else. Yunlan suddenly seemed to realize something. I always wondered why my little sister wasn't as obedient as she was when she was young. I thought it was because she had grown up and we spoiled her. Turns out, she wasn't the same little sister anymore. I've been spoiling her all this time. Why didn't you tell me, big brother? Yunhua also looked regretful. Yunqi ignored them. It wasn't only them who spoiled Yunqi. As someone who knew the truth, he continued to care for her, as always. His gaze fell on Shiryu and the others. He asked, Shiryu, when did you notice the master changed? Shiryu thought back, a complex look crossing his face. Last year, when we just returned to the Beichuan tribe, Yunxi fell into the river. When she woke up, I saw she had completely changed. She told us that during the time she fell into the river, she went to another world, learned many skills, and understood many truths. That's why she changed so much. Our relationship also started to change from that moment. Recalling the past, Shiryu and the others gradually grew fond of Yunxi and became true partners. So, the master probably returned then, but her powers were sealed, and she didn't remember the past. As he spoke, Yunxi frowned and asked, No, how could she have fallen into the river? Shiryu, Qingling, and Fengheng all felt a sudden shock. Their expressions stiffened. How should they explain this? At that time, they hadn't treated Yunxi very well, which was why she fell into the river. Unexpectedly, this event brought the real Yunxi back. At that time, Yunxi was honestly quite hard to like. If she hadn't been occupying the host's body, Yunxi wouldn't have been so kind to her. Back then, he always thought the host would return. As long as that person didn't go too far, he, as her older brother, would treat her like a sister and care for her well. Forget it. I can guess the situation. It's not your fault. Mingyi, leave the host to me. I am his guardian beast, and I will take care of her. Mingyi looked calmly at Yunxi, didn't move, but gently touched Yunxi's soft pink ear tip with his finger, his eyes soft enough to water. Even if his little female had become a small beast, she was still the most beautiful one. Mingyi felt like his heart was about to melt. I am her first beast husband. Mingyi spoke slowly, with a tone full of undeniable possessiveness. I will personally take care of her. Mingyi, give me a hug. Yunxi is so beautiful. This is the first time I've seen such a lovely little beast. Lano eagerly stretched out his hands, wanting to hug his little female too. She was simply adorable. Fengheng also came closer, speaking softly, in sharp contrast to his usual loud voice. Cece looks so peaceful when she sleeps. She's even glowing. I really want to hold her. What kind of beast is this? I've never seen such a beautiful little beast before. Shiryu looked excited. The little beast's shape resembled a fox, but her tail was unusually fluffy and beautiful, with a hint of pink at the tip. As a member of the nine-tailed fox clan, he couldn't help but admire her. Look, Cece has 2 small horns. The color is so beautiful. Qingling also couldn't help but praise. He declared that his little female was the most beautiful little beast in the world. Don't come so close. Mingyi frowned, carefully pulling Yunxi into his arms, looking displeased. I'm taking Yunxi back to her room to rest. Don't bother her. Tonight, it should be my turn to take care of Yunxi, Lano said with a raised eyebrow, reaching out to take her. His meaning was clear. Tonight, it was his turn to care for Yunxi. Yunxi is still sleeping now. As her first beast husband, I don't trust you to take care of her, Mingyi said confidently, holding Yunxi even tighter. I have healing powers and can take better care of Yunxi. Blue Nua is determined not to show weakness. Since Yunxi's condition is uncertain, staying close to him is the safest choice. Shiryu, Qingling, and Fengheng look at each other. Only Blue Nua dares to compete with Mingyi, but the other 3 know they can't win. Yunxi speaks at the right moment. I am the guardian beast of the owner. I think I am the best to take care of him. There's no need to trouble the older brother. This is the first time Mingyi calls Yunxi big brother. Yes, all of us beast tamers are here. We can't let the older brother do it. Blue Nua quickly agrees. It wouldn't be fair for Yunxi to do everything. Otherwise, wouldn't their partners just be decorations? Yunxi feels a bit speechless. Are they trying to force him into the role of big brother? He is a guardian beast, not a big brother. These guys, relying on being the owner's partners, are openly trying to take the owner away. Maybe when the owner wakes up, they won't even recognize these people. Mingyi gently holds Yunxi in his arms and whispers, Yunxi, absorb the power well. We will stay by your side to protect you. Right now, after the 7-colored divine tree merged into her forehead, Yunxi has been in a state of chaos. She clearly senses that the power of the divine tree flows through her body like a warm current. As the power continues to pour in, her buried memories start to piece together and gradually appear in her mind. Yunshi finally remembers who she is and why she came to this world. She also understands why the beast god said those words. It turns out she is a unique seven-colored spiritual beast in this world. Unlike other beast men, she was born from the spiritual energy of this world. Years ago, she sensed that a devastating catastrophe was about to happen to this world. To protect its people, she chose to descend into this world. When she was born, she should have chosen a strong beast man as her guardian, since she was very weak and needed protection. But by chance, she arrived where Yunshi and Bai Yi were in danger. Seeing these two little lives in peril, she couldn't bear to watch. So, she decided to make them her guardian beasts and bestowed most of her power upon them. Because of this, she exhausted herself and could only appear as an ordinary female cub, waiting to grow stronger over time. Later, when she was 10 years old, she foresaw that the people of this world would face hunger and hardship in the future. So, she resolutely traveled to another world to find a way to solve the problem. Perhaps guided by fate, after experiencing things in another world, she returned to this world again. But she never expected that when she left, her body would be taken over by someone else. To prevent others from misusing her power and harming this world, the beast god sealed her powers and memories. This caused Yunshi to forget her past after returning to her true form, and she naturally forgot the purpose of her arrival. She thought she had taken over the original host's body and felt guilty. Little did she know, she was the true original owner. If the original owner hadn't taken over her body, she might have returned long ago. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. There was still time. Yunshi slept for 3 days and 3 nights straight. During these days, Minji hardly left her side. Moreover, Lano, Yu, Qingling, and Fengheng all stayed nearby, never mentioning leaving. Minji couldn't drive them away, feeling helpless. At this moment, Yunshi was in her small beast form, curled up and sleeping peacefully, her fur rising and falling with her breath. To the beast husbands, she looked adorable and well-behaved, making it hard to look away. If they could sense through the beast mark that she was not in danger, they wouldn't be so calm. Everyone guessed that Yunshi was just resting to gather strength. They wondered what surprises she might bring. Until the early morning of the 4th day, when the sky was just beginning to lighten, Minji was still drowsy in sleep. Suddenly, he felt that the little beast in his arms was restless, constantly shifting on his chest with a slight itch. He suddenly opened his eyes, and what he saw was Yunshi's dazzling eyes, shining brightly. His little female was even more beautiful now. In that instant, their eyes met, and time seemed to stand still. Yunshi, my dear husband, waking up looks so good. Minji, his little female is so beautiful, her eyes shining like stars. He felt as if he was being pulled into her gaze. After a while, Yunshi reached out her small paw and gently pressed a few times on Minji's chest, making soft, purring sounds. Her fluffy head also rubbed against his neck, looking incredibly adorable. Minji's voice was filled with happiness. Yunshi, you're awake. Yunshi was a bit stunned, then tried to open her mouth again, but only managed a mew. Why couldn't she speak normally anymore? Then she caught her reflection in Minji's smiling eyes and realized she was still in her small beast form. Yunshi couldn't help but giggle secretly. She had been careless for a moment and forgot to change back. But this was fine. It was a good way to tease her big husband. So, Yunshi simply buried her little head in Minji's chest, curling up like a small ball. Her tail tip playfully swept over her husband's firm abs from time to time. Since she was now a cute, fluffy little beast, she had no trouble acting spoiled. Watching her busy little beast, Minji's lips curled slightly, and a smile spread across his eyes. So fluffy, so adorable. Minji reached out his large hand and gently scratched Yunshi's ear, teasing lazily. Wouldn't it be easier if you changed back? Hearing this, Yunshi immediately tilted her small head, her bright eyes showing a bit of defiance. Then she quickly buried her head and bit hard at a spot on Minji's chest, even sticking out her pink tongue to lick it lightly. Suddenly, a hiss escaped from the man's mouth, followed by a muffled groan. Yunshi, feeling victorious, wagged her tail leisurely, looking very proud. Minji was both helpless and amused. He simply tore open his shirt at the chest and raised an eyebrow. "There's more here. Want to take another bite?" Even as a little beast, Yunshi felt her face flush a little. This man was really bold. Soon, the voices of Lan Nua and others approaching from outside could be heard. Yunshi's heart skipped a beat, and she panicked immediately. She hurriedly reached out her small paw, clumsily fixing Minji's open shirt, trying to hide her crime. But her nervousness only made her paws more unruly. Not only was the shirt not fixed properly, but it also became even looser from her fiddling. This scene looks like she has flirted with the man. But the man seems to be enjoying it, leaning on his hand and watching Yunshi with interest. Yunshi is both angry and anxious. She decides to be bold, quickly lowers her head, finds her spot, and bites him hard again. "Ow!" Minji groans softly. But inside, he feels a little excited. How could his little female be so interesting? His voice becomes a bit deeper and more affectionate. "Yunshi, change back. Please." Seeing the change in his eyes, Yunshi lifts her head and winks at Minji proudly, then suddenly turns into a streak of light and rushes toward the door. Coincidentally, just as she reaches the door, Lan Nua quickly catches her in his arms. They look at each other. Yunshi blinks innocently, acting very cute. "Yunshi, you're finally awake." Lan Nua's voice is excited. His little female has come to him willingly. Then he glances inside and asks, "Yunshi, why did you come out alone? How is Minji taking care of you?" "I knew he wouldn't be able to, so tonight I will take care of you." Yunshi opens her mouth to explain, but all that comes out is a sound like mew, forgetting she hasn't turned back into a human yet. Talking like this is really troublesome. But she doesn't want to change back now. She hasn't had enough fun yet. At this moment, Minji walks over slowly, still with his robe open, leaning lazily on the doorframe, and says casually, "Could it be that she ran away from me?" Hearing this, Yunshi immediately feels guilty and hides her head, wishing she could disappear. Everyone then looks at Minji. When they see him, they are surprised. They notice 2 pink teeth marks on his exposed skin. Very obvious. Everyone immediately looks at Minji with disdain. Isn't this just showing off openly? Lan Nua's face darkens instantly. Without saying a word, he hugs Yunshi and turns to leave. Minji is shameless. He also wants Yunshi to leave 2 teeth marks on him. Yunshi can't help but turn back and glare at Minji. This man is definitely doing it on purpose. However, the tooth mark on the man's body was quite eye-catching. "Cece, do you want to eat some beast meat? I'll take you to a delicious place." Seeing the cute and adorable Yunshi, Qingling used food as a temptation. Sure enough, Yunshi, who hadn't had good food in days, immediately turned into a flash of light and flew into Qingling's arms. Excitedly, she let out a meow, indicating she wanted to eat beast meat. Qingling was so happy he couldn't help but tighten his hold on Yunshi and strode quickly toward the kitchen. Lano looked helplessly at his empty hands. Before he could warm them, they were taken away. "These guys are really quick. I'll make you something tasty too," she said, walking beside Qingling. He also wanted to hold Yunshi, probably more comfortable than holding a cub. Yunshi turned her head and sweetly meowed at Xiu. Xiu felt his heart almost fly away. Fingheng seemed to notice something and immediately took out a big, red, sweet fruit. He waved it in front of Yunshi, tempting her. "Cece, do you want to try this sweet fruit? I picked it from the forest below the mountain. It's very sweet." Yunshi glanced at it, and in the next second, she accurately flew into Fingheng's arms and started biting the fruit. One after another, everyone wanted to hold her. "Since that's the case, I'll satisfy your small wishes." I finally got to hold Cece. She's still so fragrant and soft. Fingheng couldn't help but cheer. He had been wanting to hold her for days, and now he finally did. Soon, everyone arrived at the place where the food was being prepared. Qingling and Xu skillfully started cooking, while Lano and Minji also came to help. Everyone did their part perfectly, working together smoothly. Yunshi arrived quickly and saw Yunshi looking so relaxed. He hurried over. "Master, you're awake." Yunshi gently nodded her little head in response. The three little ones, led by Yunlan and Yunhua, ran towards their beloved mother. Seeing her, they curiously looked her over, their eyes full of wonder. It turns out they are so beautiful because they inherited their mother's looks. While still in their small beast forms, Yunshi, feeling playful, decided to act like a little beast herself and played with the three little ones. Of course, she remembered there was an egg inside her belly, so she didn't dare to make too much noise. Soon, Qingling and the others finished preparing the food. Shiyu neatly set the dining table, and the remaining people placed the cooked dishes on the table. Yunshi was carried onto a wooden chair by Lano. Wow, all the food was suitable for little ones. Yunshi looked around at everyone and couldn't help but think, are they all treating her like a baby? Feeling wronged, Yunshi made a meow sound at Qingling. She wanted to eat her favorite food. However, everyone looked confused and didn't understand at all. Seeing this, Yunshi felt helpless. Could it be that they couldn't understand her animal language? Yunshi sighed softly. It seemed better to return to her normal form, at least for easier communication. With a thought, colorful lights shimmered around her. In the blink of an eye, Yunshi's familiar appearance appeared before everyone. Yunshi pouted and said, "Qingling, I want to eat spicy food." Qingling finally came back to himself and said apologetically, "Sorry, Cici. I thought small animals liked light food. It was my mistake.
I'll make it again now."
"Cici, you can eat something first and I'll cook right away." Qingling rushed to the stove. At this moment, Minji stretched out his arm, naturally wrapping around Yunshi's waist. He slightly leaned down, and warm breath brushed her ear. "You just turned back, and you're still not happy. I almost thought you couldn't turn back. Yunshi, what do you think I should do to punish you?" "I just remembered how to turn back," Yunshi said irritably, raising her eyes. She knew what he was about to do. Just because she turned into a small animal didn't mean she couldn't see through him. Minji chuckled softly. "We'll settle this tonight." "What secret talk? Don't think we can't hear." "Yunshi, come to me tonight. I'll protect you," Lano said with a light hum. His secret talk was really quite bold. Minji was getting more and more daring, teasing Yunshi openly in front of everyone. Did he think no one would fight for her? Maybe we should practice? Minji raised an eyebrow. "Sounds good. I haven't tried your new power yet," Lano said confidently, not seeming to mind the trouble. Yunshi looked up thoughtfully, her gaze falling on Minji and Lano. "How about I be the referee? As long as you don't kill each other, there's still a chance to save." Knight and Lan Nua both fell silent. Shiryu smiled and said, "Cici, don't mind them. Come over and eat." "Okay, I'll start eating now. I'm really craving food. Cici, I made a spicy dipping sauce for you." Foam Hung brought over the prepared sauce. Yunshi's soft voice seemed like she was coquettishly begging, and Foam Hung felt like he had won. "Eat quickly, now it's spicy." Foam Hung leaned on his arm and sat on the other side of the table, looking silly, watching Yunshi without blinking. This kind of Cici looked even more comfortable. Of course, Cici in her small beast form was also very cute. Lan Nua and Mingyi no longer argued and sat quietly at other spots around the wooden table, just staring at Yunshi. Their little female was beautiful everywhere. Yunshi helplessly put down her chopsticks and pretended to be angry. "You guys are making it hard for me to eat properly. I've been hungry for several days." Qingling carried a plate of spicy stir-fried pork over and said, "Cici, try this. These are our own grown peppers. Sure, you just picked them yesterday." Yunshi's eyes lit up, and she quickly shoved a bite of pepper into her mouth. Did you go back to the tribe yesterday?" "Yes, I went back with Dad yesterday and picked some fresh vegetables on the way back," Shiryu explained with a smile. Hearing this, Yunshi put down her chopsticks. Are you okay?" Yunshi looked at Shiryu with some concern. The day he arrived at the sacred mountain, she knew he had gone to see the high priest. After he returned, he didn't say much, but as his partner, She could feel that Shiryu's emotions were very unstable. Shiryu shook his head, looking normal. It's fine. I already knew the answer that night. Cece, don't worry about me. Yesterday, Shiryu learned from the leader that his mother had passed away shortly after giving birth to him. Her sister, the leader's mate, felt sorry for him and took him back to the tribe, raising him there. Although he never met his biological mother, Shiryu knew from the leader that she had loved him very much when she was alive. But she was in poor health and couldn't survive the cold season that year. After returning to the tribe, Shiryu had locked himself in his room. As a young beast, he couldn't be as despondent as his father. He had his wife and cubs to take care of. Shiryu could only bury her regrets deep in her heart.
Don't be sad.
You still have me and our little one, Yunshi said. As she spoke, a bright light flashed in her hand, and a small red flower appeared in her palm. The petals of the small flower looked like flames, shining with a gentle glow. Here, this is for you, Ayu. I hope it can make you feel warm. Shiryu was a little surprised and looked at the red flower with a warm feeling inside. She, is this a gift for me? Yes, you can try to feel it. Yunshi winked playfully. This was a small surprise for Shiryu. Shiryu looked confused and carefully took the small flower with both hands. Feel it? How should I feel it? After thinking for a moment, Shiryu tightly held the flower, gently pressed it to his forehead. Suddenly, the red flower turned into a red light and merged into his forehead. As the light merged, Shiryu clearly felt his energy start to become restless. This small flower actually contained a powerful force, stronger than a high-level beast crystal, and it could perfectly blend with his own power. Shiryu looked at Yunshi with shock. Was this Shishi's power? Everyone was deeply attracted by what they saw, and all looked at Yunshi. People, bring water. Hurry, bring water. We also want a little flower. Yunshi spread her hands and said helplessly, there's only this one. I think it suits you. When it blooms again, I'll give one to you. Yunshi looked at everyone with some apology. She had been careless just now. At such a moment, she should have secretly given it to Shiryu, or else the water wouldn't be balanced. However, Yunshi herself cannot directly use the power of the divine tree. She can only give this power to those in need to help them become stronger. Xiao, thank you. I found that I really like my special ability, Shiryu said as a small flame appeared at his fingertips, shining brighter than before. Of course, this flower suits your power perfectly, Yunshi replied. Everyone looked at Shiryu with envy. They thought he was very lucky. Don't worry, as long as you perform well, everyone will have their own, Yunshi said, noticing everyone's thoughts. She didn't hide anything. Since they are her beast husbands, she will arrange everything. After all, they will need their strength to protect in the future. Xiao, can you tell me what color my little flower is? Feng asked eagerly, unable to hold back his curiosity. It's blue, Yunshi answered honestly. Qingling leaned forward with anticipation. And me? At this moment, Lan Nua and Mingyi looked at Yunshi with clear expressions. They also wanted to know their own colors. Yunshi didn't hide it. Ayez is purple, and the high priest is blue. Are there any other colors? Feng asked curiously again. Gold and brown, Yunshi replied one by one. Since these are her closest people, there was no need to hide anything. Besides, she now has the ability to protect herself. Yunshi felt like she was a caring mother. Feng asked quickly, with so many colors, can we choose different little flowers? They must all be very beautiful. Mingyi shot a cold glance at Feng and interrupted sharply. Any questions can wait until Yunshi finishes eating. Feng shrank back and closed his mouth at the right time. He was just curious. Seeing Feng's sheepish look, Yunshi couldn't help but laugh. You will find out in the future. Do you still have any of those sweet fruits? I want to eat more. Feng immediately cheered up. Xiao, I'll go wash some fruits for you. He then ran off quickly like a gust of wind. Yunshi shook her head helplessly. Her little phoenix is the easiest to coax. Yunshi gently stroked her belly and smiled at Lan Nua. Great priest, please check on the baby inside me later. I've been sleeping like a little animal these days and I don't know if it has been affected. Okay, you eat first. I'll check on it later. After Yunxi finished eating, Lan Nua examined the little one inside her. Truly, it is a unique child with strong vitality. Don't worry, the little one is very strong. Really? Our baby is so amazing, Feng Heng said excitedly. He couldn't help but put his ear against Yunxi's belly to get close to the baby. Although the baby might not feel anything, Feng Heng liked it, and Yunxi let him do as he wished, because he was the baby's father. By the way, Yunxi, should we unlock the seal on Xiaoxing's return? He has the same abilities as Shi Yan. Shi Yan wants to train him himself. 2 days ago, Shi Yan talked to Lan Nua about his idea. Lan Nua thought it was a good plan because no one in the world knew this power better than Shi Yan. Since Yunxi was still sleeping, as the mother of the baby, she had to give her permission. No one else had the right to decide for her. Yunxi didn't answer right away. Instead, she looked at Shiryu and asked, "You, what do you think?" Shiryu also didn't answer immediately. He knew that the high priest of the Divine Mountain had their own mission. But thinking about his parents' ending, as a father beast, he didn't want Xing Hui to follow that path. He hoped Xiaoxing could be free. But as a land beast, he understood that Xing Hui was chosen, and that was the path he had to take. After thinking for a long time, Shiryu said slowly, "Cici, I want to leave the choice to Xing Hui. But he's still very young and might not understand this responsibility, so I'll listen to you." Yunxi nodded in agreement.
Good.
But he's still young. When he's a bit older, we'll give him the choice. At his age, he should be with his brothers. I don't want his childhood to be lonely. I agree. The 9-tailed foxes live a long time. Their grandfather can still watch over the temple. Our little Xing Hui should happily grow up with his brothers, Lan Nua added. Then we'll stay here for a couple more days. Ayu, you and the little ones should spend quality time with the high priest. Afterwards, we will set out for the Feather Clan. Yunxi shared the upcoming plans with everyone. Shi replied, "I will take the little ones to visit their grandfather." "Cici, are we really going to the Feather Clan? My parents will be so happy to see you." After speaking, Feng Heng quietly leaned close to Yunxi's ear and whispered, "My father still has a piece of feather silk. When the time comes, I'll ask Grandma to make you the most beautiful dress, one that's unique." Feng Heng still keeps a close eye on his father's feather silk after all this time. Feng Heng's father. "You really are my good child. Yes, I promised you. This time, we won't take shortcuts. We'll start from the Divine Mountain and head straight toward the Feather Clan." Since Lan Nua joined the family, Yunxi mostly took shortcuts. Now that she has regained her memory, she can't afford to be lazy anymore. She needs to understand this world well to face future challenges better. "Yunxi, earlier when we were traveling, I set a coordinate near the Feather Clan so we can use the space portal directly. I don't want you to tire yourself out." Lan Nua had already considered that Yunxi might go to the Feather Clan, so he took a detour and set a coordinate nearby for quick teleportation. "It's fine. This is a good chance to enjoy the scenery along the way. Maybe I'll find something unexpected. Besides, I haven't been to the forest in a long time. You all keep an eye on me. No restrictions, no limits." Yunxi glanced over everyone. She hadn't been to the forest many times this year. "Are you sure you're not tired? You still have the little ones in your belly. It's okay, Lan Nua. The Feather Clan isn't too far from here. All right, if you say so, we'll follow your lead." Lan Nua smiled helplessly but ultimately couldn't argue with Yunxi. Yunxi's eyes curved happily. The high priest is the best. Then she turned her gaze to Yunxi, Yunlan, and Yunhua. "By the way, brothers, what are your plans?" Yunlan and Yunhua instinctively looked at Yunxi, clearly wanting to hear his thoughts. Yunxi looked at them and asked, "Do you want to return to the Beast King City?" "I don't want to go back." Yunhua almost blurted out that there was nothing left tying him to the Beast King City. Why would he go back? "Big brother, I don't want to go back either. That place is no longer our home," Yunlan said quietly. Instead of returning to the Beast King City, he preferred to stay close to his little sister, learn new skills, and maybe they would be useful someday. Yunxi nodded slightly. "Since neither of you wants to go back, we won't. From now on, I hope you can choose your own paths and live the lives you want. Let everything in the Beast King City fade away. Yeah, don't worry about us, big brother. We know what to do. My little sister has grown up, and so have we." Yunlan and Yunhua are siblings from the same litter, only about 2 years older than Yunqi.
Yunqi felt a bit relieved.
Good. I support your decision.
Then he looked at Yunqi.
Master, I am your guardian beast. From now on, I will stay by your side to protect you. Yunqi looked up at the guardian mark on Yunqi's forehead, feeling a warm wave in her heart. Good. You are my guardian beast, so you must stay with me. Yunqi, thank you for always protecting me. Now that Yunqi had regained her strength and her memories had awakened, she could feel Yunqi's loyalty through the mark.
It was the master who saved me.
My power was also given by the master. Protecting the master is my duty. Next to them, Yunlon hesitated, his eyes full of conflict. Now that everything was clear, could he still call Yunqi his little sister? Yunqi saw Yunlon's hesitation immediately.
Brother, what do you want to ask?
Hearing this, Yunlon suddenly understood everything. There was nothing more to wonder about. Yunlon smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. I just want to call you my little sister. As long as Big Brother is willing, I am your little sister. After all, the father beast raised her with kindness, and her two brothers had loved her dearly since they were young. In her heart, they were naturally her older brothers. Yunhua, who was straightforward and quick to speak, immediately chimed in. Little sister, what are you talking about? I am definitely your big brother. You're not allowed to deny me. When we were young, I used to carry you to Beast King Street to play. I bought you delicious food with my beast crystals, and I even got scolded by the father beast a few times. Plus, you took quite a few of my beast crystals, Yunlon added with a teasing tone. Cloud, she pretended to be angry and said, could it be that I was so fat before because of you? Seeing this, Yunhua quickly raised his hand to beg for mercy. It's not just my fault. Second brother also played a part. Big brother also spoiled you a lot, and so did father. Who else would we spoil if not you? When I was little, you were the best girl. A small smile appeared at the corner of Cloud She's mouth. Yes, back then, she was very weak, and it was the love from her father and brothers that allowed her to grow up safely. Big brother, next year, let's go back to the Beast King City together. Okay, we'll listen to what little sister says. Yunlon and Yunhua looked at each other, full of surprise and emotion. They wouldn't let those who betrayed their father's beast clan go. After arranging everything, everyone dispersed to prepare for the upcoming plan. Shiryu took the three little ones to Shiryan's house, since they would be leaving in a few days, and they didn't know when they would meet again. Cloud, she even specially gave him a day off to keep him company. Yunqi took Yunlon, Yunhua, and Fengheng to the forest to gather food for the day. With so many adult males, their daily food consumption was quite large. They couldn't always rely on the people from the sacred mountain to provide food, especially since the high priest had been preoccupied these days. Lano took the opportunity to return to the Sea Clan to bring back some fresh seafood to improve Cloud She's meals. Mingyi naturally stayed behind. After seeing everyone off, Cloud She stretched lazily and, glancing back, caught her husband's teasing look. Mingyi raised an eyebrow slightly with a half-smile. If you want, I can give you the choice. Do you want to turn back into a little beast? Cloud, she was momentarily stunned. She shook her head immediately. Why would she turn back into a little beast? She couldn't communicate properly then. Mingye's lips curled into a faint smile. He stretched out his long arm and easily pulled Cloud She into his arms. In the next second, warm breath brushed her ear, carrying a hint of flirtation. Cloud She, your bite this morning still hurts. Cloud She shivered instantly. What was her big husband planning? Could it be that he wanted something more? Mingye's lips curved into a gentle smile. What do you think I should do to make up for it? Cloud She's face suddenly turned red.
Then,
should I on it for you? Nightfall's heart fluttered. She slightly leaned forward, her slender fingertips repeatedly stroking Yunqi's red lips. Okay, I'll owe you for now. Although her feelings were surging at this moment, she kept her composure because they were in a sacred temple. Do you want to go out and explore? The scenery on this divine mountain is quite beautiful. Yunqi eagerly nodded in agreement. The two exchanged smiles. In the next moment, Nightfall gently placed Yunqi on her shoulder. Let's go out and have some fun. My Aya is the best. They walked down the temple steps slowly toward the mountain base. Along the way, the mountains layered like green waves, and mist floated between the peaks, making it look like a fairyland. As expected of this continent's sacred mountain, the view was truly unique. Soon, they reached a fork in the road. Yunshi squinted slightly, letting the breeze brush her face. After a moment, she pointed to one of the paths. Hey, yeah, let's go that way. Nightfall was a bit puzzled, but didn't ask further. She believed that no matter where Yunshi went, she had enough strength to protect her. I smell fruit, Yunshi said with a smile. Nightfall paused, trying to sniff the air. Besides the scent of plants and trees, she didn't smell any fruit. She wondered if her sense of smell was worse than her little partner's. Yunshi explained happily, "It's the wind telling me. It asked me to taste the fruit." Hearing this, Nightfall looked surprised. Is that also part of your ability? Yes. Do you think your little partner is very powerful? Indeed, very impressive. Following Yunshi's finger, Nightfall continued walking a bit further. Sure enough, they saw a forest ahead, full of ripe fruit. Yunshi proudly said, "See? I wasn't lying." "Yeah, put me down." Nightfall set Yunshi down and warned, "Stay here and don't move. I'll go pick some fruit. This is yellow peach. It can be made into canned fruit and stored for a long time." "Yeah, don't pick them all. Remember to leave some." Nightfall nodded and quickly headed toward the fruit trees. In the blink of an eye, she carefully stored the plump, golden yellow peaches into her space. Cloud, she slowly approached the tree. She slightly tilted her head and gently placed her hands on the rough bark. Soft golden light appeared in her palms as she whispered, "Thank you for your gift." As the golden light gradually faded, a rustling sound came from the woods, as if the trees were thanking Cloud Shi. Even Mingyi, who was usually calm and steady, couldn't help but wonder about her mysterious identity after witnessing this. Cloud Shi. Before he finished speaking, Mingyi realized something himself. No matter what her background is, she is always his partner. She is the person he cares about most in this world. His only duty is to take care of her, protect her, and stay loyal to her forever. Cloud She turned around and met Mingye's intense gaze. She lightly tapped her lips with her finger, making a gesture to signal silence.
Mingye similet knojin.
He stepped forward and gently took her small hand. The warmth from his palms spread through their clasped fingers. Let's go. It's time to return to the temple. Are we really going back now? It's rare that it's just the two of us. Cloud She blinked and playfully scratched the man's palm as if by accident. Yes, it's time to settle the debt. After saying that, Mingyi cupped Cloud She's face with both hands and slowly leaned down. Without hesitation, he gently opened her red lips with his tongue, savoring the sweet taste unique to her. They didn't know how long it lasted before Mingyi slowly released her. Their foreheads touched, and both of them were breathing a little faster. Mingye's voice carried a hint of helplessness. We still owe each other. Cloud She slightly lifted her chin. Oh, what you want, I won't pay back. You don't have that choice. With that, Mingyi stretched out his long arm, carefully lifting Cloud She and placing her on his familiar shoulder. Let's go. It's time to return to the temple. Go back and make yellow peach jam. You're so full of ideas. The two of them followed the same mountain path back to the temple. When they arrived, they saw Yunqi, and the others had already returned from hunting. Qingling and Feng Heng were busy preparing food at the stove. Cloud Shi, in a rare moment, called out loudly to Feng Heng from afar, "A Ling, a Heng, a Yi, and I just picked a lot of yellow peaches. Later, we'll make yellow peach jam together." When Yunlan saw this, her eyes lit up with excitement. She hurried over and asked, "Little sister, is that the kind of food you mentioned a few days ago that can be stored for a long time? Can I learn how to make it?" "Yes, we prepared clay jars and sugar earlier. Today, we just picked yellow peaches, and I will teach you how to make it later. It's very delicious." Yunlan rubbed her hands together eagerly and said, "I'll go wash the jars now." "Whose space are the jars stored in?" Yunhua also looked eager. "I think Xiu has them. Let's go find him." As soon as she finished speaking, the two couldn't wait any longer and immediately went to find the high priest, Xiu. "Cece, where are the yellow peaches?" "I'll help clean them." Feng Heng also offered to help. Mingyi took out the yellow peaches from the space and looked at Yunxi. What should we do next? Wash, peel, core, and cut into pieces. Everyone understood and quickly rolled up their sleeves to start working. Once everything was prepared, Yunxi only did the process once herself before Qingling took over directly. I'll handle the rest. It's simple to make. Cece, you're pregnant, go take a nap. Yunxi was indeed feeling sleepy. She trusted Qingling to handle it, so she didn't try to do more and went to rest. Feng Heng accompanied Yunxi back to her room. As soon as Yunxi lay down, she couldn't help but yawn and mumbled, Heng, I'll sleep now. She slowly closed her eyes. Feng Heng just greeted the little one in her belly, then turned around and saw Yunxi's peaceful, happy face as she slept. Gently tucking the blanket around Yunxi, Feng Heng confirmed she was sleeping soundly before quietly closing the door and going back to help make the yellow peach preserves. As Yunxi gradually fell asleep, her body started to glow faintly, without her control. After a moment, Yunxi's figure disappeared from the room. Meanwhile, beside the seven-colored divine tree, a small white creature curled up comfortably on the grass, its belly rising and falling with each breath, occasionally making soft snoring sounds, sleeping very peacefully. Yunxi was sleeping soundly, unaware that chaos had already broken out in the temple. It turned out that Feng Heng was sent to guard Yunxi shortly after he went to help. When he entered the room, he found it empty. Yunxi was nowhere to be seen. At once, Feng Heng panicked and rushed out of the room to inform everyone about the situation. Now, no one was in the mood to make canned food. They all put down their work and tried to sense Yunxi's location using beast marks. But they found nothing. If Yunxi hadn't been able to feel that Yunxi was safe through the guardian mark, they might have gone crazy by now. Even so, everyone couldn't sit still. They each went in different directions to search. After some time, Yunxi slowly woke up. The first thing she saw was the seven-color divine tree gently swaying its leaves. Yunxi meowed softly. How did I get here? The seven-colored divine tree rustled. I brought you here. Yunxi meowed again. I should go back. They will worry. The divine tree responded. This is also your home. Yunxi continued to meow. I will come often to keep you company. As soon as she finished speaking, one branch of the divine tree suddenly stretched out quickly, gently touching Yunxi's head. The branch then pointed to a purple flower bud on the tree and continued rustling. Purple flower. Yunxi couldn't help but meow. A new flower bud so soon? The divine tree replied softly. Because of love. Yunxi happily wagged her tail. Of course, she knew her big husband loved her very much. After saying goodbye to the divine tree, Yunxi thought and returned to her room. When Yunxi yawned and slowly walked out of the room, in the next moment, her body was tightly embraced by Mingyi. Yunxi, where did you go? I couldn't find you just now. Mingya's voice trembled slightly. Even though Yunxi repeatedly assured her that Yunxi was safe, he still couldn't stop feeling scared. Yunxi felt a little guilty. Sorry, Yi, for making you worry. I just want to see an old friend. Just hold me for a little while. Mingyi still held Yunxi tightly, afraid she might disappear again at any moment. Yunxi reached out and gently wrapped her arms around his waist. She could feel Mingya's worry. It was clear she needed to talk to the divine tree and make sure she wouldn't be taken away suddenly in the future. This time, it was unintentional. She didn't even realize it herself. Yi, my friend just told me that the purple flower is about to bloom. Night slowly released Yunxi, feeling confused. He remembered Yunxi, saying that the small purple flower represented him. At this moment, the other beast husbands, who had been searching everywhere, hurried back under the sense of the beast mark from different places. Seeing Yunxi standing there safe and sound, everyone's worried hearts finally relaxed. They all let out a deep breath at the same time. Feng Heng looked scared and rushed to Yunxi's side, tears in his voice. He said, Cece, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not protecting you. I just wanted to help everyone, so I went out, and when I came back, I couldn't find you. I promise I won't leave your side again. I will take good care of you. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Feng Heng was full of regret now. Seeing Feng Heng like that, Yunxi quickly comforted him. I just woke up and found I wasn't in the room. Don't blame yourselves. Today's thing was beyond our control. I won't disappear without reason again. Seeing everyone's worried faces, Yunshi changed the subject at the right time. Aling, I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner tonight? Qingling came back to himself, looking sorry. Sorry, Cece, the food isn't ready yet. I'll go prepare it now. Let me help, Feng Heng said, following Qingling to prepare the food. Xiu turned around but was called back by Yunshi. Oh, we're leaving the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll invite Afu over for a meal. We want to see if our grape wine turned out well. As Xi's partner, he should have visited his father first, but he just woke up today and didn't have enough time. Yunshi decided to arrange this meeting for tomorrow. Okay, I'll tell Afu tonight, Xiu nodded. Yunshi thought for a moment and decided it would be more proper to go with him. I'll go visit Afu with you tonight. Xiu was surprised and a little touched. Although his father beast was the high priest of the divine mountain, it was clear that his little female status was more noble than his father's. But his little female was very humble and caring, never acting superior. This moved him deeply. Okay, we'll go see Afu tonight. Xiu's voice trembled slightly with emotion. During this time, many of us have been living here, which has caused some trouble for everyone. Later, I will prepare some fruit preserves and send 2 jars to each of the divine messengers as a small token of our kindness. Don't worry, I will arrange everything tomorrow. Shishi, my father asked me to tell you that here is just like home, so please don't be shy. Yunshi's eyes lit up, and she teased. Then does that mean I have another strong supporter now? The high priest of the sacred mountain sounds very impressive. Yes, we are all your supporters. I will also work hard to become stronger. I am going to help Qingling and the others prepare food now. After saying this, Shiryu turned around and went to the kitchen to help. At that moment, a familiar space portal suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As the light flickered, Lan Nua's figure slowly stepped out. Yunshi, I'm back. As soon as Lan Nua appeared, she was right in front of Yunshi and naturally gave her a kiss. Lan Nua, has anything happened to the Sea tribe recently? No, everything is normal. Today, I brought the beast crystals I earned from the salt crystals. Yunshi immediately became interested. This was her first business here.
Really?
How much did you earn? Let me see. Tonight, come to my place, and we can count it together, Lan Nua said playfully, planning how to lure Yunshi into her room. These days, because Yunshi has been in a deep sleep, Mingyi doesn't trust others to take care of her, so he naturally stays by her side all day, monopolizing the time to be with the young female. Lan Nua saw this and had long been eager. Stop teasing me. Just show me first, Yunshi said, shaking Lan Nua's arm. She couldn't wait until tonight. She wanted to know now. No, there are too many. I'm afraid you can't count them all at once. We'll count them slowly tonight. Lan Nua's mind was working quickly. If she showed the number now and Yunshi didn't get it tonight, she would lose out. Next to them, Mingyi couldn't stand it anymore. Lan Nua's thoughts were almost written all over her face. He thought she was blind. Her beads of calculation were almost bouncing onto his face. They're just some low-level beast crystals. How useful can they be? Yunshi, I still have a lot of high-level beast crystals in my space. 1 high-level beast crystal is worth 100. Yunshi couldn't help but roll her eyes at the 2 of them and said playfully, all of it belongs to me, and you 2 are also mine. After saying that, Yunshi remembered she needed to entertain the high priest tomorrow. To avoid any awkward moments, she decided to check the wine in advance. Lano, please take out a jar of wine from the space. Let's taste it tonight so that if it's not good, we won't have to do it tomorrow. Lano took out a jar of wine stored with him and asked, is there anything special tomorrow? Yes, I invited my father over for dinner, Yunshi explained. Father? Lano was momentarily confused. Yunshi smiled and reminded him, I mean the high priest. Lano then suddenly understood and blurted out, Shiryen? Yunshi immediately corrected him. You can't call the high priest by his name like that. He's Ayu's father, and naturally, he's also my father. We should respect elders and not call them by their names. That's impolite. Lano's lips twitched involuntarily. As a fellow high priest, Was he really just a junior now?
Xian, surprise.
Unexpected.
But soon, Lano relaxed.
He already had Yunxi as a wonderful partner. Being a junior didn't matter. Then I won't go back to the Sea Clan tomorrow. I'll stay and help. Good. Let's first see how the wine tastes. Yunxi's gaze fell on the clay jar. She saw that the soil at the seal was already showing some cracks. She took a deep breath. It was impossible not to feel nervous. After all, this was her first time brewing wine herself. Success or failure depended on this moment. Yunxi felt a little anxious inside. Quick, open the seal. If the taste is strange, don't call me to look. Hearing this, Lano and Mingyi secretly chuckled. The nervousness of a young girl was quite amusing. Together, they quickly removed the obstacles at the seal. Soon, a strange, fragrant aroma wafted out. Without waiting for either of them, Yunxi couldn't hold back. She hurried forward and took a deep breath. Instantly, the rich, mellow aroma burst out, filling the entire courtyard. Inside the clay jar, the purple-red liquid shimmered slightly, looking very tempting. Yunxi was very happy and shouted toward the stove, "Aling, please bring me a spoon." Qingling moved quickly and was by Yunxi's side in an instant. Seeing the familiar ceramic jar, he asked with surprise, "Can we drink the grape wine now?" Yunxi eagerly took the spoon, scooped up some wine, and took a gentle sip. A strong grape aroma spread across her tongue, followed by a rich wine scent slowly emerging. Finally, a touch of sweetness quietly blossomed in her throat, leaving a lasting taste. It's a success. The grape wine is ready, Yunxi cheered excitedly, unable to hide her joy. Try it, everyone. It tastes really good. Everyone was seeing this kind of fragrant liquid for the first time. Curious, they all imitated Yunxi and eagerly tasted it. In an instant, their expressions changed, showing surprise and delight, but without exception, they all asked for another spoonful. This lively scene immediately attracted Xiu and Fingheng, who were busy at the stove, as well as the three brothers watching the three little ones from nearby. "Cici, I want to try too." Fingheng's eyes sparkled as he stared at the purple-red liquid. Just smelling its aroma, he thought it must taste good. "Don't rush. Everyone will get some. Ayu, quickly bring out our filtering equipment. First, filter out the remaining fruit pulp from the jar. Just keep the liquid." Xiu immediately took out the equipment from his space. They were very experienced with filtering tasks. Soon, the filtered grape wine was placed in front of everyone. Its color looked more tempting, and the aroma was even richer. Fingheng happily grabbed a few wooden bowls. The small spoon earlier was not enough. He wanted to drink in big gulps. "Cici, pour some into a bowl." "I want a big sip." Minji and Lan Nua's eyes lit up at the same time. Fingheng's idea was good. They quietly each took a wooden bowl, gently placed them in front of Yunxi, and their expressions showed they wanted to drink in large amounts too. "This is wine, not water. Drinking too much will make you drunk," Yunxi said helplessly, warning this naive group of beast men. Everyone was stunned. This was a new word for them, so they quickly remembered it. Qingling and Xiu quietly took wooden bowls and placed them side by side, clearly sharing the same idea. Yunxi, Yunlan, and Yunhua looked at each other. They couldn't let the others outdo them in spirit, so they also picked up bowls to drink. Yunxi found this both funny and helpless, so she stopped trying to stop them. Only when they were drunk would they realize how strong the wine was. Otherwise, no matter how many times she explained, they wouldn't understand what being drunk really meant. Seeing Yunxi no longer oppose, Fingheng became very eager and filled each bowl one by one. Then, everyone silently raised their bowls, took a deep drink, and gulped it down. The rich aroma of the wine spread in their mouths, instantly making all the beasts feel a little dizzy. After finishing one bowl, it seemed not enough. Fingheng hurriedly poured himself another. When he saw everyone silently pushing their bowls over again, he understood immediately. It seemed everyone wanted another round. Unconsciously, another glass of wine was consumed. Yunxi saw this and decided not to stop them anymore. She crossed her arms, watching everyone's expressions with interest. She wanted to see who would be the first to lose control and fall. After the second bowl, Everyone still seemed able to hold their drinks. By the third and fourth bowls, someone finally couldn't keep it up. Fungheng's face turned bright red, his eyes became hazy, and he kept mumbling, "Cece. Why are there two of you now?" He shook his head and continued mumbling, "No, wait. Why are all of you two?" Yunhua, on the other hand, staggered and wobbled to the corner, smiling foolishly, muttering, "Big brother, I want to sleep for a while. You watch the cubs, I'll play with them later." Yunlan's ears were completely red, clearly drunk. He lay flat on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, mumbling vaguely, "Dizzy. Maybe I've been poisoned." Yunshi watched the scene, her mouth twitching involuntarily. Had she poured 3 bowls at once? At this moment, Qingling staggered to his feet, unsteady, murmuring, "I can't drink anymore. This makes me dizzy. I should go prepare some food." Looking at Shiyu and Yunchi, their usual gentle appearances were gone. They looked unsteady, clearly drunk. Mingyi and Lan Nua are usually calm, but at this moment, their cheeks are slightly flushed. Perhaps because they are of higher rank, they appear relaxed and composed, showing little sign of drunkenness. Mingyi looks calm as he pours himself another bowl of wine, then fills Lan Nua's cup as well. He raises his wooden cup in a toast, with a look that clearly says, "Let's drink together." Lan Nua naturally doesn't want to lose, so he quickly drinks his cup in one go. Seeing this, Yunshi feels helpless and advises, "Stop drinking." Even though this wine is made from fruit, drinking too much can still make you drunk. If you both pass out later, how can I take care of you? Hearing this, Shiryu and Yunshi immediately become more alert and stop drinking. They quietly take their bowls away. The two exchange a glance and stand up with good understanding. They quickly carry the 3 fallen people into the room. Seeing Lan Nua so straightforward, Mingya's eyes flash with interest. His natural competitive spirit is suddenly ignited. He quietly refills both their bowls. The wine swirls in the cups, giving off a tempting aroma. Lan Nua is also bold. Without hesitation, he picks up his bowl and Mingya's, gently taps them together, then drinks again. The wine slips down his lips, dripping onto his clothes, but he doesn't notice. After finishing one bowl, Lan Nua still feels not enough. He reaches for the clay jar, clearly determined to keep drinking. At this point, Yunshi really can't stand it anymore. This carefully brewed grape wine should be savored slowly to enjoy its wonderful taste. Drinking it all at once like this is a waste. Yunshi snatches their bowls away and says annoyed, "Stop it, you two. If you keep fighting like this, I'll get angry." Lan Nua is instantly silenced, awkwardly pulling back his hand. He really shouldn't make the little lady angry. Maybe because they drank quickly and their bodies haven't fully reacted, both of them start to feel the effects of drunkenness when Yunshi interrupts. Mingya's legs uncontrollably turn into a snake tail, swinging aimlessly. His eyes are hazy as he reaches out toward Yunshi, his voice hoarse and urgent. "Yunshi, come to me." Seeing Mingyi so drunk, Yunshi feels both annoyed and amused. Even in this state, he's still so domineering. Unable to help but sigh, Yunshi quickly stepped forward and gently held Minji's large hand. "I go rest in a room. Just sleep it off." Unexpectedly, Minji, feeling a bit drunk, gently pulled her arm. Yunshi was caught off guard and suddenly sat down on his lap. Minji's head leaned naturally on Yunshi's neck, his breath warm and tinged with a hint of alcohol. "Yunshi, I feel so hot and uncomfortable. Help me." Yunshi gently pushed him away, looking into Minji's eyes, trying to see if he was pretending to be drunk. He had just been able to drink another bowl, so why did he suddenly fall? Before she could figure out, Minji's body moved closer again, mumbling, "Yunshi, it hurts so much." Yunshi was stunned. How could it hurt again? Can drinking alcohol really cause pain? The next moment, Minji took her hand and moved it downward. Yunshi finally realized where it hurt, and her face instantly turned bright red. This drunk husband, is he really so uninhibited? This behavior was completely out of Minji's usual personality. Seeing Minji like this, Yunshi felt both shy and anxious. Minji was usually so dominant, and she didn't dare to act recklessly while he was drunk. Helpless, Yunshi looked at Lan Nua nearby. Save me. Lan Nua slowly stood up. He had just used his healing power to slightly ease Minji's drunkenness, so now he was sober. Seeing Minji like this was really hard to watch. Without hesitation, Lan Nua raised his hand and struck at Minji. Minji frowned and slowly turned to glance at Lan Nua, looking confused and a little angry. Lan Muslips head. He pointed at Minji's forehead, and a golden light flowed from his finger into Minji's mind. The next second, Minji closed his eyes and suddenly collapsed onto Yunshi's shoulder, falling into a deep sleep. Lan Nua calmly withdrew his hand, secretly thinking that he had clearly seen Minji's displeasure in his eyes. He was annoyed that Lan Nua had interfered. Minji was definitely pretending to be drunk on purpose. Thinking this, Lan Nua suddenly felt enlightened. Being drunk might actually be quite interesting. Yunshi secretly let out a breath of relief. Her big husband was finally asleep. It seems she needs to keep a closer eye on the wine at home. These guys, drinking for the first time, were so reckless. Thinking of myself as a high-level beast, fearless, and just focusing on creating. Lano returned Minji to the room and settled him properly, then came back to Yunshi. They all can't handle it. Just a little wine, and they're drunk. They're still too young. Yunshi looked up and down at Lano. It seems the high priest has a good tolerance for alcohol. Of course. Yunshi, you didn't really get to taste it properly earlier. How about we have a little more? Lano poured himself another bowl. Seeing Yunshi didn't object, he understood. Even the little female was craving some. He quickly poured a little wine for Yunshi. Yunshi had only tasted a couple of spoonfuls at first. Afterward, he was busy watching others compete in drinking. Now, encouraged by Lano, he was starting to feel a bit tipsy. Just drinking isn't enough. I should check if Qingling's food is ready. Sit down, I'll go check, Lano said and headed quickly to the stove. Sure enough, the stone pot was bubbling away, and Qingling was already lying on the ground, asleep. As for Shiyu and Yunshi, it seemed they had taken others into their rooms and hadn't come out again. They were probably also drunk. Lano quickly brought out the prepared food and extinguished the fire. Now, no one would bother him and Yunshi. The three little ones. Father Lano, did you forget about us? After setting the food, Lano and Yunshi sat facing each other and started to eat. Yunshi picked up his bowl, gently clinked it with Lano's, and smiled. High Priest, cheers. Cheers, Lano replied happily, his voice cheerful, and he felt the wine in his mouth was even more fragrant than before. Yunshi sipped his wine slowly. The aroma was rich and delicious. So, Yunshi ate a little and sipped a little wine. Before long, the wine in his bowl was gone. Lano raised his ceramic jar silently, asking without words. Yunshi quickly shook his head.
No more.
Drinking too much isn't good for the little one's growth. Lano didn't insist. Instead, he drank all the remaining wine in the jar in one go. Yunshi secretly marveled. Lano's alcohol tolerance was impressive. Suddenly, in the next moment, Lano teleported beside Yunshi, his eyes showing a hint of drunkenness. Yunshi, I think I'm drunk. After saying that, Lan Nua rested his head on Yunshi's shoulder. He stretched out his arm naturally and wrapped it around Yunshi's waist, even being a bit mischievous by repeatedly touching her. This was clearly an obvious attempt to flirt. Yunshi had no doubt that Xinyi was pretending to be drunk. She couldn't tell exactly, but with the high priest's behavior, she saw through it clearly. This guy was definitely pretending. Are you drunk? Yunshi asked on purpose. Yes, my head feels a bit dizzy, Lan Nua replied softly, pretending to nuzzle into Yunshi's neck. Yunshi continued to test him. Should I help you back to your room to rest? Lan Nua responded smoothly. That would be perfect. Do you want me to stay and sleep with you? Of course, I would love that. After saying this, Lan Nua tightened his hold on Yunshi. How did this little female understand him so well? These were all things he wanted to do. Yunshi raised an eyebrow. Are there other things you want to do? Yunshi, I think the shell bed is more comfortable. Do you want to come back to the sea with me? Lan Nua's voice was full of charm, and his gaze was intense as he looked at Yunshi. There was no sign of drunkenness anymore, only eagerness. Yunshi tilted her head slightly, smiling faintly. High Priest, are you done pretending? This time, Lan Nua showed his true feelings without hiding. He nodded and said, "Yes, I'm not pretending anymore. Yunshi, I miss you." After saying that, Lan Nua was no longer satisfied, just leaning on Yunshi's shoulder. He gently used his arm to shift Yunshi's body. Before she could react, her body moved with his, and she ended up sitting directly on top of him. Love shone in Lan Nua's eyes. He leaned down slightly and pressed his lips to Yunshi's, full of longing. "Yunshi, shall we go to the sea?" As he spoke, his tongue traced along Yunshi's lips, continuing to tempt her. "Is that okay?" Yunshi felt a little tipsy herself, almost drowning in Lan Nua's gentle affection. But when she caught sight of the three little ones playing nearby, her mind cleared a bit. "No, I can't. The little ones need someone to watch over them." Lan Nua also seemed to remember the three little ones. Since everyone else was drunk, it was indeed not a good idea to take the little female to the sea. Just at that moment, Shuryen came out from the corner and immediately noticed something was wrong. He quickly retreated. As he left, he also took the three little ones with him and silently scolded Lan Nua for being so unprofessional as the high priest. Lan Nua's lips curled into a smile, happy that Shuryen arrived just in time. He moved closer to Yunshi, his warm breath like feathers brushing Yunshi's ear, making her tremble slightly. Shuryen just took them to play. "Yunshi, do you want to go to the ocean floor or the room? Are there other options? Then let's go to the ocean floor first and then to the room." Without waiting for Yunshi to answer, Lan Nua suddenly used his strength to lift Yunshi horizontally into his arms. "Let's go to the ocean floor. You like the shell bed." Yunshi's mind immediately thought of the rocking shell bed, and she felt a little excited. Since the atmosphere was already like this, there was no need to hold back. "Let's go early and come back early." Lan Nua glanced at Yunshi with a sidelong look. With a thought, a shimmering space portal appeared in front of him. He leaned down and gently pecked Yunshi's lips. Then he carried Yunshi towards the space portal, and their figures instantly disappeared. As for Yunshi's words about going early and returning early, Lan Nua didn't take it seriously. In his view, it had to be approved by the shell bed first. He wouldn't allow the little female to doubt his abilities. At this moment, under the influence of alcohol, that soft shell bed was gently rocking in the temple for a long time, so much so that Yunshi forgot about the group of drunken beast husbands at home. Meanwhile, Lan Nua, having finally convinced the little female onto the shell bed, naturally wouldn't let her go easily. Who asked them to be so weak in alcohol? Mingyi, who isn't weak in alcohol? I was ambushed by you. After all the fuss, Yunshi felt exhausted and took a short rest on the shell bed. By the time she returned to the Divine Mountain, night had fallen deep, everything was silent, and only a few stars twinkled in the night sky. However, the place she lived was flickering with flames. At this moment, Mingyi sat calmly in the yard, waiting for their return. Yunshi secretly thought this was bad. She glanced at the culprit, Lan Nua, who looked quite satisfied. Truly high-level, not afraid of trouble. Yunshi pretended to be calm, yawned, and walked straight towards Mingyi. "As long as I calm my husband, there won't be any big problems. I'm very tired. Can you hold me to sleep tonight?" After saying that, Yunshi collapsed softly onto Mingyi, her small hands tightly wrapped around his waist. Step 1. Act cute. Mingyi looked at Yunshi's tightly clasped hands with some helplessness. Is this little girl worried about fighting? Seeing Mingyi remain silent, Yunshi continued to push her luck, acting cute. Please carry me back to the room. It's already so late. Mingyi was amused and said, "Now you realize it's late?" Yunshi quickly apologized. "I know I was wrong. Next time, I will remember the time." After speaking, Yunshi looked up pitifully at her big husband. Step 2. Admit fault. Mingyi raised an eyebrow. "You want to do it again?" "Yes. Next time I will bring you along." Step 3. Make a promise. Mingyi immediately lost his temper, clearly pleased by her words. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and softly say, "In the future, don't run away secretly. If I can't find you, I will worry." This is the second time today. It turned out that Minji woke up shortly after Yunshi left and found that, besides a group of sleeping beasts, his little girl was gone. Not only that, but Lano was also missing. Although he had a faint guess about where they went, Minji still felt worried inside. I understand. I was a bit drunk, my head was heavy, and I couldn't help myself, Yunshi said. That was definitely Lano seducing you. Tomorrow, I will teach him a lesson, Minji said, glancing at Lano. He planned to settle the score tomorrow. He had not forgotten this debt. Lano not only knocked him out but also took the opportunity to take his little girl away. That was clearly his idea, yet he was used by him. Lano calmly stepped forward. It's not that I saw you were drunk and wanted you to rest well. Minji gritted his teeth and said, Thank you for your kindness. Lano touched his nose, seeming a bit guilty. His little girl was so sweet and tempting. He couldn't help himself. It's just a fight, right? Just a good practice. Yunshi looked at the two helplessly. Do as you like, but only practice. By the way, haven't Shiyu and the others woken up yet? I told them to rest, Mingyi replied. In fact, at first, everyone was sitting together in the yard waiting for Yunshi. As night fell, Mingyi worried that Yunshi would see everyone staying up late and feel guilty. So, Mingyi asked the others to go to bed first, while he stayed behind alone in the yard, waiting. That's good. In the future, you shouldn't drink so much, Yunshi said. After saying that, Yunshi yawned and gently hugged Mingyi's neck, acting cute. Yi, let's rest now. Mingyi had already guessed Yunshi's little thoughts and didn't argue. He simply picked Yunshi up sideways and strode toward the room. Lano shrugged and turned back to his own room. Today was already a pleasant surprise. There was no need to ask for more. The next morning, Yunshi slept until the sun was high before waking up. When she opened her eyes, she found only Qingling sitting beside her. Good morning, Ailing. Why are you the only one here? Yunshi asked. Mingyi and Lano went hunting in the forest. Feng Heng and Yunshi also went to help. Sure, you went to deliver the canned yellow peaches made yesterday. The two brothers took the three little ones to play, Qingling explained. Yunshi listened and couldn't help but smile. My good husband was left behind again. Ailing, come here and give me a hug. Qingling was embraced by his little lady, feeling very happy inside. Looking at Qingling in front of her, Yunshi felt full of affection. Just this simple hug made Qingling so happy. Ailing, you prepare food every day. Do you ever feel tired? Yunshi asked. Qingling spent most of his time in the kitchen. He arranged all 3 meals a day, while others only helped a little. Sure, Yu and Feng Heng could cook some dishes, but their skills were not as good as Qingling's. To make Yunshi feel comfortable, everyone agreed that Qingling would be the one to cook. Qingling himself didn't want to hand over the spatula to others. He leaned down and kissed Yunshi on the forehead. I don't feel tired. You treat us all the same. If I felt tired, I would be ungrateful. I never imagined I could have such a good partner. I'm just worried about making you tired. My Ailing is so wonderful. Everyone is doing well. Each person is busy with their own tasks. Although I stay at home, I don't need to go out and take risks. Mingyi and the others often give me high-level beast crystals. In fact, everyone is working hard for this family. After Qingling explained this, Yunshi felt it made sense and stopped worrying. Thinking about how today they invited the high priest as a guest, Yunshi quickly rubbed her eyes and stretched out her arms. She said softly, Ling, I want to get up now. Today, you must help me style a pretty hairdo. Qingling smiled knowingly, happily helping Yunshi get out of bed, and they shared some sweet moments. Then, Qingling skillfully braided Yunshi's hair and tied on a hairband. When you first tied a hairband for me, you were trembling so much. Now you're getting better and better. Qingling was honest and said, Yes, the first time I was nervous because I was so close to you. Yunshi looked at her braid and smiled warmly. It looks so nice. Ling, your hands are so skillful. After saying that, Yunshi turned around and, confidently, held Qingling's handsome face and gave her a big kiss. Qingling naturally returned the gesture. Right now, only they are at home. No one else to disturb them. This is a good chance, so they naturally wanted to enjoy some rewards. They shared a tender moment again. After a while, Qingling reluctantly let go of Yunxi, knowing they shouldn't continue further, as things might get out of control. Eat breakfast first. We can't let Shishi go hungry. Qingling held Yunxi's small hand and led her toward the yard. Once Yunxi finished eating and was full, the hunters who went out earlier returned through Lan Nua's space teleportation. Yunxi subtly glanced at Lan Nua and Mingyi. Both looked calm and natural. Could she have been mistaken? She had thought they might really have a sparring match today. Mingyi and Lan Nua each took out their hunted prey from the space. Everyone worked together smoothly, following Qingling's suggested dish names and divided tasks to prepare today's meal. Soon after, Shi Yu and Shi Yan came over together. Yunxi was the first to greet them. Unlike their first meeting, this time she was here as Shi Yu's partner to meet the family. She even felt a little nervous. Yunxi was the first to call out softly, "Father, you're here." This father made Shi Yan startle and almost lose his balance. After all, Yunxi's status was much higher than his as the great priest of the sacred mountain. Shi Yan was worried, wondering if Lord Beast God would scold him in his dreams tonight. "Yunxi, why don't you call me the great priest? Or just my name," Shi Yan said nervously, surprised that Yunxi was so casual. His family's luck, especially with Yao Yu, was truly extraordinary. Yunxi pretended to be upset and sighed gently. "Does father not accept my relationship with Yao Yu?" Shi Yan hurriedly waved his hands to deny. "No, of course I accept. Then why do you want me to call you the great priest?" Shi Yan was slightly stunned. Then his heart suddenly brightened. Father was narrow-minded. "Thank you, Yunxi. You're a good female. It's Yao Yu's luck to be your partner. Today's visit was sudden, and I didn't have time to prepare. I hope you like these small gifts," Shi Yan said, waving his big hand, and a large animal hide bag appeared in front of Yunxi, filled with many good things. His voice carried a hint of nostalgia, and this, when I was out traveling, I collected some fine cloth by chance. I heard females like it, and I no longer need it. I give it to you so Yao Yu can make you more new clothes." "Thank you, father," Yunxi said happily. "Yao Yu, help me put these away." "They're a gift from father." Yunxi smiled warmly and turned to instruct Yao Yu to store everything carefully. Yao Yu looked at him with affection and nodded without hesitation. Yunxi then spent some time chatting with Shi Yan, while the three little ones obediently stayed by their grandfather's side. The family was happy and warm. Soon, with everyone's effort, the long table was filled with all kinds of food, and the aroma quickly spread through the yard. Yao Yu brought out 2 jars of grape wine, quickly filtering them. It seemed they were going to enjoy a hearty drink again today. Since elders were present, Yunxi didn't say much. They had all drunk before, so they knew their limits. Everyone took their seats. Feng Heng was as enthusiastic as ever, quickly pouring a bowl for each person, including Yunxi, who poured a little for himself as a gesture. Looking at the table full of delicious food with appealing aroma and colors, Shi Yan's eyes widened in surprise, and then a happy smile appeared on his face. His family, Yu, is so lucky. Not only does he have a good partner, but also a caring family. "Father, don't be polite. These are Ling's special dishes, and the seafood here was brought back from the sea by Lan Nua," Yunxi said happily. Shi Yan relaxed and no longer hesitated. Since Yunxi called him father, he was the most senior elder here. Thanks to his own child, Shi Yan had gotten used to using wooden chopsticks these days. He picked up the dishes one by one, tasting them and praising them constantly. Especially the grape wine. After just one sip, he was completely won over by its flavor. Without hesitation, he asked Yunxi for a jar. Yunxi naturally wouldn't refuse. Not just 1 jar, even 2 or 3 would be fine. They brewed wine themselves, so whenever they wanted to drink, they could always have some. Shi Yan was immediately happy and kept looking at Yunxi with more affection. Then he took out an animal hide bag and handed it to Yunxi. "Yunxi, if Shiyu makes you unhappy in the future, just tell father. I will help you teach him a lesson." Yunxi nodded quickly. "Okay, I will definitely ask father to help me." Shi Yan nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly looked serious. "Yunxi, remember this. While I am the high priest of the Divine Mountain, the entire Divine Mountain will always be your support." Hearing this, Yunxi felt deeply touched. This was not just simple approval but more like a promise.
Thank you, father.
Father, this grape wine is delicious, but you shouldn't drink too much. Yesterday, a few of them got drunk. Shuryen smiled, replying continuously, but he kept drinking without stopping. He lifted his bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Foam Hung, who was observant, immediately filled Shuryen's bowl again. Shuryen didn't refuse and drank it all again. One bowl filled, another emptied. Unknowingly, several bowls of grape wine had been consumed. Yunshi watched with some worry, afraid that Shuryen might suddenly collapse and lose consciousness. But Yunshi's concern was unnecessary. With Shuryen's strength, and considering Lan Nua calling him Old Fox earlier, there was good reason behind that. Shuryen's eyes gradually became a bit dreamy. He pulled Feng Heng aside and said seriously, "Little Phoenix Bird, when you return to the Feather Clan, remember to say hello to your uncle Shuryen for me. Tell him that my heir has appeared, and it's my own grandson." Everyone listened and couldn't help but laugh or sigh. The high priest, even when drunk, still boasted proudly to his old friends. Foam Hung secretly chuckled to himself, already imagining how the high priest would be scolding and ranting. After speaking, Shuryen got up again, swayed as he walked to Lano's side, and sincerely patted his shoulder. "Lano, you're doing better than I did. You deserve this happiness." Lano didn't speak. He raised his wooden cup and drank all the wine inside. He knew about Mother Yu's situation, and all he could do was accept that fate was unpredictable and sigh. As for him and Yunshi, they definitely wouldn't go that far. In his heart, the temple was important, but Yunshi was clearly more important. Now, he spent much more time with Yunshi than in the temple. Without Yunshi, he didn't want to stay even a second longer in the temple. Shiyu watched quietly from the side, feeling a mix of emotions. The regret was already there. What was the use of regretting now? Shuryen's drunkenness grew stronger. He swayed more, and his steps became unsteady. Seeing this, Shiyu quickly stepped forward to support his father. "Father, you're drunk. I'll take you back to rest." Shuryen mumbled in response, and before leaving, he warmly invited everyone. "Come visit the sacred mountain more often. Make yourselves at home here." With Shuryen's departure, the lively gathering officially ended. Everyone started to clean up, gathering the dishes and sweeping the area quickly. Most of the delicious food on the table was cooked by Qingling alone. The others naturally didn't want to bother him with cleaning up. So, Qingling had free time and went to rest in the room with his beloved little female. The other beast men, though envious, knew better than to compete with Qingling, understanding how much he contributed to the family. The next morning, Yunshi's family woke early and began packing their things for the trip. There were 5 clay jars of wine. 2 jars were for Shuryen's father. When they went to the Feather Clan, they would visit Feng Heng's parents too, so they couldn't be unfair. Additionally, the dried coconut meat, sugar, barbecue seasoning, and canned yellow peaches that were previously made were partly given to Shuryen's father. After packing these items properly, Yunshi urged Shuryu to take the 3 little ones to say goodbye to their grandfather. Once Shuryu left, everyone else began putting the items they had taken out into their space to prepare for the journey to the Feather Clan. Watching Yunshi busy at work, Lan Nua couldn't help but ask again, "Are you really not going through the space tunnel?" Lan Nua was really reluctant to see the little girl suffer during the trip. Yunshi paused her actions and nodded slightly. "Yes, I want to learn more about this world. I can't always rely on shortcuts. This world is so big. I need to see it myself to find its beauty." Lan Nua sighed helplessly. "You always have a lot of reasons. But I just feel sorry for you, carrying the baby." Yunshi raised her chin and said, "Don't worry, isn't the baby strong?" Then she looked at Lan Nua with concern and said, "Lan Nua, this time you don't have to travel with us. You can go back to the Sea Clan during the day to handle things, and I will call you back at night." Yunshi knew that her high priest, a beast man of the Sea Clan, had been living on land for a long time and was not used to it. Recently, he had been busy on land, only starting to return to handle affairs in the Sea Clan in the past 2 days. He was obviously very busy, but always spent time with her. All this time, he had never complained about sacrificing for her. Now that the schedule was less hectic, Yunxi naturally hoped that Lan Noa could relax a bit. As her partner, she also felt sorry for her beast husband. Lan Noa was deeply touched. He reached out and patted Yunxi's head, saying, "Only when I stay by your side can I feel at ease." Mingyi crossed his arms and glanced at Lan Noa with a slight sneer, saying impatiently, "Do you think we are just decorations? Hurry back to your big C. We will take good care of Yunxi. Lan Noa, just go back and handle your business. Remember to come back for dinner tonight," Qing Ling also advised. Feng Heng came over with a smile and said cheerfully, "Yes, yes, yes. Finish your work first, and once you arrive at the Feather Clan, take a few days to rest." Lan Noa smiled helplessly. He understood everyone's good intentions, but he just wanted to spend more time with Yunxi. "Then, when you stop to rest, just call me with the conch." Nightfall felt a bit speechless. "Why are you summoning me?" "I'm coming back for dinner," Blue Nova said confidently. Nightfall chuckled. "There's plenty of food in the sea, isn't that enough for you?" Without hesitation, Blue Nova replied, "Qingling makes it delicious. All right, you two, stop arguing. Hurry up and pack your things." Yunxi, amused and a bit helpless, interrupted them. She turned to Blue Nova softly and asked, "Can I summon you in the evening?" Blue Nova sighed gently, but finally agreed. "Okay, I'll go back to the sea tribe during the day and come over at night. Yunxi, if you're in danger, you must summon me immediately." After saying that, she paused a moment. "Actually, I'm not that busy. The sea tribe can run without me." Yunxi blinked and grinned. "Won't you help me get beast crystals? There are many tribes exchanging salt crystals now. I'm hoping the high priest can help me become the richest little female in the beast world." Blue Nova looked at her with affection. "When I return at night, let's count the beast crystals together." "Yes, I'm so excited just thinking about it." Lately, Yunxi had been busy and forgot about this. It was her first big fortune, so she wanted to count it carefully. "I'll go back to the sea tribe first to handle some matters," Blue Nova said. She kissed Yunxi on the forehead, then turned to Nightfall. "Take good care of Yunxi." Nightfall waved her hand dismissively.
You don't need to tell me.
"Go back to your big sea." Reluctantly, Blue Nova activated her space portal and returned to the sea tribe. Not long after Blue Nova left, Yu and the three little ones also returned. Father said he doesn't like goodbyes, so he didn't see us off. As for Little Star, he said he respects our choice and will decide for himself when he's a bit older. Yunxi nodded slightly.
Good.
Since Blue Nova has the coordinates of the sacred mountain, we can visit Father more often if we get the chance. Yu smiled. Father also gave us many good things. When we rest during the journey, I'll show them to you. Yunxi's eyes lit up, excited. Am I getting closer to being the richest little female? The others smiled quietly, knowing that the title of the richest little female might have already belonged to her for a long time. Windhung proudly patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Cece. When we return to the Feather Clan, watch how I get some benefits from our great priest." I brought back a little phoenix bird. Windhung had also learned many new words from Yunxi, even using the phrase, getting benefits. He couldn't wait to see the surprised look on the great priest's face. Mingyi looked around at everyone and said in a serious voice, "Everyone check your items again to make sure everything is ready. We are about to leave." Mingyi was the strongest and naturally the leader of the team. He calmly gave instructions. "Feng Heng, you know the way, so lead us. Yu and Qing Ling, take care of the three little ones. My beast form moves more smoothly. Yunxi, follow me. Big brothers, you are responsible for the safety at the back. Let's try to find a village to stay in before it gets dark." Everyone nodded and followed Mingya's plan, each doing their part and getting ready. With a loud, clear phoenix cry, Yunxi and the others officially set out toward the Feather Clan. The Feather Clan's area is located on the east side of the Sacred Mountain, roughly between the mountain and the Beichuan tribe. Starting from the mountain and moving at a normal pace, it would take about 7 days to reach, so it's not very far. From the mountain to the forest below, Yunxi chose to ride in Windhang's beast form because it was the safest. Mingyi still transformed into a small snake, coiled around Yunxi's wrist. When they reached the forest, the three of them decided to wait there for the others, planning to gather and then continue together. As soon as they landed, Yunxi habitually looked around, hoping to spot something new. Mingyi returned to his human form and gently carried Yun-shi onto his shoulder. There's still time now. We can look around. Foam-hung, go ahead and scout the area. Find out which tribes are nearby and look for a good place to stay tonight. Wind-hung nodded and immediately turned into a phoenix bird, flying into the sky. Yun-shi sat comfortably on Mingyi's shoulder, closed his eyes slowly, and listened quietly to the sound of the wind. After a while, Yun-shi opened his eyes and pointed to a path. Yi, let's go this way. Foam, I told you again? Yes, they all like me. Mingyi didn't ask more and moved in the direction Yun-shi pointed. After walking a bit further, they saw a few fruit trees ahead, with bright yellow fruits that looked a bit like pears. Mingyi looked up at Yun-shi, noticing her bright eyes and eager expression. He immediately understood that she was craving some food. He placed Yun-shi on a tree trunk and said, "Be good and wait here. I'll pick some fruit for you." Yun-shi swung her little legs and smiled happily. "Thank you, my dear husband. Remember to leave some for the other beast men." Mingyi nodded. Although he didn't fully understand Yun-shi's thoughts, he agreed to do as she asked. After picking the fruit, Yun-shi gently touched each tree, showing her gratitude. The leaves rustled softly, as if the trees were thanking her. Once finished, Yun-shi pulled Mingyi and headed toward the forest they had just passed. "I saw many mushrooms on the way here. It's time to gather some again. Let's pick more this year." Hearing this, Mingyi immediately took out 2 baskets from his space. "Let's go. You never seem to be bored. Gather more food so we won't worry about starving in winter. Plus, it's a gift from nature, so we should cherish it." They didn't go far, just carefully searching nearby. Like last year, the forest mushrooms were plentiful and quite large. Yi, remember to pat the mushrooms when you pick them. That way, we'll have more next year. They busily worked in the woods and soon filled both baskets. At that moment, Shiyu and the others sensed their presence through beast marks and hurried over from behind. The 3 little ones immediately ran up, waving their short legs excitedly when they saw their mother. After some affectionate interactions, Foam-hung appeared overhead. Foam-hung let out a phoenix call to everyone. After Mingyi nodded in response, he turned and flew ahead. Mingyi instantly transformed into his beast form, carefully wrapping Yun-shi on his head. He told her to sit still, and then gave the command, "Let's go." Everyone quickly changed into their fierce beast forms and followed Mingyi. Yun-shi sat comfortably on Mingyi's head. As he said, the position was very steady, and she felt no bumps along the way. The 3 little ones also stayed close to Shiryu and Qingling, struggling to keep up with their fathers by flapping their short legs. The little ones ran for a long time without complaining or showing fatigue, which made Yun-shi admire them even more. Soon, Foam-hung found a water source. Everyone stopped to rest and prepare food for Yun-shi and the 3 little ones. Yun-shi and Shiryu teamed up, taking Foam-hung and Yun-hua to hunt nearby. Yunlan was responsible for watching the 3 little ones, and Qingling was preparing food for Yun-shi. During the trip, Mingyi mainly took care of Yun-shi's safety. After all, they were in a forest with fierce beasts and wandering orcs. Yun-shi and Mingyi arrived at a small creek. Yun-shi took out the mushrooms he just picked to wash them, planning to make mushroom soup and try mushroom stir-fry with meat later. When they reached the riverbank, Yun-shi's sharp eyes spotted a red creature in the water, resting at the bottom. "Is that a little lobster?" Yi, little lobster. This is also delicious. Following Yun-shi's finger, Mingyi saw the tiny creature. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It's so small, not enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. "Tonight, Lan Noel will bring back a big lobster for you. It tastes different. I want to eat this one." Mingyi helplessly shook his head, then rolled up his sleeves and willingly caught the little lobsters for the little girl. Although it was a bit troublesome, the area was rich in resources. Soon, they caught quite a few little lobsters. By noon, the menu added spicy little lobster. However, everyone found eating little lobsters a hassle. Once the shell was removed, there was only a small amount of meat left, which was less satisfying than hunting beasts. So, most of the little lobsters went into Yun-shi's stomach. Yun-shi had achieved his goal of free little lobsters. After filling their stomachs, Everyone took a short rest and then continued their journey. Perhaps because this forest was protected by the sacred mountain, it was peaceful along the way. Before sunset, they arrived smoothly at the rock tribe where Feng Heng had found. By then, Mingyi had already transformed back into his familiar little snake, quietly coiling around Yunxi's hand. He didn't want to cause any trouble, so he kept a low profile. At the tribe's gate, Shuri stepped forward to explain their purpose to the orc guard. The guard examined everyone carefully, especially noticing the 3 small foxes lying on the ground panting. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The orc said nothing and turned to report to the tribe's leader. The leader arrived quickly. After a brief exchange, seeing the 3 little ones, he happily agreed to let them stay overnight. After all, their tribe is close to the sacred mountain, so they naturally know that their high priest is a 9-tailed fox. They also care about the 3 little ones, feeling a sense of closeness. With warm enthusiasm, they invite everyone inside. Led by the leader, everyone enters the tribe, attracting many glances along the way. Especially the 3 little ones, who become the focus of everyone's attention wherever they go. 9-tailed foxes are rare, so seeing a whole group today surprises everyone. They all look at Yunxi, since among these outsiders, she is the only female. Facing everyone's gaze, Yunxi remains calm and confident, without any shyness. Soon, the leader brings Yunxi and her group to a large cave. "Tonight you can rest here," he says. "Thank you, leader. Sorry for the trouble," she replies, handing over a 6-star beast crystal. The leader is slightly surprised but accepts it calmly. He sighs and says, "You are too kind. The high priest has always protected us. Since you share the same bloodline, helping the tribe members of the high priest is also our way of returning the favor. Rest well. If you need anything, just tell me. Don't hesitate." Xiu nods with a smile. "Okay, thank you for your kindness." After seeing off the leader, everyone enters the cave. Inside, it is spacious and flat, with glowing stones embedded in the walls. It's clear the leader put a lot of thought into this. So, everyone begins to work in an orderly fashion. Yunlan and Xiu go to fetch water from the source. Minji and Fengheng help Qingling prepare dinner. Yunxi stays outside with the 3 little ones, playing on the open ground. Soon, the leader orders the tribe to bring fresh fruits and vegetables, saying they are for the 3 little ones to try. Yunxi can't refuse, so she has no choice but to accept reluctantly. It seems the orcs in this tribe greatly admire the high priest. Fengheng jokes with a smile, "Looks like we're also benefiting from the little ones. Otherwise, we might not get such good treatment." Everyone laughs and continues their work. As they chat and laugh, a delicious aroma begins to fill the air outside the cave. Passing orcs stop and gather around, curious. This is the first time they see someone prepare food like this. It looks a bit complicated, but the smell, it's so tempting. They all want to try some. Word spread quickly through the entire Pancher tribe. Everyone knew that the outsiders' food was so delicious it made people feel dizzy. Even as night fell, the leader still approached, surrounded by his people, looking a little shy as he came to ask for help. "I'm sorry to bother you," he said. "I just want to ask about this food. Our people are curious and want to learn how to make it. Of course, we can pay you." While he spoke, the tribe members behind him stretched their necks, staring eagerly at the long table nearby. The table was full of unfamiliar food, and just smelling it made them hungry again. Yunxi hesitated, unsure whether to decide on her own, then looked at Yunxi. Yunxi thought for a moment and didn't refuse. Since that's the case, tomorrow the leader can gather the tribe members who want to learn. "I will have my partner teach everyone. There's no need for payment." The leader was surprised and froze in place, not expecting Yunxi to be so generous. Usually, people hide their skills, afraid others will learn and take them away. But she was openly sharing her knowledge without asking for anything. "That's too kind."
"I must pay you," he said.
"My name is Galeen. May I ask your name?" "You can just call me Yunxi," she replied. "Yunxi, thank you. I won't bother you anymore. I'll bring the tribe members tomorrow to learn." Galeen looked at Yunxi with gratitude and respect. Then he led his people away, so as not to disturb the guests. The cave gradually returned to quiet. Shenghen looked a little confused and asked Cici, "Isn't that too tiring? You're still pregnant." "That's why I need your help tomorrow," Yunshi said. "I know you all have questions about why I'm doing this. Maybe it's my duty. I want the tribe to learn these skills, so I can help them." She paused briefly, then continued, "Maybe this is just a small lesson, but even a tiny spark can start a big fire. One day, everyone will master these skills. When faced with difficulties, it will be a great help." As Yunshi finished speaking, everyone was stunned, their faces full of shock. Their little female was thinking so far ahead. Recalling last winter, because Yunshi had these skills, no orc in Beichuan tribe starved to death. In previous cold seasons, many tribes lost members to hunger. Not only males but females also couldn't survive due to food shortages. Last year, under Yunshi's leadership, their families stored enough food, so they didn't worry about hunger during the winter. Minji stepped forward and held Yunshi's small hand tightly. "Just do what you want. We all support you." Fengheng quickly agreed. "Cici, we trust you." Xiu also smiled and said, "Cici, just make the decision. We will handle the rest." Yunshi smiled happily. "I knew you would support me. Let's eat first. I'm really hungry." Yunshi told everyone to sit down quickly. She was so distracted that her stomach made several loud growling sounds. Everyone sat down, and Qingling looked at the empty seat beside her, confused. "Is someone missing?" Yunshi suddenly remembered that her high priest hadn't returned yet.
She had forgotten about that.
Will she see an angry fish later? Yunshi hurriedly took a conch shell from her animal hide bag and blew into it. As the gentle sound of the conch echoed, Lano's figure appeared before everyone. The angry fish didn't see her. Instead, she saw a sad, wronged fish. It turned out that Lano had just returned to the sea tribe and started handling various matters immediately. He didn't rest at all, just to come back to Yunshi sooner. After finishing everything, he saw it was still early, so he went into the sea to catch some fish Yunshi liked to eat. He finished all this and waited on the beach, hoping Yunshi would call him. He waited from sunset until dark, but Yunshi didn't call him. The usually confident high priest began to wonder if he had been completely forgotten by the little female. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. Seeing this, Yunshi quickly stepped forward. "Lano, I have to tell you, you might not believe it. We just finished settling down, and I didn't delay even a second." Lano looked at her with a skeptical expression. "The food is cold now." Cloud-Shi immediately hugged Lan Nua's arm and pouted, saying, "All right, today was my mistake. I will call you earlier tomorrow. Please sit down and eat." Lan Nua muttered, "I won't be returning to the Sea Clan tomorrow." Cloud-Shi quickly nodded, "Okay, I'll follow your lead. Sit down and eat." Only then did Lan Nua sit down. "I even brought back some sea fish for you. Will it spoil if left overnight?" "Later, a ling will freeze the fish. It won't spoil. Tomorrow we'll make fish balls bouncy, soft, and super tasty." Mingyi placed the beast meat into Cloud-Shi's bowl. "Eat quickly. We can plan tomorrow's things later." Cloud-Shi nodded, and everyone started to enjoy their dinner slowly. It was a simple meal, but everyone ate happily. After dinner, Lan Nua, looking mysterious, pulled Cloud-Shi back to the cave and took out all the beast crystals from the space. In an instant, the whole cave was bathed in a faint glow from the beast crystals. Lan Nua looked at Cloud-Shi with a smile. "I taught Blaze and Lanning how to make fine salt. Now they're helping us with salt making and trading. As a reward, 1/3 of the beast crystals they get will go to the Sea Clan, and the rest is all yours." Seeing the large pile of beast crystals, Cloud-Shi was full of surprise. "It's only been a little over a month, and I've already got so many beast crystals. They look pretty good too." Lan Nua smugly raised an eyebrow and explained, "Recently the Beast King City heard about our fine salt and came to us. They're all here for the salt. I only allow them to trade with high-level beast crystals." Cloud-Shi couldn't help but praise, "Lan Nua, you're so clever. This is much easier than going to the Sunset Forest. With so many high-level beast crystals, am I super rich now?" Lan Nua affectionately patted Cloud-Shi's head. "It's all yours. There will be even more in the future. I won't allow any other females to be richer than you." Cloud, she was a bit worried. Do you think the Sea Clan is getting a bit too greedy? After all, they did all the work. Cloud, she just provided the method. It's already a lot. Making salt crystals used to take a lot of energy, but now it's much easier. Everyone feels satisfied. Cloud, she thought for a moment and suggested, then you should give some to Blaze and Lawning alone. They're responsible for the most important step, so they shouldn't be shortchanged. Lan Nua nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I have it all figured out. Yunshi smiled confidently. Leave it to you. I trust you. Now go call everyone so we can divide the beast crystals. Lano responded with a nod and turned to call the others. Feng Heng was the most eager, leading the way and rushing in. When he saw the pile of beast crystals, Feng Heng's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in surprise. Wow, so many beast crystals. You're amazing. Xiu also looked surprised. Remembering the beast skin bag given to Yunshi by her father, he immediately raised his hand. Suddenly, 2 large beast skin bags appeared in front of Yunshi. They were the gifts from Shiryan. Perfect, I can see what my father gave me. I feel like there are quite a few beast crystals inside. Yunshi patted her head, realizing her memory was getting worse lately.
I almost forgot about this.
I should open them and see. When the contents of the 2 beast skin bags were poured out, it was clear that most of the items were beast crystals. No matter where you are, giving money is the most straightforward and practical gift. Wow, so many. Ayu, do you think father has emptied the family treasury? Before Xiu could answer, Lano spoke first.
Impossible.
Don't underestimate Shiryan. He's been the high priest for many years. He earned that position honestly. Xiu nodded in agreement. Don't worry, father left quite a few for the children. These are all beast crystals above the 7th rank. He specifically told me to keep them for you. Seeing such a large amount of high-level beast crystals, Yunshi felt a bit worried. I don't need so many. You all pick the ones suitable for you and absorb them to improve your strength. Feng Heng hesitated. Are you sure you want to share these with us? I can go hunting myself. Yunshi rolled her eyes at him, knowing he was just being polite. Do you want some? Feng Heng immediately grinned and said eagerly, Yes, yes.
Of course I want them.
Since she gave them to me, I'll keep them safe. Everyone started examining the beast crystals. Most of the crystals Lano brought back were from the 5th or 6th rank, with only a few from the 7th. The crystals from Shiryan were all at least 7th rank, with some 8th and even a few 9th rank crystals. In the beast world, who would dare to imagine such wealth? It had to be said, the high priest truly had deep resources. After thinking for a moment, Yunshi made her decision on how to distribute the crystals. She gave the 9th rank beast crystals to Ming Yi and Lan Nua, since both of them had already reached 9th rank. The crystals below 9th rank were not very useful to them. Then she gave 8th rank crystals to Shi Yu and Yunshi, helping them gather energy to prepare for reaching 9th rank. Yunshi kept a few 7th rank crystals for herself, and the rest she shared with Qingling, Feng Heng, Yunlan, and Yunhua. The remaining crystals below 7th rank were stored in Lan Nua, Shi Yu, and Ming Ye's space, mainly for family expenses. After all the crystals were distributed, most people, except Ming Yi and Lan Nua, felt a bit surprised and overwhelmed. Especially Yunlan and Yunhua, they didn't expect they would get a share. And it was the same as Qingling and the others. This large amount of wealth was given out by Yunshi without hesitation, and they couldn't help but feel touched. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Yunshi immediately said seriously, Go absorb these crystals. Don't think about saving any for me. Improving your strength is the best protection for me. Cece, you're so kind. When I return to the Feather Tribe, I'll also try to get some benefits from our High Priest. Uncle sure has so many treasures. He must have plenty to spare. The 3 High Priests, among them, the oldest was the High Priest of the Feather Tribe. You're clever. Everyone, pack up and rest early. Tonight, I'll sleep with the kids and Aling. The weather was getting hotter, and Qingling and Mingya's advantages became more obvious. Of course, Lan Nua also joined this race, gaining many benefits. Qingling was surprised and said, I'll go wash up in the river first, and I'll be back soon to stay with you. Everyone looked at Qingling with envy. They wondered how two males could both have such strong abilities. Why hadn't they awakened an ice element power as well? That night, Ming Yi and Yun Qi took turns on watch. The others found comfortable spots near the cave entrance and curled up to sleep. Inside the deepest part of the cave, it was quiet and peaceful, reserved for Yun Qi, the three little ones, and today's lucky beast, Qingling. The next morning, as the sky turned pale, gentle dawn light quietly spread across the land. The tribespeople of the Panshir tribe had already gathered in an open space not far from the cave. Everyone was filled with curiosity. Why was there suddenly a golden male inside Yun Qi's female cave this morning? Where had he come from? Yesterday, after they arrived, no other orcs entered the tribe. First, a dark-haired male appeared out of nowhere, and this morning, a blonde male showed up. The important thing is that these two males have very strong presence and seem difficult to approach. Not just them, but a few others also seem hard to get close to. Although I really want to find out more, I don't dare to go over and disturb them, because the black-haired male warned us not to get too close to the cave. This morning's food was prepared by Shi Yu and Feng Heng. Qingling stayed with Yun Qi and slept comfortably until waking naturally. When the two of them slowly walked out of the cave, the open space was already full of orcs. Not only the males eager to learn skills, but also many curious females watching. Yun Qi paused, feeling overwhelmed by so many people. Last night, Yun Qi discussed with Shi Yu and the others. The teaching tasks were assigned to him, Qingling and Feng Heng. They mainly focused on making and storing food and teaching everyone about edible ingredients. After all, solving the food problem is the most important thing in this world. Of course, Yun Qi didn't need to worry about these. Shi Yu and the others had already memorized this knowledge under Yun Qi's guidance. Being a teacher was no problem for them. The three of them calmly took care of Yun Qi first. Once everything was arranged, they led the members of the Panshir tribe to their tribe square to start today's teaching. Yun Lan and Yun Hua also went along, using the excuse of helping out to learn as well. Although they eat well every day now, it was because their little sister was Yun Qi. Thinking about the future, they would also have their own little females, so they decided to learn more skills. Maybe they would come in handy someday. When the figures of the three disappeared around the corner of the cave suddenly became quiet. Seeing everyone leave, the three little ones got excited. They hurriedly ran to Yun Qi, calling out happily in the direction everyone had just gone. Xiao Xingchen, mother, I want to go play. Xiao Xingye, mother, let's go quickly. Xiao Xing looked up, eyes full of meaning. Mother, hurry up. Seeing how eager the three little ones were, Yun Qi couldn't help but smile. She looked at the two beside her and said, how about we take the little ones to join the fun? Knight originally leaned against a stone wall inside the cave, slightly lifting his eyelids as he looked at Lan Nua. You go with Yun Qi. I will stay here and absorb the beast crystal. Okay, you watch over the cave. I'll take Yun Qi and the little one with me. After saying that, Lan Nua picked up Yun Qi. The three little ones immediately started running ahead on their short legs, leading the way in front of their parents. Yun Qi was worried that the three little ones might be too noisy, so he followed behind them. When they arrived at the tribe square, it was already lively and busy. Shi Yu, Qingling, and Feng Heng were surrounded by many people. Feng Heng was mainly teaching everyone how to make kitchen tools, Shi Yu was teaching how to identify and store food, and Qingling was showing how to cook food. As soon as the three little ones arrived at the square, they attracted most of the young children's attention. Being young, they quickly started chasing and playing with the other children. Seeing the little ones having fun, Yun Qi let them play freely. However, Yun Qi was a bit worried and kept a distance behind the three little ones. Yun Qi turned to look at Shi Yu, Qingling, and Feng Heng. Serious men are the most handsome. No objections accepted. At this moment, the leader, Gu Lin, approached Yun Qi with a smile on his face. Behind him, a group of tribe members followed, each holding various items. Yun Qi, female, we really don't know how to thank you. You taught us so many useful skills. This winter, we feel much more at ease. Gu Lin's eyes were full of gratitude. Originally, They just wanted to learn how to make things, but unexpectedly, Yunxi's partner also taught them about food collection and storage. It was a huge surprise. There's no doubt, this was definitely Yunxi's idea. This was the first time in many years that Gulin had met such a good female. He really wanted to invite Yunxi to stay in their tribe, but their strongest male was only at level 7. And Yunxi's mate was at least level 6. Yunlan and Yunhua. Sorry, we are just the little sister's brothers. Yunxi quickly waved his hand to refuse. Leader, you're being too kind. I just hope that what my partners teach you can also be shared with others. That way, everyone can learn more skills and survive better on this land. When he said this, not only Gulin but also all the tribe members behind him were stunned in place. There are actually females who consider others so much. Even in dreams, they wouldn't dare to think this way. After a while, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. Gulin nodded slightly, looking very serious. Yunxi female, you can rest assured. We will share this skill with everyone just like you did. We are very grateful to you and your partner for teaching us. This will change our tribe's future. After speaking, Gulin signaled the tribe members behind him to present what they had brought. These are some items collected by our tribe. They are not very valuable, but they are our heartfelt gift. We hope Yunxi female won't mind. We want to show our thanks to you. Yunxi looked over the items and suddenly found something interesting, cotton, which she hadn't found before. Her eyes lit up. Chief, do you know where this plant was found? This is white cotton. We have a lot of it growing here. The females in our tribe like it very much. Yunxi female, do you need some? I will arrange for the tribe members to pick it. Gulin also noticed that Yunxi's eyes brightened when she saw the white cotton. There's no time to wait. She must arrange for Yunxi to get some immediately. Yunxi nodded slightly. Yes, I want to collect the seeds of this white cotton. Gulin acted quickly without delay. I'll have the tribe find some white cotton right away. This time, Yunxi didn't refuse. Cotton is very useful in daily life. Having it means more protection during cold seasons. Since she wasn't familiar with this area and didn't have much time, she couldn't go looking for it herself. Remember to pick the whole cotton ball from the plant. Later, I will teach you how to collect the seeds. You can grow it yourselves in the future. Chief Gulin nodded eagerly. Growing it themselves would be a new skill. How wonderful. Yunxi was so kind. After everything was arranged, Gulin presented other items with sincerity. Yunxi female, these are our heartfelt gifts. Please accept them. Yunxi didn't refuse anymore. She was afraid that if she didn't take them, the orcs would keep holding them up, which was tiring to watch. Lano, please accept these items. Gulin saw that Yunxi was willing to accept these gifts and secretly let out a breath of relief, his smile growing brighter. At that moment, a lively young female rushed in front of the leader, loudly shouting, Father, a male saw me washing in the river, and I want him to be my mate. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. Yunxi looked carefully and recognized it was her older brother Yunhua. He was standing there with a helpless look, looking very speechless. You're talking nonsense. I was just fetching water. I didn't see you at all, Yunhua quickly explained, blushing with worry. The young female held her chin high. I don't care. I saw you. Father, you're the leader. Have the brothers carry him back to my cave. She was determined not to let go of the male she liked. How can you be so unreasonable, little sister? Please help, brother. I was only fetching water. Yunhua looked anxious and asked Yunxi for help. He didn't want to stay here. He wanted to go with his little sister. Once things settled down, he would think about finding a mate. Hearing her brother's words, Yunxi finally snapped out of his surprise. He quickly calmed down and politely asked the leader, Leader, do you think this might be a misunderstanding? At this moment, Gulin was sweating on his forehead, feeling secretly regretful. His daughter was really good at choosing. She had chosen Yunxi's older brother right away. If it had been another male, he might have really ordered his sons to carry him back to be his daughter's mate. But now, with the current situation, he didn't dare to do that. Dolly, you must have seen wrong. When father is free, I will arrange a mate for you. Go back and be good. I still have many things to handle, Gulin said. Dolly pouted in frustration. She didn't notice that this male was from the group that arrived yesterday. She simply liked him at first sight. Although she hadn't met Yunxi before, she had heard about him since last night. She knew this group of people was not to be offended easily. But she wouldn't give up so easily on the male she liked. Dolly glared at Yunhua and gritted her teeth. Just wait and see. After her own little sister left, Gulin looked apologetic and said, "It's all because we spoiled her too much at home. Yunxi, please don't take it to heart. Later, I will talk to her properly and make sure she doesn't bother your brother." Yunxi smiled awkwardly. She didn't really want to interfere with her brother's feelings. It mainly depended on his own choice. If they liked each other, as her younger sister, she would be happy about it. As the people around gradually left, Yunxi curiously looked up and down at Yunhua and asked in a low voice, "Brother, did you really not see anything?" Yunhua's face suddenly turned red. He quickly rushed in front of Yunxi, looking nervous. "Little sister, speak softly. Later, that girl will come again." "Really didn't see anything?" Yunxi continued in a quiet voice. Yunhua hurriedly shook his head. He didn't dare tell his little sister that he had actually caught a glimpse of something. He couldn't say it. Seeing Yunhua so embarrassed, Yunxi guessed a little and didn't ask further, to avoid making her brother anxious. But she couldn't help teasing him, saying, "Brother, I think that girl just now was pretty nice." Yunhua's ears immediately turned red again. "Little sister, stop teasing me. I don't have that idea right now." While they were talking, the lesson over at Shiyu's side finished, and 3 people walked toward Yunxi. Feng Heng called out from afar, "Cici, are you hungry? Let's go home and make fish balls." He licked his lips as he said this, still thinking about the sea fish that Lan Nua brought back last night. Yunxi was reminded by Feng Heng and suddenly felt a bit hungry too. "Now that you mention it, I am a little craving too." Qing Ling immediately transformed into a big, wolf-like figure. "Cici, come up quickly. We're going back to the cave to make fish balls." After saying that, he shook his shiny fur proudly. Lano, standing nearby, said nothing and naturally wrapped his arms around Yunxi's waist. In the next moment, the two disappeared instantly. The 3 people left behind looked on in shock, stomping their feet in frustration. The high priest said, "No need to ask, just take it. That's the right way to take someone." At this moment, Mingyi had absorbed the power of the beast crystal and was about to find Yunxi. Suddenly, he saw Lan Nua and Yunxi appear in front of him. "I thought you would play a little longer. I was just about to come find you." Yunxi glared at Lan Nua with a bit of annoyance. "It's not just Lan Nua. He took me back directly. The little ones are still outside playing." No, Lan Nua, you should go and bring them back quickly." Lan Nua sheepishly rubbed his nose. "I was just trying to make things easier for you." Qing Ling and the others' beast forms sit up, but they definitely aren't as convenient as teleporting. Yunxi snorted. "You should at least have told Qing Ling and the others. It was my oversight. I'll go and get the little ones now." After saying that, Lan Nua flickered and disappeared in front of the cave. Soon after, Lan Nua returned with the 3 little ones and Yunxi. As soon as they arrived, the 3 little ones rushed toward Yunxi. There was another round of happy squeals, clearly having had a fun time playing. Meanwhile, outside the cave, everyone was busy making fish balls with enthusiasm. Seeing this, Lan Nua didn't hesitate and rolled up his sleeves to join the cooking team. Watching everyone happily preparing food, chatting and laughing, Yunxi nodded in satisfaction. While everyone was busy, the leader, Gulin, arrived again. He was followed by a group of tribe members, all sent out earlier to find Baituan. Now most of them were holding some Baituan in their arms. "Yunxi, the females Baituan have been collected according to your instructions. Do they meet your needs?" Yunxi looked at the pile of Baituan with joy in her eyes. "Thank you all. This is exactly what I need. Since you're here, I'll teach you how to collect the seeds of Baituan. If you're interested, you can learn to grow them yourself." Hearing this, everyone gathered around eagerly. Seeing this scene, Mingyi furrowed his brows tightly and quickly stepped in front of Yunxi. "Sure, you let Yunxi teach you first. Later, you can teach them." Hearing this, Sure Yu immediately understood. He didn't like these males crowding around his little female. Yunxi didn't oppose Ming Ye's arrangement. After all, there were quite a few people gathering around. Although her beast husbands got along well, they were all a bit possessive. Shuri responded with a nod and immediately carried a bunch of Bai Tuan over to Yunqi. Yunhua and Yunlon also came over, taking the opportunity to learn from their little sister. Soon, the three of them learned how to handle the white balls and how to collect and plant the seeds.
They understood it quite well.
The next teaching task was given to Shiryu, and Yunxi had some free time. Because today's lesson was complicated, Yunxi decided to stay in the Pancher tribe for one more day and leave early the next morning. As the sun was setting, the female leader's daughter, Doli, hurried over again. Yunho was chatting with everyone when he saw Doli's figure out of the corner of his eye, and he shivered. In the next moment, without hesitation, he transformed into an animal form. His movements were quick as lightning, and he darted out of the cave on one side. Seeing this, Doli was so angry she stomped her feet and shouted, "Stop right there." But all she heard was the faint sound of wind in the distance. Yunhua had already run far away. Yunxi and the others were stunned by this sudden scene. What was going on? Was Yunhua overreacting? Could something have happened between them without anyone knowing? Can I ask? My older brother. Yunxi looked curious, eager to find out. Doli was straightforward and carefree as usual. It was okay that Yunhua ran away, his family was still here. Doli then sat openly in front of Yunxi. No problem. I'll stay here and watch. I'm sure he'll come back. Yunxi looked at the scene and thought it was definitely not as simple as this morning. Should I ask my older brother to come back? Yunxi, you don't need to trouble yourself. I can handle it myself. Doli waved her hand and then smiled happily, saying excitedly, My father told me you're collecting white balls. I know a place where there are many. I can take you to gather them. Yunxi was a bit tempted. Of course, the more white balls, the better, especially since it was too late to plant them this year. But she believed she shouldn't take things for free. What do you want? I can trade with you. Doli smiled cheerfully and waved her hand. No need to be so polite. My father said you've taught our tribe many skills. We don't lack white balls here. Maybe I should call my older brother back? Oh, I just want to ask him if he wants to be my animal husband. This morning, he said he didn't see anything, so I let it go. But in the afternoon, I caught him red-handed. If he dares to deny it, I won't be polite. As she spoke, Doli clenched her small fist. Although she is a little female, she has been very strong since she was young. Many lower-ranked males are not as strong as her. Yunxi suddenly became interested. What happened in the afternoon? Doli rarely showed a hint of embarrassment. She scratched her head and said vaguely, Actually, it's nothing. I can handle it myself. Yunxi, I am Doli. I like you very much. You are a very good female. Hello, Doli. I think you're very nice too, Yunxi replied with a smile. Doli is honest and generous, and Yunxi quite likes her. While they were happily talking, Yunhua was caught back by Yunxi. Yunxi's idea was simple. Since the father beast wasn't here, as the older brother, he naturally had to teach his younger brother. Just now, he heard that little female say that Yunhua had done something. He wouldn't allow Yunhua to do things he couldn't admit to. Yunhua looked helpless and embarrassed, feeling very regretful. He thought he shouldn't have looked back earlier, otherwise his older brother wouldn't have caught him. Seeing Yunhua return, Doli immediately stood up quickly and rushed to Yunhua. You said, at the creek in the afternoon you didn't. Yunhua's face instantly turned red. Don't say it. After saying that, Yunhua grabbed Doli's hand and walked toward an open space nearby, worried that others might hear something they shouldn't. Watching their distant figures, everyone else looked like they were just watching the show. Did Big Brother go to the river in the afternoon? Yunxi asked. Yunlon thought for a moment and said, he went to wash at the river in the afternoon. When he came back, he looked flustered. I asked him, but he wouldn't say anything. Everyone immediately understood. There must be something going on. They didn't know what the two of them talked about over there, but in the end, Doli looked angry and suddenly punched a small tree nearby. With a creak, the tree snapped in half. Then Doli waved to Yunxi and smiled, saying, Yunxi, I'm going back. Tomorrow, I'll take you to pick white berries. Yunxi quickly nodded. Dolly's strength was indeed quite impressive. Looking at her older brother, he stood there blankly, stunned for a long time before slowly walking toward the cave. Seeing everyone's curious expressions, Yunhua didn't hide anything and immediately explained. It was this afternoon when I was washing by the river. She suddenly jumped down from the riverbank, and that's how it happened. Everyone was confused. How? Anyway, I won't become her mate. I want to learn more skills from my little sister. I don't want to stay here. I want to return to the Beast King city. Yunhua's tone was very firm. Then you should talk to her properly. Avoiding her won't solve the problem, Yunxi urged patiently. Yunhua muttered with a bit of grievance. I'm just afraid she'll cling to me.
She
Isn't reasonable. Seeing Yunhua like this, Yunxi guessed that her older brother might also have feelings for Dolly. After all, most males in this world are quite simple-minded. Dolly, this young female, is straightforward and not shy at all. She seems a bit bossy, but she's actually easy to get along with. Yunxi genuinely likes Dolly. However, in the end, it still depends on her older brother's own decision. Older brother, tomorrow I plan to go pick white buns with Dolly. When the time comes, you should find a good chance to talk to her properly. Don't hide. Hiding will only make misunderstandings worse. Yunhua sighed helplessly. I know. I just get nervous when I see her and instinctively want to hide. I already explained things to her just now, so little sister, you don't need to worry. After speaking, Yunhua looked conflicted and hesitated. Don't you think she's a bit aggressive? Just with that tree earlier, she punched it. Everyone remembered the small tree that was cut in half and shook their heads with a smile. Dolly's straightforward and fiery personality is quite rare. The next morning, as dawn broke over the land, Dolly arrived as promised. With her was her older brother Gully, the strongest member of the Panshir tribe, a 7th-rank Black Panther beast man. As soon as Dolly saw Yunxi, her face lit up with a smile, and she cheerfully greeted, Yunxi, I brought you to pick white buns. At this moment, Dolly was beaming with happiness. The anger from yesterday had completely disappeared, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Her older brother, Gully, looked somewhat stern and unhappy, especially when he looked at Yunhua with a scrutinizing gaze. It seemed like he wanted to scold Yunhua. Dolly, please wait a moment. We will pack up our things soon, Yunxi said with a smile. At this time, everyone was calmly putting their belongings back into the space. Dolly looked a little reluctant. Yunxi, are you really leaving? Our tribe is pretty good too, and close to the sacred mountain.
Why don't you stay? Thank you, Dolly.
We have other things to do and can't stay. But maybe we can meet again in the future, Yunxi replied kindly. Hearing this, Dolly's expression darkened quickly, and she felt a bit disappointed. Her gaze naturally fell on Yunhua. Could it really not work out? Yunhua, standing nearby, instinctively lowered his head. Thinking about Dolly rushing into the creek yesterday, he realized he didn't run away, but instead reached out to hold her. If someone said he had no feelings for Dolly, that wouldn't be true. After all, this was the first time a young female had actively wanted him to be her mate. Plus, Dolly's personality was quite likable. But he really couldn't stay, and Dolly was a female of the Panshir tribe. Her people wouldn't allow him to take her away. With this in mind, Yunhua lowered his head even more, a look of worry appearing on his face. Seeing Yunhua like this, Dolly was so angry she stomped her feet. The place Dolly mentioned was a bit farther from the tribe. But since it was in the same direction as Yunxi's journey to the Feather tribe, it was convenient. Along the way, Dolly regained her lively and enthusiastic nature, constantly introducing the forest they were in and sharing many funny stories. Because Dolly was strong from a young age and very brave, she was different from the delicate young females of the tribe. She dared to venture into forests that others wouldn't dare to enter. Of course, her brother's protection was always behind her. Thanks to their guardianship, she could be so free. Under Dolly's lead, the whole group became more relaxed and happy. Yunhua no longer felt as conflicted as before and occasionally joined in the conversation. Dolly's brother Gully also chimed in from time to time. Soon, everyone arrived at the valley that Dolly had mentioned. As expected, the white cotton plants grew very thickly, and since the area was remote, they hadn't been harvested much. The white fluff swayed gently in the breeze, like a white ocean. Oh my, so much white fluff. Dolly, can I pick some? Yunshi exclaimed in surprise. This was not a small patch, but a large area, far beyond her imagination. Yes, of course. That's why I brought you here. Yunshi, I like you. You're different from other females. I feel we get along well. You can pick as much white fluff as you want. Because Dolly was straightforward, the females in the tribe didn't like to play with her, thinking she didn't act like a typical female and often talked behind her back. So, Dolly also didn't like to play with them. But Yunshi was different. She felt a good connection with Yunshi. Thank you, Dolly. I won't hold back then. After saying that, Yunshi looked at everyone with a gentle smile and said, "Thank you all for your hard work." Hearing this, everyone dispersed and started picking the white fluff. Even Minji slipped out from Yunshi's wrist, turned back into a human form, and quietly joined the gathering. Seeing Minji suddenly appear, Dolly and Gully were both surprised. It turned out that this dark-haired male had appeared so suddenly. No wonder they hadn't seen him enter the tribe that day. What was even more surprising was that Yunshi allowed the snake beast so close to her. Unbelievable. Dolly couldn't help but be curious. She quietly moved closer, pointing at Minji's back and whispering, "Yunshi, how can you let the snake beast get so close to you?" Yunshi was momentarily stunned but then understood. She smiled and explained, "This is my first beast husband, Minji. He's very good. Don't be scared." Hearing this, Dolly and Gully were both shocked again. They hadn't expected that this snake beast family had such a high status. It's very rare. Soon, Dolly returned to her usual expression. "Yunshi, I really like you. Can you stay here with us?" Yunshi gently shook her head. After spending time with Dolly, her good feelings for her had grown rapidly. Unintentionally, Yunshi glanced at Manhwa. She saw her older brother nearby, absent-mindedly picking the white fluff. But his eyes kept sneaking over to their sides several times. "It seems that my older brother also has some thoughts." Yunshi quietly ponders whether to help him. Dolly is a good female, and missing her would be a bit unfortunate. Thinking of this, Yunshi quietly walks over to Manhwa and softly asks, "Brother, are you sure you want to miss Dolly? Are you really not going to think it over?" Manhwa suddenly pauses while picking the white fruit, then quietly sighs. "Little sister, I don't have that idea right now. She is indeed very good, but I can't stay here at the moment." Yunshi understands that Yunlon and Manhwa ultimately want to return to the Beast King City because they still have a grudge against their father's beast. It feels like a heavy stone pressing on their hearts. Now, both of them agree that they should improve their strength and then go back to the Beast King City. After some thought, Yunshi suggests, "Maybe you should ask her if she's willing to leave with you." Manhwa is slightly surprised, then shows a bit of bitterness on his face and slowly shakes his head. "That's impossible. Every female in the tribe is very precious. I don't want to make her uncomfortable. She deserves better." Not far away, Dolly can't hear what Yunshi and Manhwa are talking about, but her older brother Gully hears everything clearly. He even repeats it all to her, though he's being pressured by his sister. Dolly feels both angry and anxious after hearing this. Yunshi notices Dolly's anxious look and also sees her brother's gloomy expression. She sighs softly. "Brother, I know you have your own thoughts, but missing out on something can become a lifelong regret. I think you should be brave once. What if there's a chance?" Manhwa remains silent for a while, looking conflicted as if he's struggling inside. Seeing this, Yunshi doesn't bother him further. These are things he needs to figure out himself. As his younger sister, she just hopes her brother can be happy. Yunshi turns back to Dolly and continues chatting with her. However, Yunshi clearly feels that Dolly's mood has become quite gloomy and distracted. As time passes second by second, the white fruits in the valley have been mostly picked. Yunshi immediately calls everyone to stop. After all, they still need to leave some for the other beasts. Yunshi took out a conch shell and gently blew into it. She was calling her high priest. The clear sound of the conch echoed softly through the valley. Suddenly, a golden light appeared, and Lan Nua's figure appeared in the sky above the valley. Lan Nua teleported to Yunshi's side. Luckily, it didn't make me wait too long this time. Duo Li and Gu Li looked surprised again. They had never seen a male with such golden hair appear like that. The males around Yunshi all seemed very powerful. Yunshi smiled and looked at Lan Nua. How could I forget? Where are the things? Lan Nua responded with a nod. With a thought, several wooden buckets appeared in front of Duoli, filled with various seafood he had just collected from the sea. It turned out that, to thank Duoli for sharing, Yunshi had asked Lan Nua to prepare seafood early in the morning. Duoli's tribe was too far from the sea, so they rarely saw fresh seafood. Duoli had gathered a lot of white clams, and Yunshi wanted to return the favor. Yunshi explained with a smile, Duoli, we're leaving now. Thank you for helping us gather so many white clams. These are ocean foods. Please try some. Just follow the method I taught you yesterday, and they will be delicious. Duoli looked at the large buckets full of food, all unfamiliar to her. She quickly waved her hands to refuse.
No, no.
You've helped our tribe a lot. I can't accept these. Please take them. These foods are easy for us to get. No, no. White clams are not rare treasures. Seeing Duoli so determined, Yunshi changed her approach. All right, these are gifts for good friends. Don't you want to be my friend? Duoli was slightly stunned, then a smile appeared on her face. Then I'll accept. Brother, help me keep these. They are gifts from my good friends. But as soon as she finished speaking, her smile disappeared instantly. Yunshi, maybe you could stay a couple more days. We could enjoy these delicious foods together. Duoli, we might meet again someday. Hearing this, the usually straightforward Duoli's face immediately fell. Guli silently stored all the buckets into his space. Seeing his sister's sad expression and glancing at Yunhua, his eyes grew more annoyed. Yunhua felt a pang in his heart. Had he not done enough? Then he saw Duoli's disappointed look and felt a sharp pain inside. Thinking about what his little sister had just said, Yunhua felt very conflicted. Maybe I should ask just in case. While Yunhua was thinking quietly, Yunshi had already said goodbye to Doli. Doli, urged by her older brother, slowly left, looking back several times. Little brother, if you don't make a decision now, you'll really miss the chance, Yunlan reminded him at the right moment. Yunhua finally snapped out of his thoughts, watching Doli's distant figure. He couldn't think much anymore and quickly followed. Hearing footsteps behind, Doli's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but feel happy inside. They stood face to face. Yunhua finally gathered his courage. Doli, I want to ask you, do you want to come with me? As soon as he spoke, Yunhua was so nervous he didn't dare look at her. He stared at the ground and continued, I know this might not be possible. Your family is here, but I still want to try. Once I finish my things, we can come back here. Before Yunhua finished, Doli couldn't help but pout playfully. Why are you only asking now? I thought you really didn't want to. Then, Doli suddenly smiled happily and patted her brother's shoulder. Big brother, I won.
Give me my stuff.
I want to go with Yunhua to explore. Everyone was stunned, staring in shock. Yunhua was even more surprised, stammering, I meant for you to come with me, not me to go with you. Did you hear wrong? I heard clearly. I want to leave with you, but later, you have to bring me back to see Dad and Mom, Doli said seriously, without a hint of joking. That's no problem. Once everything is settled, I'll do whatever you say. Wherever you want to go, we'll go, Yunhua quickly agreed. Doli replied without hesitation. Meanwhile, Gu Li, standing nearby, furrowed his brows tightly. Looking at his sister, he was full of disappointment. Seeing her brother ignoring her, Doli raised her voice. Big brother, you lost the bet. Hurry up and give me my stuff. Gu Li still ignored his sister and instead looked directly at Yunhua with a scrutinizing gaze. Yunhua also relaxed and became serious. I will protect Doli. Although I only have 6th rank strength now, I will become stronger in the future. Thinking about this male taking his sister away, Gu Li's voice naturally grew colder. This must be approved by our parents. You come with me to see them. Doli, hearing this, became anxious and grabbed her brother's arm. Big brother, you can't just say whatever you want. Our father and they definitely won't agree. Yunhua nodded without hesitation. Since he wanted to take Doli, he naturally needed to get her family's approval. Wait a moment, I'll go talk to my little sister. Yunhua hurried back to Yunxi, feeling a bit nervous. Little sister, I want to stay one more day. Is one day enough? Staying 2 more days is fine too. It turned out Yunxi had already overheard the conversation through reports from some beast men. Yunhua's happiness was clear, and as family, they fully supported him. Yunhua scratched his head, but didn't refuse. Then we'll stay 2 more days. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunhua's serious expression suddenly collapsed, replaced by a worried look. Quick, help me think. What should I say when I meet the leader? What if the leader doesn't agree? Can I just take Dolly and run? Yunxi smiled helplessly and looked at Yunqi. Yunqi understood and nodded slightly. Yunlan, and I will go with you. At this moment, Shiryu also stepped forward. I'll come with you too. If it really doesn't work, we can leave with our father. The tribe respects him a lot. Yunhua looked at Shiryu gratefully. Thank you, Shiryu. Then let's go back to the Panshir tribe and settle my brother's matter first. Lan Noa, let's take a shortcut. Yunxi immediately made a decision and didn't delay any longer. Little sister, I'll go tell Dolly, Yunhua said, then quickly ran toward Dolly again. Back at the Panshir tribe, Yunxi and Yunhua tidied up briefly, then went straight to the leader's cave with sincerity. After some communication, the leader agreed happily. That night, Yunhua stayed in Dolly's cave. As for what to do, naturally, it was to complete a major life event, finding a partner. Otherwise, the leader's family wouldn't be at ease with their daughter leaving with Yunhua. Because of Yunhua and Dolly's situation, Yunxi stayed in the Panshir tribe for 2 more days. During this time, Mingyi and Yunqi specifically went to Sunset Forest and brought back a lot of beast meat. Some was kept for Yunqi, and the rest was given to Dolly's family. This action completely eased Gu Lin's only remaining worry. Although Yunhua is only at the 6th level of strength, his family members are quite powerful. Especially his younger sister's family. Each of them is very strong. Soon it was time to say goodbye. Even though Dolly was usually carefree, when it was time to part, she still held her mother and felt sad for a long time. Seeing this, Yunhua gently comforted her, saying, Dolly, if you want to come back later, just tell me. I will ask my sister to bring us back. Dolly wiped her tears carelessly and choked. It's okay. No need to trouble yourself. It will be fine soon. Gu Lin, the leader, also looked at his daughter with reluctance, then turned to Yunhua and said sincerely, Yunhua, I entrust Dolly to you. You must protect her. Don't worry, father. I will take good care of Dolly, Yunhua promised confidently. He had already become Dolly's official partner, so he would naturally take on the responsibilities of the first beast husband.
Good.
Father believes in you. Come back when you have time. Now go ahead, Gu Lin said, then looked at Yunxi and the others with gratitude. Yunxi, thank you for your help to the tribe. Come back and visit when you have time. Yunxi nodded slightly. We are family, Uncle Gu. No need to be polite. Dolly and I are good friends. I will protect her. Yunxi understood the leader's worries and made a promise. The leader finally relaxed and smiled, waving his hand. I won't keep you any longer. Be careful. Yunxi nodded again, then looked at everyone and ordered, let's set out. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Heng transformed into a giant phoenix and flew into the sky. At this moment, Mingyi no longer hid his identity. He turned into a large beast form, skillfully placing Yunxi on his head, and his fierce aura was fully released. He looked very intimidating. The orcs of the Panshir tribe secretly wondered, what level is this snake beast? Yunhua also quickly transformed into a beast form, carefully settling Dolly and followed Shiryu and the others behind Mingyi. This time, only Yunqi and Yunlan stayed at the back of the team. With the sound of a phoenix's cry, Yunqi and her group set out again. Watching their distant figures, Gu Li couldn't help but ask, Father, that Yunhua is only at level 6. Can he really protect my sister? Don't worry. Although Yunhua isn't very strong right now, he's still young. The snake beast we saw earlier was likely a level 9 expert, if I'm not mistaken. Also, Yunxi's mate, the golden-haired beast, is also very powerful. Gu Lin looked pleased. He was proud of his daughter's courage. Following Yunxi, She was learning skills that were very valuable. Moreover, the fox beast man who came with Manhwa was the son of the high priest. There was nothing to worry about with him around. Manhwa definitely has great potential. Meanwhile, over with Yunxi. Thanks to Dolly joining and her familiarity with this forest, Yunxi and her group, guided by her, managed to cross the forest in 3 days and reached a flat plain. They were still halfway to the territory of the Feather Clan. Since there was no suitable tribe nearby to stay with, Yunxi planned to rest on the plain for one night. However, when Lano returned that day and saw the environment, he immediately used space teleportation to take everyone back to the small island. He was capable enough, but he didn't want his little mate to sleep outdoors. Back on the island, the 3 little ones were the happiest. They immediately clung to Lano, wanting to go underwater to chase small fish. Lano was very indulgent with them and quickly arranged everything. At this moment, Dolly learned that Yunxi's mate was actually the high priest of the Sea tribe. She was shocked and looked at her good friend with admiration. Because they had been traveling for the past 2 days, Yunxi's body was starting to show signs of pregnancy. When they arrived at the small island, she decided to rest in her room. Everyone was worried about her. After some discussion, Mingyi decided to stay on the island for 2 days. They had enough time. As long as they reached the Feather Clan before Yunxi gave birth, it would be fine. Yunxi had no objections to this. It was summer now, and the temperature on the small island was much higher than in the forest. Even though night has fallen, the beach still feels hot from the daytime heat, and even the evening breeze carries a warm wave. Tonight, Qingling arranged a beach barbecue. Yunxi lazily rests on Minji. Only this way can she slightly ease her discomfort. Is it still very hot? Minji asks softly. Yes, the temperature is much higher than before. I feel like I might faint from the heat, Yunxi replies tiredly. I asked Qingling to watch over you. He's cooler than me. Qingling is busy and I is also cooler. At this moment, Fengheng runs over holding a chilled coconut water. Cici, have some cold coconut water. It will cool you down. Thanks. Aheng Yunxi's voice is weak. She reaches out to take the cup, and the sweet, icy coconut juice slides down her throat, making her feel better. Seeing Yunxi looking so tired, Fengheng feels very caring. It will be better when we return to the Feather Clan. The temperature there is lower, and it's more comfortable during the hot season. Hearing this, Yunxi asks with interest, Your Feather Clan's place is cooler? Fengheng quickly nods. Our territory is in the mountains. Since we live higher up, the temperature is lower than at the ground. Plus, the mountain wind blows, so it's not so hot during the hot season. It's very comfortable. Yunxi asks again, You don't live in caves? We build tree houses instead. Fengheng explains with a smile, then shyly scratches his head, but I haven't had time to build my own treehouse yet. When we arrive at the Feather Clan, we'll choose a nice spot, and I'll ask the villagers to help build it. Yunxi's eyes light up instantly, and her discomfort eases a little. A treehouse, how wonderful! Her mind immediately pictures a scene. She's leaning by the window, looking at the endless mountains, with mist swirling around and a gentle mountain breeze. Just thinking about it makes her feel so relaxed. That sounds great. When we get there, make me a hammock. After saying that, Yunxi can't help but smile. Okay, I'll do that. Do you want some more coconut water? We just picked a lot, and Qingling has been keeping it cold. Fengheng watches Yunxi regain some energy and feels even more hopeful. Then make me a coconut milk. Coming right up, Fengheng quickly ran off. I had planned to rest on the island for a couple of days, but considering the high temperature and Yunxi's health not being very good, along with her pregnancy symptoms not easing, I decided to return to the forest. When we find a suitable tribe, we can stay and rest there. The next day, Lano took everyone back to the plain area from yesterday. From there, Fengheng would lead the way, as he was somewhat familiar with this area. As they reached the middle of the grassland, they heard distant roars of beasts mixed with calls from orcs. Fengheng immediately followed the sound and soon returned excitedly. There is a herd of animals ahead, migrating in a large group. As soon as he said that, everyone exchanged looks and understood instantly. This was a great hunting opportunity, so they decided to join in. Mingyi made a quick decision and led everyone toward the herd. The closer they got, the more excited they became. The herd was huge, probably thousands of animals, kicking up dust with their hooves. Outside the herd, a team of orcs was spreading out in a fan shape, clearly hunting. Yunshi, you and the little ones wait here for us. Mingyi quickly set Yunshi and the cubs behind a tall rock and asked Lano to watch over them. As for the three little ones, since Lano might not be able to handle them all, Yunlon was assigned to take care of them. Naturally, Yunhua would personally protect Doli. After everything was arranged, the remaining 5 quickly transformed into giant beasts, rushing into the herd like shooting stars. Ming Ye's huge snake body split through the herd like lightning. Yunqi, like a flash, scattered the animals in all directions. Shiryu's 9 tails swung like silver whips, while Fengheng and Qingling used wind and ice blades to cut through. They moved with ease, working perfectly together, causing chaos among the herd and stirring up a strong, bloody wind. The fallen, massive mumu beasts piled up into small hills. Seeing this, the orderly hunting team stopped in shock, staring at the sudden appearance of these few people. These orcs were incredibly strong. While individual mumu beasts weren't dangerous, a large, frenzied herd was still hard to handle. They are very united, with sharp and hard horns that can easily pierce their bellies if not careful. But watching these people hunt, it looks more like a game. Dolly watched with wide eyes, tightly gripping Yunhua's arm, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Oh my, are they such skilled hunters? They just rush in like that. When our tribe encounters such a beast group, we only dare to catch the lone animals on the outskirts. Yunshi, they are so impressive. Yunshi also looked excited. Yes, we can eat for a long time with this. This was Yunshi's first time seeing Minji and the others hunt together. I must say, her beast companions are brave and skilled in fighting, and their teamwork is perfect. At this moment, the herd of mumu beasts no longer looked proud. They were rushing forward with their heads down, eager to get away from these bandits. Seeing many prey on the ground, Minji stopped attacking first. His large snake eyes swept over everyone, and he let out a deep hiss, signaling the end of the hunt. Everyone paused in unison, then began to carefully store the hunted mumu beasts into their space. With this much catch, they would probably spend the rest of the day processing the meat. At this time, the stunned orc team finally regained their senses. Seeing the steaming mumu beasts on the ground, their eyes widened and their mouths half opened. It seemed these people weren't just here to buy supplies. The leading orc swallowed hard, hesitated for a long time, then nervously stepped forward. Esteemed, mighty warrior, the orc's voice trembled. He was a snake orc, and his fierce appearance just now still made him nervous. Thinking about it still made him feel uneasy. Minji glanced sideways without speaking, just looking at him steadily, with an invisible pressure. The man's Adam's apple bobbed, and he forced himself to continue. I am from the nearby Blackstone tribe. With this hot weather, if we don't process these mumu beasts quickly, they will start to smell. I want to exchange some with you, to avoid wasting these mumu beasts. Upon hearing that Fengheng belonged to the Feather Clan, the man's eyes brightened, and he seemed less nervous. Yes, we're not far from the Feather Clan. This time, I led a hunting team, and we chased a herd of beasts farther than usual. Our tribe also has beast men from the Feather Clan. Fengli is one of them. Fengli? Fengheng was momentarily surprised, but then continued. So, he's in your tribe? I haven't seen him in a long time. He is the mate of our tribe's leader, the female beast, and he's currently with us. The man nodded repeatedly, taking the opportunity to get closer. Fengheng turned to Mingyi and suggested, Mingyi, why don't we stay overnight at the Blackstone tribe tonight? It's on the way to the Feather Clan. I can meet Fengli and ask about the latest news from the Feather Clan. Mingyi looked at the beast man and asked, How far is your tribe from here? The beast man quickly replied, If we leave now, we can arrive by evening. But with your speed, you might not need to wait that long. Mingyi nodded slightly and pointed to a few mumu beasts still in his space, saying, Let's go to your tribe. These are for you. Then he looked at Fengheng and said, You lead the way, I'll go get Yunshi. The beast man was both surprised and happy, quickly thanking them. "Thank you. I'll take you to the tribe right away." Afterward, he shouted to his tribesmen behind him. The originally nervous tribespeople cheered immediately and rushed over to gather the Moo beasts. Foam Hung didn't delay and immediately transformed into a giant phoenix, flying toward the Black Stone tribe. Mingyi teleported to Yunxi and said, "Tonight, we'll go to the Black Stone tribe. Foam Hing knows some people there. We need to find water sources quickly and deal with these Moo beasts." Yunxi nodded and replied, "Let's go. We can ask for help with processing the meat, and we should preserve it by making jerky or cured meat. We'll handle that," Mingyi said, then looked at Lan Nua and added, "I'll teleport Yunxi first, then you can bring the others over as before. Otherwise, we might not have enough time to process the beast meat." "Okay, you go first. I'll find water and process the meat with the others," Lan Nua agreed. Mingyi nodded, then in the next moment, he lifted Yunxi horizontally, his figure flickering and instantly disappearing. Lano quickly gathered everyone together and found a nearby water source to start processing the animal meat on the spot. Watching everyone calmly handle the meat, the members of the Black Stone tribe looked confused and puzzled. However, they dared not ask questions or leave because the blonde, strong man had just told them to wait. Although he wore a smile, the pressure he exuded was even more intimidating than the snake beast earlier. Feeling a bit nervous, they wisely stepped forward to help with the meat. Everyone chatted happily, and soon they became familiar with each other. In just half a day, the blonde man suddenly disappeared with a swift movement. The Black Stone tribe members were still stunned when a space portal suddenly appeared before them. Even as they stood on the land outside the tribe's entrance, their heads still felt dizzy. How did they suddenly return? How strong are these people? Meanwhile, Yunxi had been arranged by the tribe's leader to stay in a mountain cave near the water source. Foam Hung also met their fellow tribesman, Foam Li. After some greetings, Foam Li arranged for a dozen quick and capable tribe members to come help. Everyone worked busily, cleaning, salting, stringing, and smoking meat, with each step orderly and smooth. By nightfall, there was still a lot of meat left unprocessed. Yunxi asked Xingling to use her powers to create a huge ice chest to freeze the remaining meat, planning to finish processing it tomorrow. After a busy day, everyone was exhausted. Dinner was simple meat porridge for Yunxi, Doli, and the three little ones, along with a few small dishes. The others simply gathered around the campfire, roasting and eating directly. A gentle breeze blew, bringing a cool feeling. Although they hadn't yet reached the Feather Tribe, Yunxi could clearly feel that the temperature here was much lower than by the sea. Yunxi sat on an animal hide mat, watching the fire flicker, feeling much more energetic than yesterday. While everyone was eating roasted meat, Foam Li arrived with his partner, carrying a large animal hide bag. "This is fresh fruit picked today, to help clear the grease," he said. "Foam Li, come and try the roasted meat," Foam Hung warmly called out, making space for him to sit closer to Yunxi. Foam Li was not polite at all. He pulled his partner and sat down next to Foam Hung. Then, his gaze fell on Yunxi with a hint of curiosity. Last year, when Foam Hung went to the Beast King city, he also went along. From what I remember, his partner didn't look like this. "Yes, I haven't been back in a long time and plan to stay for a while. Let me introduce you. This is my partner, Yunxi." While saying this, Foam Hung took the opportunity to hold Yunxi's small hand and gently pecked it. Yunxi gave a shy glare but then smiled and nodded to Foam Li and his partner. Her face was full of joy and beauty. Foam Li was a bit surprised. Although he guessed this when he first saw Foam Hung, he still felt shocked inside. It really is Foam Heng's wicked wife. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't seem like the wicked wife from back then. When Foam Hung and his family went to the Beast King city, the tribe members secretly felt lucky they weren't from the Phoenix Bird tribe, or they might have been sent to marry someone by the high priest. Poor Foam Hung, he couldn't escape and had to accept his fate. Back then, he thought Foam Hung was a bit unlucky. Now it seems Foam Hung is in a sweet trap. Just now, while handling some beast meat, Foam Li noticed that Yunxi was not fierce at all. Instead, she always had a smile, spoke sweetly, and even prepared sweet water for them. Most importantly, she treated his beast husband very well. Every one of them. Thinking of this, Feng Li chuckled to himself. He wondered if Feng Ji would regret later for running away so quickly and giving Feng Heng the chance. "Brother Feng Li, what are you secretly laughing at?" Feng Heng suddenly asked. Hearing this, Feng Li awkwardly scratched his head, then returned to normal. "Feng Heng, you haven't been back for a long time. The Yu tribe had some issues. Your father, the beast, is no longer the tribe leader. The current leader of the Yu tribe is your Zonglin father." Feng Heng's skewer of meat suddenly dropped to the ground with a splat. "What happened to my father?" "What's going on?" Feng Li sighed. "I'm not entirely sure. I only heard from my father that after your father went to the Beast King Palace, he came back a bit strange. The high priest examined him and then arranged for your father to stay on the Divine Mountain. No one knows exactly what happened since then, because your father hasn't left the Divine Mountain since." Windham quickly stood up in a hurry. "No, I must go back and check." "Cece, Yunxi gently comforted him. "Don't worry yet. Let's plan first. Tomorrow, you all stay behind to handle the meat. Feng Heng and I will take Yunxi and leave first. When we reach the Feather Clan, you can come over," Mingyi said in a deep voice. Everyone agreed, without objection. Feng Li also hurried to persuade. "With the high priest here, you don't need to worry too much. Uncle is definitely fine." Feng Heng looked at everyone gratefully, feeling a bit calmer, though still a little regretful. "Actually, I was angry with my father beast before. Last year, I said I would go back to see him, but I never did. Your uncle will be very happy to see you return. Maybe everything will be fine," someone said. "Hopefully so," Feng Heng sighed. Then, he changed the subject. "Brother Feng Li, is there something else you want to talk to me about?" Feng Li chuckled. "Yes. Today, when you handled the meat, everyone noticed how you marinated and roasted it. It smelled so good. I heard it can be stored for a whole year, and everyone wants to learn. So, I came to ask if we could learn how to make this kind of food." Feng Heng instinctively looked at Yunxi, seeking her opinion. Feng Li, who was observant, immediately understood that Yunxi was the one in charge of the household. He quickly expressed himself sincerely. "We will pay you. Beast crystals and food are fine. Whatever you need, we will try to provide." Yunxi almost didn't hesitate and waved her hand with a smile. "No need for payment." Feng Li thought he heard wrong. "No payment," Yunxi nodded with a smile, seriously saying, "I can teach you this skill. But there's one condition. When you meet someone in need, I hope you will pass on this knowledge well." Hearing this, Feng Li was again surprised. Yunxi was just too kind. Who was spreading those rumors about the Beast King City back then? Such a kind young female. How could she be a bad one? Feng Heng felt like he had found a treasure. "Don't worry, I can guarantee that we will pass on this skill just like you." "Thank you, Yunxi," he said. "Tomorrow I will ask Ayu and the others to teach you. By the way, is there enough salt? This needs a lot of salt crystals." Upon hearing this, Feng Li suddenly slapped his thigh and said, "I almost forgot. Today you used that kind of white salt crystal. We also want to exchange some with you if that's okay." "Sure," Yunxi replied happily. "You can discuss with Lan Nua. These are produced by the Sea tribe and are finer salt, better than the previous salt crystals." Yunxi agreed without hesitation. There's no reason to refuse a business that comes to your door. As for how to trade, that's up to Lan Nua. "Thank you so much," Feng Li said with a big smile. He was very happy. He didn't expect these two issues to be resolved so easily. When he agreed to do this, he was unsure if it would work. He was surprised that Feng Heng's partner was so straightforward, quickly settling everything in just a few words, much smoother than he had imagined. At this moment, the night was dark and inky. The bonfire crackled as everyone ate roasted meat and shared funny stories, laughing together. Yunxi yawned, feeling sleepy. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she unconsciously tilted her head to the side, gently leaning on Shiryu's shoulder, slowly falling asleep. Seeing this, everyone's laughter stopped abruptly. Even their chewing slowed down, afraid to disturb Yunxi's sweet dreams. When Yunxi was asleep, Mingyi looked at Qingling and said, "Qingling, take Yunxi back to the cave to rest." Qingling carefully picked Yunxi up, moving gently and walking slowly toward the cave. Huanhua turned to Doli, intending to persuade her to rest, but seeing her energetic, lively spirit, he decided to let her be. Feng Li watched in amazement. How could the males in this family be so harmonious? They didn't fight or compete. If this happened in his family, there would definitely be a fight. But here, no one opposed it. The bonfire gradually dimmed, leaving only a few sparks flickering in the night. Feng Li had already stood up with his partner and left. Doli was also coaxed back to the neighboring mountain cave by Huanhua to rest. Tonight, Ming Yi and Shiryu kept watch, while the others found comfortable corners to sleep peacefully, with no dreams, sleeping very soundly. The next morning, after Yunxi assigned the teaching tasks to Shiryu and Lan Nua, she sat on Feng Heng's beast form. Ming Yi still transformed into a small snake, and the three set out for the Yu tribe. Perhaps eager to return home, Feng Heng's flying speed was slightly faster than usual. They hurried along without much rest and finally arrived in the Yu tribe's territory before dark. Yunxi took out a conch shell and summoned Lan Noa. Seeing Yunxi looking tired, Lano immediately used his healing powers to help her regain her energy. Since it was already late, they decided to visit formally for the first time. Yunxi chose to return to the Blackstone tribe that evening and planned to visit again early the next morning. Visiting late at night would be too impolite for such a large family. As for Feng Heng, he was worried about his father beast, so he returned early to the Feather tribe. He planned to come back the next morning to pick up Yunxi and the others. Yunxi understood and told him not to come so early. She would leave after lunch, giving Feng Ju enough time to reunite with his family. After Feng Heng left, Yunxi and the others returned to the Blackstone tribe to rest. The next morning, Yunxi selected some pieces of fatty and lean meat from the specially prepared beast meat, planning to make jar meat. This was another way to store meat. Early in the morning, the entrance of Yunxi's cave became lively. Originally, Yunxi only planned to teach her beast husbands how to make jar meat, since she had to leave at noon and didn't have much time. But somehow, the news got out. When Yunxi's family finished washing the beast meat, the tribe members had already gathered outside the cave, in layers, all excited and wide-eyed. They heard this was another new way to store beast meat. Although they had learned how to make cured meat and dried meat yesterday, no one minded learning more skills. Seeing this, Yunxi didn't hide her methods. She openly demonstrated how to make jar meat and even chose 2 tribe members to learn together.